October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake, carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
It's Judgment Day in Valencia. It is time for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup to conclude. An amazing day of race action is awaiting us as we get ourselves into the heat of the action once more. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Simon Byford. This is going to be the hottest karting show in town, as all of the competitors know that they haven't just got a race for themselves, they've also got a race for the pride of their nation. In equal equipment, everybody with the same Tillotson T4 chassis, engines, carburetors, oil, fuel, tyres, the lot. It is as equal and as even as it can possibly be. And on this fantastic and phenomenal Kartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, very nearly 1.5 kilometers in length, this is going to be a very tough day at the office. It's cooler than it has been in previous days. The humidity, however, is higher, so there could be a few crosswinds to take us into the superheats, and then, of course, the finals that will crown us a new Nations Cup winner. Simon, who on earth is going to get the job done today? We've had no chance to predict who's going to get this done over the last 2 days.
I don't know, Jake. Who is going to get the job done today? You tell me. It's a very, very difficult, in fact, it is an impossible task to try to predict who is going to take victory in each of the categories and indeed in the Nations Cup. But one thing that I can tell you is that Team Netherlands are on pole for all but 2 of the superheats. So pole position going to the Dutch for 4 out of the 6 superheats that we have coming up for you this morning, before we move in to the finals after our lunch break. And then after that, we will be seeing the first competitive race action at the T4 Nations Cup for the new T4 Bambino category, which launched this year. We did see them here last year in an exhibition competition, but later on this afternoon, we will be seeing them take to the track in anger around this Kartodromo Valencia, a shortened version of the circuit, to show what they can do. The 5 to 7 year olds in the Bambino category putting on a tremendous display of speed yesterday in their qualifying. But first we have to cross the bridge which is before us, and indeed that bridge is the T4 mini category, with Jason Boganovic on pole and Jack Harney, the Irishman, lining up beside him.
Fastest in the shakedown this morning of 5 minutes was Lewis Cicaldi by 47 thousandths of a second, with Benjamin Slivar in the top 3 behind Jack Harney. Logan Rolfe, Senan McLaughlin and Benny Gamarith right up there in the mix. Interestingly, you've got to go all the way back to 27th fastest for Jason Boganovic. Beganovic in the shakedown this morning. I do wonder if the conditions are going to make things a little bit different compared to what they have been over the last few races. So it's going to be fascinating. Jason Beganovic on pole from Jack Harney, Logan Rolfe, Lewis Kakoldi, Moknak Sakar and Diego Beradone. Then Senan McLaughlin and Liam Bogol, Percy Yonko and Benjamin Stavar, Bernie Gamarith and Max van den Heuvel. Then Matej Vonderchek and Jari Berens, Jack Miller and Jacques Stemay. Justin Winkel and Tim Fredericks, Kakanyaro and Jaden Javier, Mies Schuld and McAllister Alamo, Tadeusz Novotny and Keanu De Winter, then Billy Green and Carlos Valverde, Cohen Shoecraft and Harley Brereton from Dermot Claridge and Nestor Doroshenko, Nikita Shevchenko, Max Cooling, Jeremiah Hengster, Cullen McMahon and Marcelo Torres lining up at the back for Mexico.
What a tremendous grid of mini drivers we have as they all start to slow down. Jason Beganovic and Jack Harney beginning to slow the pace. Now, we did see a couple of instances yesterday where the minis and even the 168s got a little bit too enthusiastic coming out of the final corner, getting ready to start the race, but seemingly everything under control from the Dutch and the Irishman at the front of the pack, really starting to slow things down nice and early as they make their way through turn 11. No incidents thus far, thankfully. We have seen a couple of instances of collisions on the formation lap or even karts stalling, so everyone making their way very tentatively around, and the nerves are really going to be starting to build at this stage as they make their way onto the back straight. The last bit of preparation, the last bit of weaving, the last bit of tyre temperature, brake temperature management starting to come into play as the air temperature is 16 degrees, track temperature of about 20. We're expecting highs of 23 degrees today in terms of air temperature, but you can see in the background of the live stream there, clouds starting to emerge. We're not anticipating rain, but it is certainly going to cause a bit of a shake-up with the track evolution.
A reminder to everybody as well that with the Superheats format, we will add the point scores from the Superheats to the qualifying heats that were gained over the course of the last 2 days, and that will set the grid for the final. So it's the Superheat and qualifying heats combined that give us the final. That's also applicable to the juniors, the seniors and the 168s. So it will be fascinating to see how this Superheat adds to the heats from earlier. We had Logan Rolfe take a win and Jason Beganovic take 2. It's a false start. We're going round again. So the man who was not in the top 20 in the shakedown this morning from pole position on this one, but after a win from Logan Rolfe on Friday and 2 wins from Jason Beganovic yesterday, the Dutchman certainly looks the most confident, but he's going to have a lot of pressure from Harney, Rolfe, Kakoldi, Zakar and Beradone at the start of this T4 Mini Superheat.
And all of my compliments and niceties about the minis slowing down nice and early, almost before they, in fact, indeed before they made it into the final sector. Unfortunately, getting a little bit too excited now. This 4-stroke machinery, it does reward momentum, and so there is certainly a very strong temptation for the drivers to just gun it out of the final corner, but you are supposed to maintain speed and allow all of the drivers to make it into the tram lines before the green light shows. And in this instance, the race director, just feeling that that was not what was being done, deciding to send the minis round again for a second and hopefully slightly more calm start.
So let's see what this race is going to give us then, as we know that 9 laps of this course are going to be very tough indeed for the drivers, but perhaps fractionally easier than it has been previously on the tyres because of how much cooler the temperatures are this time compared to what we had yesterday. Already nearly 10 degrees cooler at the same stage yesterday. It's a real drop in temperature compared to what we had 24 hours ago, as the clouds are starting to come in with that rain that is being threatened on Monday morning. So it could be fascinating to see just how big a difference this change in temperature is going to cause the drivers. It could make things easier, could make things harder. Don't forget, they've only got 1 set of tyres to carry them through the whole Nations Cup. They've got to try and make those tyres go the distance. They were really punished yesterday and Friday in the heat. Now they'll get a little bit of a breather through this race with the track temperature being so much cooler. But it's still going to be a knife edge. It's tough to know who's going to get the better of it. Moknak Zakar has been very good on tyres over the last 3 races, even though he's dropped to 5th in the rankings so far. That puts him on the inside line on row 3. Do not count him out. He could be a very strong threat in this one. As they come down the tram lines, are we going to get started this time? No, we do not get started again. Another false start for the T4 Minis in the Superheat. Talk about adding to the tension and the drama that we've already got.
Well, unfortunately, it just seems that the Minis are far too keen as they make their way out of the final corner, and the lead is starting to accelerate up towards the lights. And I fear that there may be a word had to help these Minis get the picture of you have to slow down and maintain your pace to allow everyone to get into the tram lines. The Minis just so keen on getting that run up into turn one, particularly the likes of Jason Bogdanovic, who was down the order in the shakedown earlier on, perhaps looking to get a strong start. Well, certainly looking to get a strong start, but potentially just not really trusting that race pace of his.
I wonder if it was a chance for him to just take care of his tyres, because looking at the way we've got just 2 races to go now in the T4 Minis, if you're not pushing too hard in the shakedown, yes, you're not going to get a decent lap time, but you are going to give your tyres a bit of a breather. That could be a really key strategy coming into this one. If he's done a little bit less hard work on the tyres in the shakedown, it might pay dividends for him later on. He may have been sandbagging, as we say, to give himself a better chance of making those tyres go the distance. It's a 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward approach, so we might just be able to get something like that from this. This is a very fast run down the back straight, I have to say, and the field is not quite as formed up as it could be. Now, if we get a 3rd false start, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we get a red flag here, and it's within the power of the race director, don't forget, that if they don't like the starts that the front row is doing, we could end up with a red flag. Let's find out what happens. We are racing though. It's okay. We get on the starter's orders, and Jack Harney is wheel to wheel with Jason Bogdanovic to the first corner as Logan Rolfe charges up the inside. Moknak Zakar's going to get his run, and there's spinners into turn 1 already. 5 carts have gone. They will all recover, I think, but Moknak Zakar has made an absolutely brilliant start up into 3rd place as Bogdanovic has lost the lead to Logan Rolfe. Logan Rolfe has managed to get ahead of Bogdanovic, so it's Rolfe, Bogdanovic and Moknak Zakar.
What a brilliant start by Logan Rolfe, and Moknak Zakar gaining 2 positions also, so really a dismal time, it has to be said, for Jason Bogdanovic as we see a move now into turn number 10. Bogdanovic trying to force the error with Logan Rolfe, but Logan Rolfe is showing such maturity and such ability on the brakes down into turn 10 for the first time in competitive action today, managing to hold on to that 1st place, Jake.
It's a disaster in T4 Mini for Max van den Heuvel. He was the one who ended up off the road at turn 1 and has not got going. There are yellow flags at turn 1, so we will not be getting an overtaking move down into the first corner. So it's Rolfe that leads the way, then Bogdanovic, Zakar, McLaughlin, Harney, Kakoldi, Borgel, Yonko, Belladon, Gomanith and Slivar. So no moves into turn 1 under yellow flags. So if there are some overtakes into that first corner, we could see a penalty or 2. In fact, I did see a move or 2 down in the midfield, so that could come back to bite them. And that is unfortunate. If you see a yellow flag, you cannot overtake. Now they've gone past the green flag zone, so the moves are back on again. And look at the duel that we've got. Harney and Kakoldi is at the tail end of the field there. That is Cullen McMahon having had a spin in the first sector. So that's unfortunate for the Irishman. But the 3 leaders up front, and it is 3 leaders because Moknak Zakar has been charging after these 2 to try and get back some of the momentum that was lost yesterday. And now it is 3 men, the Brit, the Dutchman and the Ukrainian.
Well, unfortunately for Team Ireland, it seemed like some of the competitors from Ireland getting involved in battles down into turn 1 despite the yellow flag. So will there be some investigations from the stewards and the race direction team after the race? That's an entirely possible outcome as we see all of the leaders making their way down towards turn 1, now under green flag racing conditions. Bogdanovic going a little bit wide there. Could he open the door to Moknak Zakar, currently sitting in 3rd place with that white helmet? Nothing being made of it by the young Ukrainian racer. Ukrainian racer based in Spain, doing a fantastic job at this circuit that he's ever so familiar with, as we see some battling down on the fringes of the top 10. That's just behind Cullen McMahon. Indeed, I think that's Percy Yonko and Bernie Gamareth making a position possibly at the expense of Benjamin Schlivar.
So let's see where Bogdanovic is going to make his first bid to get past Logan Rolfe. Rolfe was very cautious yesterday, managed to bank in some good results, keep himself in the top 3 there. Even if Rolfe were to take the victory over Bogdanovic, it would still be Jason Bogdanovic taking the pole position for the final later, because Rolfe is on 8 and Bogdanovic is currently on 4. So if it stays with him on 2 points for finishing 2nd in this superheat, that would drop him to 6. But that's still more than Logan Rolfe on 8. If that made any sense, I probably wasn't telling it right. But Zakar in 3rd place, still trying to put pressure on them. Jack Harney, Kakoldi, Bergol, McLaughlin, Yonko, Stivar, Beredon, Gomardith, Miller, Behrens, Winkel, Fredericks, Schuld, Kanyaro, Novotny, Shoecraft and Brereton as they hop their way through. Beganovic has lined up the move on Rolf. Here he goes, and Zoknar's going to go with him. Brilliant job from Moknak Zakar. He's through into second position. So the Ukrainian has forced his way into second place past Logan Rolf at the welcome invitation of the man up front, Jason Beganovic, who has got himself a tiny bit of breathing space, which is immediately shut down by Zakar and Rolf. Zakar now fancies his chances to go for his first win of the week.
Jack Harney setting the fastest lap. He means business. The Irishman, who's fallen down 2 positions from where he started, having started on that disadvantageous outside line. You can see him there chasing down. That is now Logan Rolf, sitting in 3rd position with a bit between his teeth and ambition to make his way further up the grid, as Beganovic getting a bit out of sorts. That's going to open him up to Zakar, who now goes for the move down towards turn 1. Will the young Ukrainian take the position? Yes, he will. Beganovic trying to close the line there sweetly in behind Zakar, but unfortunately Zakar just not far enough in front, and that did cost Beganovic a little bit of momentum. Will that open things up to Logan Rolf? Logan Rolf gaining time through this technical middle sector, but not enough. Beganovic with a tighter line though, so that tells me Logan Rolf is going to have a good exit down towards turn 10, but the young Briton, I'm sure, will be sensible enough to realise that fighting will just cost time. In other news, a real battle emerging behind them between Kukoldi, who is chasing down Jack Harney, very much on the charge.
That's such an unfortunate error from Jason Beganovic, just kicking the wheel off the curb in the final chicane, and it's nothing he can do about it because the momentum's gone. Now he's got to try and kick back with a little bit of support from Logan Rolf in behind Moknak Zakar. They go down the back straight through the right kink, up towards the right, left, right that ends the lap, through the dog leg, and it'll be tricky now to set this up for Moknak Zakar. Once you're in the lead, you're under pressure. Here comes the bid from Logan Rolf. He has a little look out from behind Jason Beganovic. He'll try again to move into second place, and he's nailed it. Good run from Logan Rolf. P2 is now his in front of Jason. Now they've got the charging pair behind them, Jack Harney and Lewis Kukoldi. This is now going to be a quintet, as the 5 of them are going to race for the victory. Zakar, Rolf, Beganovic, Harney and Kukoldi, with Borgol and McLaughlin not too far away.
Kukoldi now taking the fastest lap away from Jack Harney in front of him, so this is now turning into, quite convincingly, a 5-kart battle for the win as they all make their way through the second sector. No moves into the braking zone of turn 10 as we're on lap 6 of 9, 2/3 of the way through this 9-lap affair, and a tremendous affair it has been, amounting to just over 12 kilometres, just shy of 13 indeed, 12,800 metres approximately in length as they make their way towards the end of lap 6.
These 5 drivers in the top 5 are the 5 best point scorers from the week as well, so we literally have the famous 5 from T4 Mini up front dueling for the victory in the superheat to give us a sneak preview of what we're going to see from the T4 Mini final later. Out through the first hairpin, still Logan Rolf pressuring Moknak Zakar. A win will be so precious to the Ukrainian. The way things currently stack up, it'll bring him forward from the 3rd row of the grid to the 2nd row of the grid for the final. Every little helps, every little charge forward will count, and of course don't forget that in the final there are no more points on offer. It's all about who crosses that line first, so this is a big confidence booster for Moknak Zakar with 3 laps to go, but Rolf and Beganovic have not given up the ghost yet. 4th place for Harney, 5th place for Kukoldi. Borgol, McLaughlin, Gomardith, Beredon and Yonko still in that top 10 fight. But as we go onto the back straight, we are getting close to the final stages of this one, and Rolf is trying to pull away from Beganovic. He has a little look at Zakar. No need to make the overtake yet, just remind the Ukrainian how close he can get.
Well, Jason Beganovic is going to be sizing up the 2 of them in front. The man who started on pole and was leading for a significant portion of the race, but he does have the issue of Lewis Kukoldi, who's now going for the move, in a late defence there from Jason Beganovic, the Dutchman, with robust defensive manoeuvres into turn number 1. Not sure Kukoldi's going to be particularly impressed at that, but nevertheless Kukoldi showing real pace as he has now dispatched Jack Harney, who's now trying to go back up the inside and has succeeded. The young Irishman who showed such pace yesterday now loses out again, but gets the cutback, and through turn 8 he manages to retake the Scot, who's returning to the Nations Cup this year, but Jack Harney with 2 second places yesterday and a 3rd place on Friday, doing a fantastic job showing real racecraft for the Republic of Ireland.
Very smart from Harney. 2 moves in 3 corners. He loses 1 but gains 2, as it were, and a very nicely move made there. Bogdanovic has now dropped him just that little bit as we are on the penultimate lap, finishing it off in the chicane. But is Rolf going to make one final pounce? He might just get his chance as he goes down the straight. Last lap begins. Here we go, and Zakar is going to defend. Rolf is going to try and go round the far side to take it to the long range move on the inside radius. Tries to tuck back, no room at the end, looks for the chicane on the inside line. He's going to go long and late. He hops over the curbs. Zakar responds to it. There'll still be a chance on the inside line. Rolf is trying to shut him down. Zakar commits. Rolf will have the inside, but it's too late. Zakar's got him back. Lovely move from the Ukrainian. Rolf is now under pressure from Bogdanovic, but he could get his chance down the back straight.
And Jack Harney is licking his lips. He moves to the outside. It's all defensive from the front.
Zakar's gone!
Magnat Zakar taken out on the final lap. He will be devastated.
Believe it.
Utterly devastating for the young Ukrainian, and that therefore promotes Damien Bogdanovic has now inherited first position. Logan Rolfer tumbling down the order after that contact, and now the Dutchman leads.
Jason Bogdanovic holds the lead of this race. There's going to be an investigation for sure, but Bogdanovic gets it done again as Kirkcaldy punches his fist in triumph in 3rd place. He'll be happy with that. Bogdanovic from Harney and Kirkcaldy, Rolf down to P4 as the leaders clash, and Magnat Zakar crosses the line down in P7. What a devastating run of bad luck for Magnat Zakar. That is not the way he wanted his Super Heat to end. He almost had his first win of the week. Now he's got a chance to grit his teeth and bounce back in the final. He will start P5 for that race, by the way. Kirkcaldy will be 4th, Rolf will be 3rd, Harney will be 2nd, and the pole sitter will be this man, Jason Bogdanovic.
What a performance then by Jason Bogdanovic, clearing up the pieces, sweeping up the debris on that final lap. Magnat Zakar, the pole sitter in timed qualifying, the pole position man, will be so devastated by that, but crucially, he will be starting on the inside line in row 3. So it could be worse for Magnat Zakar, although I'm not sure that that's going to be any consolation to him at this stage. I can only hope that this will all be put to rest for them before the final.
He's certainly not going to want to get pushed around in the last race of the day, but his chances of winning the Nations Cup are still alive and kicking. From P5 on the grid, the inside row of that 3rd row is still perfectly feasible for Magnat Zakar to triumph. He does not need to let this get to him. He can shake this off and just put it down to a bad race. He has got the ability to come back from 5th position on the grid. He does not need to get too overwrought on this one. Just shake it off, forget about it. It's ancient history. You're still in the top 5 for the final. The title race is still on. It's going to be really exciting later on. Right, that's T4 Mini. As you saw on the schedule on your screen, we now go across to the T4 Junior battle, and my oh my, is it a battle and a half. From the very first heats on Friday, we had victories for Derek Wargo and Ronan Camphoys. Then yesterday across the heats, we had victories for Finley Lines first of all, then Stein Hansen, then Riley Bishop and Paolo Wielerman. 6 different winners from the 6 qualifying heats that we had for juniors. It is ridiculously close. In the shakedown super heats we had this morning, the fastest driver was a 7th competitor, Adela Prusova, the talented female from the Czech Republic, 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody. And then in the final of the shakedowns, the only person to top the times twice since Friday afternoon, Finley Lines, quicker than Ronan Camphoys and Riley Bishop. So going into the super heat, this is going to be very tricky indeed. Stein Hansen on the pole from Derek Wargo, and this man from Brazil, Paolo Wielerman, all 3 of them winners this week. But who's going to get the job done in the first of our junior super heats?
Well, it is an impossible one to call, as Jake has so eloquently illustrated to you just now. But all of our drivers will be looking for that victory. Stein Hansen will be lining up on pole after some commanding performances yesterday. Stein Hansen with a lot of indoor racing experience, a lot of experience therefore in 4-stroke machinery. And one could say that the reduced temperatures of today would be more familiar to him than the temperatures that he was experiencing yesterday, which peaked at 32 degrees air temperature. Track temperature likely in the high 30s, potentially even the low 40s yesterday. So Stein Hansen could show pace yesterday. I'm sure he can also do it today. But Derek Vargo behind him, also no slouch. Paolo Willeman is going to be looking to continue on from his fantastic pace yesterday. The first Brazilian to win a T4 Nations Cup heat since 2022. The only Brazilian competitor here this weekend, and doing a fantastic job for the South American nation he is too. Let's take you through the grid with Jake Sanson.
So it's going to be Stein Hansen and Derek Wargo from Paolo Willeman and Joey Kearney, Rick Corporal and Jakob Vonderchek, Fernando Vila and Keenan Duplessis, then Billy Clancy and Harry Ward, Martin Poor and Ferenc Hevesi. Behind them it'll be Fionn English and Riley Parks, then Andre Novak will be alongside Victor Navarro, Joey Cairns alongside the fastest driver from this morning, Adela Prusova. 19th on the grid for He Zhengyi, Kingston Antoniuk, the Canadian, then Alonso Benetti, Jorge Torres, Ronnie Legg and Samuel Harris. The last driver on the grid will be the Dutchman Delano Winkel, trying to recover from P25. Now, of course, we need to remind everybody that from these two heats, only the top 36 drivers with the combined points from the qualifying heats and super heats will go through. So even if you don't finish in the super heat, that does not mean you're knocked out of the competition, because it's down to the aggregated points from qualifying heats plus the super heat. So even if you fail to finish the super heat, if you've scored well enough over the qualifying heats, you will still make it through to the final.
You certainly will, and it's not over until it's over. Indeed, we've seen the likes of Ethan from South Africa doing a tremendous job climbing from the back of the grid. Indeed, Dylan Thompson last year, 80 overtakes over the full weekend, having been disqualified from qualifying. So you can never ever rule out any one driver, even if they're coming from the back. Enough overtakes, enough progress consistently can still get you into the final. And once we're in the final, all gloves are off and anything can happen as we make our way up towards the tram lines for the first junior heat of the day.
6 different winners across the junior heats. Are we going to see a 7th in the super heat? We find out now. We charge down to the straight. Paolo Willeman's going well with Stein Hansen as they go through into first and second. Joining them is Rick Corporal. So he's going to try and get on the inside line. Round the outside can Wargo hold his line. A couple of drivers running wide, trying to salvage something as they come through. Brasova found the grass, unfortunately. So she's now got to try and make progress from the tail end of the field as the rest of the drivers work their way through. But it's a perfect start for the pole sitter Stein Hansen in front of Willeman. Corporal under pressure already from Wargo as they battle away for third position, but so far so good for the Brazilian, chasing after the Dutchman up front.
Well, it is now mission breakaway for Stein Hansen as we see a move there for position 4. Corporal under some serious attack now from Derek Wargo, the young American racer, who is followed up by 3 other karts. So the battle for position 3 really hotting up immediately on lap 1. Rick Corporal with hand gestures there as Joey Carney tries to go up the inside of Derek Wargo. They're 3 wide into the final chicane up the inside. That's fantastic from, that looks like Jakob Vonderchek potentially. What a move into the final chicane.
Well, I tell you what, that is definitely a candidate for move of the weekend. It's Fernando Vila, in fact. So Fernando Vila, who started all the way back in 7th, has found his way to 4th position with, again, one of the moves of the weekend. We saw a great one from Warren Russell. We saw a great run from Stein Hansen. But for Fernando Vila to go 3 wide into the chicane and somehow hold his nerve, that takes some guts. Amazing work from the Guatemalan, who's now P4 ahead of Kearney, Wargo, Clancy, Vonderchek, Duplessis and Ferenc Hevesi.
Well, it's good news for Rick Corporal, who's been given the chance to break away ever so slightly, but Joey Carney very strong on the brakes into turn 10, gaining probably 3 or 4 kart lengths indeed as they make their way towards the back straight. But this is tremendous news up front for Stein Hansen, who set the fastest first sector of anyone on that lap just gone. As they make their way into the final chicane, Rick Corporal now having to seriously think about defence when it comes to Joey Carney, who's behind him. Carney with a lot of two-stroke experience in those Oren Henry Racing overalls. He goes for the move into turn number 1 up the inside of the Dutchman, and that is clean cut. It's like a hot knife through butter. Joey Carney up into P3.
Great work from the Irishman. That puts him at the head of the trio, and now he's going to have a bit of pressure off the curbs as Corporal comes back to him. Up on the inside will also go Wargo. He tries to wrestle his way through. It's not successful. But guys, you're missing the big picture here. The two guys up front are disappearing. This is turning into a fairy tale for Stein Hansen and Paolo Wieleman. They are stretching this lead massively as Corporal, Kearney and Wargo continue to battle for third position. That's all you're going to get if you keep this up. You've got to stop this mess and start charging together.
Well, I think it is at the stage now where it's starting to become a matter of pride. Unfortunately, even in the low temperatures, things are starting to get heated up in this battle.
This is more like it, though. This is what it's supposed to be. You've got to team up and work together. Corporal is defending on lap 4. He seems to have absolutely no faith in the long-range pace. You've got to team up. Look, you've got 7 karts in the line now. 7 karts will go through the field faster than 1. If you team up, you can still catch the leaders.
Tremendous news for Stein Hansen, who has now set the fastest lap, a 1:04.069, and stretching out his gap over Paolo Wieleman by now just north of 1 second. Doing a tremendous job for the Netherlands, carrying on his strong pace. Indeed, Paolo Wieleman really running around in a league of his own as Rick Corporal. We saw this yesterday as well. Ever so defensive, and now the victim of an attack by Carney. Carney now having to defend from Vargo, who's trying to nip up the inside, and this could really end quite poorly for Carney, losing potentially a multitude of positions.
I wonder if Corporal is really struggling for tyres here. This could be a real problem. 3 wide in the kink. You never see that at Valencia, and it was very brave indeed for all 3 men to keep their foots planted, and somehow they all squig out of the chicane in formation. Incredible from Corporal. Now on the inside, Wargo comes through, and he's going to be completely hampered here, Corporal, all the way down to P6 as Vargo, Weiler and Vonderchek all find their way past.
And this is really a battle now that's starting to stretch down. This is going all the way down to Ronnie Legg in position 18. So the battle for third is, by my calculation, measuring up 15, indeed now 16 karts.
Look at Stein Hansen out in front, though. He's 2 seconds clear of Paolo Wieleman, who in turn is 2 seconds clear of Wargo. This is an absolute fairy tale for the Dutchman up front. He's got no pressure at all for the last 4 laps when he comes across the line. Stein Hansen, look at it. It's daylight between himself and Wieleman's got a very nice cushion between him and Wargo. This is exactly what the leaders wanted, and these guys have spent so long dueling away with each other that they've allowed the leaders to get clear. This is a nightmare for them. Oh, there's a spin in the chicane. We lost someone from the leading group. Who was that that's gone? It's Billy Clancy, I think. Federica Vasey's gone as well. So Billy Clancy dropped back. Federica Vasey has crawled across the line just in behind Lorenzo Benetti. So this is not going the way that the British driver wanted. Look at Rick Corporal. He really is parking the bus. I think he's got tyre problems.
I wouldn't be at all surprised, but even yesterday, early on, we saw Rick Corporal parking the metaphorical bus and making that T4 very, very wide indeed. But he is now seemingly starting to attack Fernando Wheeler in front, who picked up a personal best result up the inside. That looked like it was almost a defensive move that turned into offense. Now up the inside goes Derek Vargo, the young American who's managed to dispatch Rick Corporal quite easily there with the cutback into the final sector.
Yeah, you really need to know that move is going to work if you're going to commit to it, because you just concede the inside line a corner later as through comes Vargo. Corporal's got the measure to go with him, and that's going to catch up Wheeler, who will desperately hang on over the curbs, and he needs a little bit of a bump draft from the car behind Joey Kearney, sorry. Then Vodacek, Duplessis, Parks, Novak, Paul, Clancy and Cairns. It is very tight in behind, but Stein Hansen is oblivious to it all. He's in the 103s while everybody else is in the 104s. Amazing work from the Dutchman up front. He is just monstering away. He's 4 seconds clear of Paolo Wieleman. This is extraordinary dominance in T4 Junior.
Indeed, Stein Hansen, that last lap, more than a second quicker than Paulo Wielerman in second place. As we see now, Derek Vargo having to go defensive to fend off Rick Corporal, who seems to love that inside white line. Joey Carney trying to make a move on Fernando Wheeler, indeed makes that move successfully, and now Wheeler being bumped down the order. That's very unfortunate for the Guatemalan, who's shown so much good pace over his last 4 Nations Cup appearances.
Yeah, that's Fernando Wheeler going a long way back from where he wanted to be. 5th position, now becomes 9th. And as he works his way through the chicane in the train with everybody else, they're in command of their faculties. Wargo 3rd as Corporal defends again from Kearney this time. I really wonder how good the tyres are for Rick Corporal at this stage. It's looking pretty treacherous for him. He knows how to brake late, but if there's not enough traction and grip coming up... Oh, there's a wheel off! There's a wheel off in front of us. That is the 294 of Delano Winkel losing his wheel and spinning off into turn 1. The wheel parted company down the straight, and now it has gone off at turn 1, and there's contact further round as well. That looks to be Ronnie Legg, who has had an incident there, I think, with the 247 of Kingston Antoniuk. So yeah, there is the Canadian recovering. So all sorts of chaos in this one. There's an off for the first corner. That is Delano Winkel, his wheel coming off the cart on the left rear. And so there is going to be a yellow flag down at turn 1. So there'll be no overtakes into that corner. That could really neutralize the third turn as Stein Hansen goes across the line with one hand in the air, aware of the yellow flag and with plenty of time. 5.5 seconds over Wheelerman. And look at the duel for third position, but they're under yellow flags. They can't overtake yet.
And I have to pose the question, is Rick Corporal playing team games here? Is he playing rear gunner for Stein Hansen and trying to get all of the other drivers to use up their tyres quicker? Is this strategy from Team Netherlands, who have agreed perhaps that the driver who is furthest back will just try and hold up everyone else, get them involved in battling and ultimately sacrifice their own race for the good of the overall victory in the class?
Well, there is a genuine chance here that Stein Hansen could get one of the biggest victories in T4 history here. 5.3 seconds clear in the superheat is an absolute age. He's got the length of the back straight over Paulo Wielerman as he comes up to the chicane. I've never seen dominance like it in T4 Junior. Stein Hansen, absolutely dominant in T4 Junior in the superheat. He will start pole for the final, no question about that. Wielerman comes through in second. Who's going to be third? It's going to be Wargo, just ahead of Corporal Kearney, Vonacek, Violet, Novak, Clancy and Parks, with Duplessis, Poor, Cairns, English and Ward all in that mix as well. Adela Prosova was the next one home in 16th. She deserved so much more. But what a phenomenal duel it was between the drivers from 3rd down to 15th, all the way to the checkered. 9 seconds back from this man, Stein Hansen, who was in a different league to everybody else. I wonder if he's got 2 engines on that car.
Well, Stein Hansen towards the end of the race was lapping a full second quicker than Paulo Wielerman behind him, backed off slightly on the final lap to only lap almost half a second quicker than Wielerman. So absolutely sensational performance from Stein Hansen in his T4 Nations Cup debut, showing so much talent, so much ability and so much maturity. Not too many big movers in that race. Andre Novak did a good job to gain 7 positions, finishing in position number 8. Everyone else sort of finishing roughly where they started. Riley Parks gained 4 positions to finish in 10th. Joey Carnes, finished in 13th, also gaining 4 positions. Ronnie Legg gained 6 to finish in 17th, and Adela Brusova, after that unfortunate first corner incident, did very well, it has to be said, to finish in 16th, 2 positions higher than where she started. We'll be overjoyed to see our next group of juniors taking to the circuit in just under 7 minutes' time. What a tremendous affair that is going to be, although an awful lot to live up to, it has to be said, for Ronan Komphaus and Damian Beganovic, who will be leading the pack towards the lights. Jaromir Arkhipov will be starting in 3rd in front of Tace Van House, so 75% of the first 2 rows of the grid will be consisting of Dutch drivers. What a tremendous affair it is going to be. Be very interesting to see if there's any tactics from Team Netherlands at this stage of the race. Jaromir Arkhipov, it has to be said, is going to have it all to do.
Yeah, see now this next of the T4 Junior Superheats is going to decide who is going to join Stein Hansen on the front row of the grid. Is it going to be Ronan Campois or is it going to be Derek Wargo? It'll be one of those two, with Wargo now taking a point score of 9 points from all of the heats. That is qualifying heats plus the super heat. Ronan Campois is currently on a score of 5, just one less than Stein Hansen, but he cannot do better than him now. He has to stay in second position at the very best, but at the very worst, he'll drop back behind Derek Wargo's score of 9 points. So to secure that front row of the starting grid, Ronan Campois needs a top 3 finish. If he finishes first, second or third, he will join Stein Hansen on the front row of the starting grid for the final. That's what's at stake for Ronan Campois. If he is 4th or lower, it'll go back to count back. If he is 5th, if he is 4th, it'll go to count back. If it's 5th or lower, then the front row of the grid becomes the American Derek Wargo. So there's a lot of pressure on Ronan Campois. The good news for his fans is that he will be starting this superheat from pole position alongside Damian Bogdanovic, as Riley Bishop there going from 5th on the grid, already in handshake mode. That's what I love about the T4 Nations Cup. Yes, it's tough. Yes, it's brutal, but there is sportsmanship all the way down this paddock.
There certainly is. Many of these drivers are appearing here for their first taste of true international competition, and it's a tremendous learning experience, especially for the new drivers. Of course, many of these drivers also having experience in international contests in other series, in other categories, in other machinery. Many of them, however, coming here for the first time ever. And it's wonderful to see the kind of camaraderie and community around the paddock. In fact, that is the reason why we have one long tent. In any other international race event, you would see team tents, or perhaps you'd have a number of different nation tents set up. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, we have, well, previously we had 3 long tents. Now this year we have one huge tent, almost spanning the entire, probably longer than the main straight when you have to walk it, and then a slightly smaller tent towards the side, and it really does create an amazing sense of community. I know Team Ireland have been playing mind games with everyone around them by blasting out the fields of Athenry and the like over the loudspeakers that they brought with them in the trucks all the way from the likes of Kiltorcan Raceway. And but fantastic to see that kind of sportsmanship and a little bit of mind games as well, but all in good fun.
No, it is in very good spirit, and I was walking the tents for a lot of Friday and a lot of Thursday as well, and it's great to see people in good spirits, saying hello to people when they pass them as well, whether they speak the same language or not. And that's something that very, very rare karting paddocks can generate in such a form. You've really got to be patting these guys on the back. They've created a paddock that people want to be in. They want to shake hands. They want to build friendships. They want to get to know people from different cultures. People bringing different foodstuffs, of course, with them, sharing lunch with each other to get to understand a little bit more about each other's cultures, about each other's nations. That's what we're supposed to do as a society. We're supposed to be communal. We're supposed to learn more every day we come to the circuit. And that's what karting gives you in a way that other forms of motorsport just doesn't. And certainly with Tillotson T4, to have these 2 giant tents that encompasses everybody, it encourages conversation, it encourages networking, and these guys are going to build these friendships and bonds that could last the entirety of their lives.
We certainly have. I mean, even us in the last couple of years of being at the Nations Cup, we've met some incredible people, even the likes of Fabian Lanz, who we were speaking to yesterday, the women's ambassador here at the Nations Cup, who's taking care and giving some coaching tips to our 8 lady racers that we have here this weekend. We would never have met her if it wasn't for the T4 Nations Cup, quite likely. Indeed, most of the South Africans I would probably have never met, and they're some of my greatest friends now. I'm happy to say that I've been offered pizza by them more times than I care to count. In fact, I've probably been better fed by the South Africans than I have by any other people on the planet here at the T4 Nations Cup. And it's tremendous to see, especially on a Sunday afternoon after the racing has finished. Those who have been disappointed by their results, those who are absolutely over the moon, they all just come together and share in the joy of simply being together at a racetrack.
Baby steps, Simon. First step, pizza. Next step, flight to Cape Town. It'll happen. Don't you worry.
When?
Love
Take
it.
me there now.
Take me there now. I'm the same as you. I'd love to visit. Ronan Kampois and Damian Beganovic are going to make this an all-Dutch front row as the temperatures now climb to 20 degrees Celsius. So it's still going to be a hot day, even though it's a lot cooler than it was yesterday. And considering that we started the broadcast at 16 degrees Celsius, that shows you how quickly that sun coming up over the top of the mountains does its damage to the air temperature and the circuit temperature here. It elevates very, very quickly. At this time of year in Valencia, it is almost freezing cold in the morning and in the nighttime. During the daytime, it is baking hot. It's almost like an oven. So it really is a circuit of two climates over the course of 24 hours as everybody getting themselves positioned and ready on the pit wall to cheer on their favorite drivers. From the Netherlands, from Great Britain, from Spain, from the Philippines, from Ireland, from Ukraine, from Costa Rica, and from the United States. And that's just one superheat, by the way. Plenty of nations all the way through this program, touching all four corners of the globe. They've come as far from Canada in the north of the American hemisphere, all the way to Australia, down in the Australasian archipelago. Amazing stuff for all of the competitors here. There is the 296, the British talent Ralphie Branscombe, as he gets himself out onto the circuit. Already a three-time British champion across multiple categories. So he's definitely one to watch out for as he makes waves in his first Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Here we go. Ronan Kampois and Damian Beganovic. Jaromir Arkipov and Toys van Huys. Riley Bishop and Marcus Ryan Alamo. Then Kevin Hayes and Ralphie Branscombe. And then it is Finlay Lyons. Watch for him in 9th place along with Ivan Koptiev. Pierre Carnet doing well in 11th along with Thies Hermus. Then it is Julian Lahman for Costa Rica alongside the American Ashton Pearson. Then Valentina Helena, one of the fastest of the ladies. Ben O'Keefe, David Koliaka and Wesley Brereton. Then Santiago Navas of Costa Rica from Rem Schmidt of Latvia. Ava McMahon, Jet Hengster, Alejandra Chalita and Saoirse McMahon of Ireland.
Well, what a talented grid we have, and Ronan Kampois will be doing his utmost to get a good start alongside Damian Beganovic, who will likely be competing for the exact same piece of racetrack. But Jaromir Arkipov, a fast starter, we know. Some other drivers to be watching out for. Pierre Carnet has also made up quite a few positions in his heats in only his first year of racing properly. Also on the move in previous heats has been the likes of Santiago Navas. Indeed, yesterday doing a good job to gain some positions in his final heat of the day. But Finlay Lyons starting in 9th. He's going to have a score to settle after his unfortunate collision in his first heat yesterday. He's going to be a man on the move starting P9.
Great to see you all on the live stream. We've got people tuning in from Brazil just as they're waking up for breakfast. And then we've got the likes of Michael Burke, who's tuning in at just coming up to 8 p.m. in Australia. So this is a very global competition now. Great to see everybody tuning in. Are we going to get to see another flamboyant race battle? Let's find out as we charge our way to the first corner. Ronan Kampois has got Jaromir Arkipov going with him to the first corner. Riley Bishop tucks in there as well. And following through, is that going to be a move from Kevin Hayes to get into 4th place? He can't quite finish it off. So through into 4th place settles Damian Beganovic. There's contact further back as carts find themselves in a sideways motion. 2 or 3 of them have spun out. But look at Riley Bishop trying to fight his way back into 2nd position. He's made it work. Riley Bishop into P2 from what was 5th on the grid. Now he's got one man to face, and that is Ronan Kampois.
What a start then by Bishop as we see a move up the inside of the 241 machine of Kevin Hayes. Kevin Hayes losing out now. That's Finlay Lyons making his way past him, and now coming under attack is the 234 machine of Jaromir Arkipov, it looks like, who's fallen down the order.
He's got them both.
And straight away into business goes Finlay Lyons, and now he goes chasing down Damian Beganovic for his next target.
4th position for Finlay Lyons. What a start. What did we say? He comes from 9th on the grid to P4, and he's already going for P3 on the inside of Damian Beganovic. He monsters through on the inside line. Cheers for the memories, boys. Now I'm on the podium so far. So it's Kampois, Bishop, Lyons, Beganovic, Arkipov and Pierre Carnet. What a start from Pierre Carnet, up to P6 for the Irish driver. Excellent stuff. Ralphie Branscombe battling away with the likes of Toys van Huys and Marcus Ryan Alamo. Good moves as well from Helena, O'Keefe and Brereton. They've all made progress. The 2 that spun on the first lap sadly were Santiago Navas and David Koliaka. They've both recovered, but they're now down at the tail. as it's already getting a little bit feisty between Campois and Bishop. Bishop really wants a victory from this superheat.
Tace Van House making progress up the inside of Pierre Carnet as well to take 6th position away from the Irishman. Pierre Carnet, his father French-born but living in Mayo in the west of Ireland, doing a fantastic job here at his first Nations Cup appearance, really taking the heat to the big boys as we see the leaders cross the line. It is now Camphouse leading with Riley Bishop just behind him and Finlay Lyons. Now Finlay Lyons and Riley Bishop have history from yesterday. That's going to be a very interesting battle if it comes to pass.
Right, I don't have a lot of experience of racing these kind of karts at this level, but I know what's going on in Riley Bishop's head right now. He's checked over his shoulders a couple of times here. He's seen that it's Finlay Lyons already up into 3rd place, and he's setting fastest lap pace. He wants to work with Ronan Campois now, stretch away. Do not give Finlay Lyons a bite of this cake, because if he does, he's going to take the whole slice, and it's going to be tricky now to work his way away from a fired up Finlay Lyons, who is so rapid at this point. Bishop trying to stretch away. Campois is obviously just doing his own thing up front, hoping that he'll get a little bit of support. But you can see already the moves that Lyons has made. He's set the fastest lap, fastest first sector, fastest second sector. It's inevitable that this is going to become a trio rather than a duo.
Now it's very unlikely that we'll see Finlay Lyons and Riley Bishop lining up in the same sort of area come the final with the combined points. Finlay Lyons unfortunately being disqualified from the first heat due to a technical infringement. Of course, something that he had nothing to do with, but a very unfortunate result for the young Briton. Doing a good job to bounce back, however, it has to be said, the Argenti Academy driver putting in another fastest lap as we see a move for the lead now. Riley Bishop taking Ronan Campois in fantastic fashion. He's really starting to get a move on now that he's seen Finlay Lyons closing up behind.
I thought Campois was getting a little bit loose on the way into the first chicane, and that's how Riley Bishop was able to line him up. The momentum came back to him. So Bishop able to take the lead, and that's a little bit of a relief now for the British driver to put Campois between himself and his British rival. Meanwhile, we've got this great duel going on between Arkhipov, Van Hoys and Carnet, and Carnet is on it. He gets the move there on Toys Van House. Very nicely done from Pierre Carnet, and that's a move that's going to set him up for another crack at the top 5. Meanwhile, Bishop, Campois, Lyons and Beganovic, that's your top 4, and look, they have broken clear of Arkhipov, Carnet and Van Hoys as they continue their duel. Alamo's there in 8th position as well, trying to close up with Hermus, Hayes and Koptiev for company. Branscombe and Valentina Helena are in that little mix of drivers too, but it's 2 by 2 hurrah. Bishop and Campois, Lyons and Beganovic. But is Lyons going to take Beganovic with him? Well, now it's the Dutchman who gets the fastest lap of the race. Damian Beganovic bangs in a 1:03.5, and that tells me that Lyons and Beganovic are going to be quicker for the next lap or so than Bishop and Campois. This will be a quartet before long.
So it's a British 1-3 and a Dutch 2-4, so it's very much...
Contact further back. Sorry, Simon. We've had 2 karts come off the road together and then recover, and there's 2 of them on top of each other. Goodness me, that's a nasty end to the battle for Ben O'Keefe, who's tangled up there with the 212, his countryman, Wesley Brereton. That's an embarrassing moment for Team Ireland.
It certainly is. Ben O'Keefe, who celebrated his birthday on Tuesday, I believe, having a very unfortunate time here this weekend. Very difficult situation there for Team Ireland. There's going to be some handshakes and some words had in the Team Ireland tent after this race, but Brereton unfortunately not going too well in this race, indeed having some fairly rotten luck this weekend in terms of the pace that he's been able to find.
Right, Ronan Campois looking for that gap to get back on terms with Bishop as Finlay Lyons bangs in another fastest lap, and Ashton Pearson picks up a warning flag as well by the look of it. So the American there with a warning flag that goes onto our timing screens now. Campois trying to stretch with Riley Bishop. He's seen Finlay Lyons over his shoulder. He knows that Lyons is going to be a threat as well, so he wants to stay well clear. And don't forget that Campois can't afford to lose too many points, because he's got to think about the front row of the final grid. If he finishes 5th or lower, it suddenly becomes Wargo on the front row of the grid and not Campois. So he can't afford to get into hot water. The top 3 would do it. 4th it would go to Countback, 5th it would go to Wargo, so he cannot afford to get too scrappy in these last 3 laps, but he's doing the business here, going away with Bishop. Lyons is going to have to find something special to keep up with them.
He certainly will. I have to offer a word of correction. Ben O'Keefe's birthday was indeed on Thursday, so celebrating with some practice sessions, so he was. And the T4 kart, a brilliant birthday present, but unfortunately in this instance it was on top of his front nacelle, which isn't exactly where you would want to find it. Ronan Campos now really starting to hammer down with a 103.2. Starting to put pressure on Riley Bishop in front, but Riley Bishop starting to stretch away a little bit through that first sector. This battle calming down as we're on lap 7, so next time it round it will be the penultimate lap, and then we can really start to expect to see the gloves coming off, Jake.
Such maturity from Ronan Campoy, sat behind Bishop, looking after Ty as well. The British driver in the lead, checks over his shoulder, knows that Campoy is there, but also knows that Lines is. He doesn't really want to give Campoy the lead. He's got to try and figure out his own plan. As it stands, Bishop will be 7th. He takes a lot of curb through the chicane. That's going to unsettle him. Campoy has got to take the bait up to the inside line, and Campoy will surely get the lead in a turn 1. Not a lot that Riley Bishop could do about that one. Once you've got that much of the car over the curbs, you're going to lose a couple of kilometers an hour. Bishop, though, bounces back in style and takes it back. This is not good news for Campoy. That's going to back him into Lines, and Bishop has thrown the anchor over the side of the cruise liner. He wants to park this bus and put Campoy into the path of Finley Lines.
Damian Beganovic is going to be thinking, what can I do from here, having started in 2nd position. As we see, defensive to the inside goes Riley Bishop. Ronan Campos doing his utmost to try and get through, but here comes Finley Lines. Finley Lines up the inside and takes both of them. But Campos comes back. What a move from Campos. He took such a disadvantage, flicked it round, and now suddenly, by some miracle and skill, he's found himself in 1st.
3 race leaders in 2 corners. Now Lines dives in on Riley Bishop, gets the lead back again, and for the first time in this superheat, Finley Lines is going to cross the line in the lead. Campoy 2nd, Bishop is 3rd, Beganovic is 4th. Here comes Campoy. They're all tucked up right behind Finley Lines, who is not going to give them an inch. This kart is going to be as wide as a London bus. In through the chicane. Finley Lines holds it up on the curbs. He parks it to the inside radius. Is there going to be even a whiff of a gap? Not a chance. Lines knows exactly where to place the car. He's now hoping that Bishop will have a crack at Campoy, and that will settle the difference and give him some space. But Campoy and Bishop know that Lines is going to be a very tough walnut to crack here. Here comes Bishop round the far side. Tucks in for the undercut. He's got them both. Riley Bishop. Magic move from 3rd to 1st in an unbelievable sweep. That's a magic overtake from Riley Bishop with so much at stake this week. That is the move of the week from Riley Bishop. Fantastic. Now he's got to hold on from Lines. Lines has got to put him under pressure. Stay off the curbs. It's going to be tight to the wire. Campoy can get a run on Lines, but it will be Riley Bishop. What a victory for the 235. Riley Bishop, the hero of the hour.
Well, a fantastic victory there from Riley Bishop, the 235 machine coming across the line, the man who's crowdfunded to make his way to the Nations Cup, and he is showing that to be a tremendous investment of a few pounds apiece. My goodness, what a move from Riley Bishop on the final lap. He's been there or thereabouts, but that was a mark of class. Such intelligence, such ability, such strategy to plan out that move and make the cutback through a corner of turn 10 where it can so easily play to your disadvantage on the exit of 11, just managing to finesse it perfectly and taking home the victory in the superheat. What a win for Riley Bishop.
That is how you do that. Absolutely amazing from Riley Bishop. Just stunning, absolutely stunning move, catching out the very unaware Finley Lines and Ronan Campoy there, but Lines has done an amazing job to creep his way up into 2nd place from 9th on the grid. That's going to do his final grid position no end of good, and that will help him to really charge his way back. Knowing that he can go from 9th to the fight for the victory puts him back in contention essentially for the Nations Cup in T4 Junior as an individual driver. So that's what he'll be planning later on. Maybe he's got a little bit more to save for later. Here's your schedule. T4 Senior Superheats coming up, then the 168, and then the finals for Mini, Junior, Senior, and Senior 168. There'll be a fairly hefty pause as the Bambinos will have their final, and then we will have our podium presentation at 5 p.m. local time. That's when we'll crown our individual winners, And of course, we'll also crown the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've had victories for the UK, the United States, and last year, Germany. Is this the year when we get a fourth nation to triumph in the T4 Nations Cup? We'll take a quick pause. When we come back, the seniors will kick it on apace.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demergen, president of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nation Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
Great to hear from the supporters and the inspiring people that make T4 Nations Cup what it is. Getting ourselves ready then for the T4 Senior Super Heats. There's already some dramatic news from the world of T4 Mini as the deck has been shuffled a little bit from the previous race. The warning flags that were given to drivers, of course, immediately come with a 5-second time penalty, but there were some front fairings as well that's shaken up the order for the T4 Minis grid. That means that for the final for them, we're going to see Bogdanovic start on pole from Jack Harney, Lewis Kokoldi, Moknak Sakar, Diego Beradone and Logan Rolfe in the top 6. That's going to be one heck of a T4 Mini final a little bit later on. We're still waiting for the final confirmations of the T4 Junior races. That will come later. But for now, we're going to have the Battle Royale that is the Super Heat Showdowns in T4 Senior. Jorn Bremer, the man who came through as the leader in the interim heats, will line up on the first grid alongside Lucas Blandford, the British driver who has been such a revelation in his first appearance at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. There is the British driver who has had such an amazing mountain to climb in both his personal and his racing life over the last 3 years. But what an incredible inspiration he has been to many talents, not just back home in Britain, but around the world. 4 championship titles in this season alone. That is an unbelievable feat, and he could well make it 5 if he clinches the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup as an individual driver. That is an astonishing achievement for any racer in karting anywhere in the world to win 4 titles in one season. That is just astonishing, and we're only in October. There's still time for more. Here's the grid. Jorn Bremer and Lucas Blandford on the front row of the starting grid. Stefano Perseguin and Tim van Ellerswijk. Then Brian Wilson and Jose Gomez. Then it's Antonio Martinez and Philip Rawson from Guy Beattie and Daniel Bertzin, Matt Wildman and Jonathan Schrock. Then it is Sam Hall-Hinksman and Jamie Eltzerman, Olivier Lemens and Ricardo Dornbosch from Jesus Sara and Johan Sala. Jack Mackenzie-Smith and Ewan Miller, Riccardo Gasparini and Keith Burke, Joe Bechtold and Max Duda. Then it is Justin Clerc and Marco Ferrezzini, Galapretin and Mario Girones, Marcus Lecambra and Mark Donders. Then Joey Essen, Phil Becker, Andrea Corberi, Marco Rosic, Luke Hornstra, and at the back of the grid, Dominic Gonchaco.
Well, it's going to be a tremendous affair. Jorn Bremer doing a fantastic job, it has to be said, winning the AC heat yesterday. And a man on real form, it has to be said, Jake.
That's a t-shirt and a half, isn't it? Kart or die. I think there's pretty much 250 people in this paddock who live by that motto.
Well, I mean, I've never seen...
I want one of those.
I'm not sure what Nintendo would make of someone who looks distinctly like Luigi.
I want one of those t-shirts.
Well, I'm sure you can get one for an extremely... Go and ask him nicely. And
I will.
He might tell you where he got it from. But it will be Jorn Bremer, who I'm sure also wants that t-shirt, who will be starting on pole. Lucas Blandford. Lucas Blandford, everything he's touched has turned to second, it seems, this weekend. He's going to be looking to go one better, but starting on the outside, it's going to be a challenging feat at turn 1, so it's really going to be all up to him over the next 11 laps.
Well, for Lucas Blandford, there's only one lap you need to lead, and that is the last lap of the final later on. It could all be building to a mighty crescendo, but watch out for Perseguin, flying the flag for Italy. Van Ellerswijk has still not really shown us all of his guide. It's going to be interesting to see what Wilson and Gomez can do. We're going to be starting from the get-go. Off we go, and it's a cracking start from the pole sitter. Bremer with Perseguin going with him as they charge down to the first corner. Almost 3 wide for third position further back as Blandford tries to run this right round the outside. He'll have to slot in behind Perseguin and shake off the attentions of Van Ellerswijk. So that'll do nicely for Blandford. Tucks in behind the man in second place, Stefano Perseguin. What about everybody going through the chicane? They've made it. Good work from the T4 seniors. Everyone is through in fine felt. But up in front, it's Bremer from Perseguin, Blandford, Van Ellerswijk, then Wilson, Martinez and Gomez.
Gomez having a difficult time yesterday. He's another man who's going to be one to watch as he's managed to hold on to his 5th position in which he started. He's actually gained 1 position at the expense of Brian Wilson, it looks like. So good start from Gomez in his home race. Going to be looking to improve. Last year he just missed out on the podium as we see Van Ellerswijk now going for a move up the inside of... That looks to
That's Blandford.
That is Blandford. Blandford falling down the order, unfortunately, starting on the outside. So Tim van Elsbeek managing to make his way through, and that demotes Lucas Blanford down a further position into P4. But it is still Jorn Bremer who leads the way. Stefano Persegin now taken over second place. Tim van Elsbeek really chasing them down in fourth. He's a man who's made fantastic progress in yesterday's heats.
Well, it's an 11-lap race, not a one-lap race, so there's plenty more to do. As skating off the grass goes Jamie Eltzman. He has a real issue there keeping himself on the road. He manages to get back on again, but I think his rivals will not be too happy with him basically skipping the left apex at turn 2. Now we're going to see what Jorn Bremer will do when he's faced with the Italian stallion Stefano Persegin as they go into the left hairpin. Roll the power out into the right, and then you can keep that open through 13. This is where it really opens up back onto the back straight once again. And you can see already that there's a little bit of pressure on Lucas Blanford. He's dropped back quite considerably now to 7th place behind the other two Brits, Rawson and Wildman.
Lucas Blanford getting all out of sorts on the exit there of turn 12 and just being overtaken. He's now fallen down behind Martinez. So Martinez doing his best in position 7, currently sitting where he started. All of the top 6, however, gaining significant positions, barring Jorn Bremer, who is still running where he started on pole.
Wildman is now the fastest man on track, having gained up to P6 ahead of Martinez. And behind, oh, contact further back. Big incident into the chicane as one kart flies over the barriers. They're okay. Everybody has been able to get going again, but it's at the expense of Joe Bechtold. He's the one who ended up getting clattered over. I think it was Johan Salah who basically flew over the tyre barrier and landed incredibly on all 4 wheels. So there was no big accident after the initial contact. It moved the tyres out of line, but we don't even need yellow flags at the chicane as that has been cleared quickly by the Orange Army. Gracias, mi amigos.
Well, Joe Bechtold, a man who has been racing in T4 Ireland this year, but actually won his ticket to come here by racing at that new T4 Kartplex in Ohio that we've been seeing on the brakes, shaking his hand as he moved away from the collision, so potentially going to have to put a bit of ice on that when he gets back to the tent, if he can find some, that is. But the battle for the lead is still very much on. Jorn Bremer just about hanging on to things, but Jose Gomez is still looking to make shapes as Tim van Elsbeek now takes the fastest lap, but he is falling backwards towards Gomez.
Well, Bechtold is now seeking his revenge on Johan Salah. He'll try and close up to him. But Van Elsbeek, as you mentioned, fastest lap, now 3rd position behind Bremer and Persegin. Persegin is just being very smart here in 2nd place, tucked up behind the Dutchman. Meanwhile, Gomez up to 4th. Rawson, Wildman, Martinez, Blanford, Bertsin, Beatty, Paul Hanksman and Eltzman, with Olivier Lemens, who did a great job in the closing stages of yesterday to battle up amongst the top 5. He's got a chance to work his way back into position as well. But there's still a lot to play out. We've got to see how quickly this quartet chasing down the dynamic duo up front are going to get this gap down, and it is already extinguished as we've now got 6. Bremer, Persegin, Van Elsbeek, Gomez, Rawson, Wildman, all in the train, with Martinez and Blanford still close together as well. So this could end up being a very tricky battle as into the chicane we go. And they're very strong battle up front. It's currently half a baker's dozen at the moment, 7 of them in the line, as a big bold lunge there from Gomez to try and hold on from Rawson, but Rawson has pulled out the move of the century for him to dive up the inside in that right hairpin and force Gomez into the path of Wildman.
A bit of hip and shoulder there for Rawson. No love lost though, I'm sure, but Gomez not going to be particularly happy with that being bumped down 1 position. And Gomez, despite his early pace, currently, if he finishes where he is currently at least, he won't even be in the top 8 after the superheat. So Gomez, seemingly his pace just diminishing as the weekend has gone on. Man who won Driver of the Day in 2023, just missed out on a podium in the final last year. Tremendous talent with amazing pace. He showed it earlier in the weekend, but seemingly just not able to replicate it on Saturday or Sunday.
T4 Senior clearly not for the weak, it's only for the strong, and it will be tough to see what Van Elsbeek can do now that he's caught up to Persegin. So Persegin looking good in 2nd place behind Jorn Bremer, who sets another fastest lap, but it's only by fractions. He's still got a lot of potential behind the drivers behind him. Yes, he sets the fastest lap, but Persegin's lap was only 0.04 of a second slower, so he doesn't have dominant pace. And look at how tight it is for everyone behind them. Bremer, Persegin, Van Elsbeek, Rawson, Gomez, Wildman, Martinez, Blanford. The 8 drivers all in the line here with a second back to Bertzin. Guy Beattie, Hall Hinksman, Eltzman and Wilson still within that mix of the top 15. But don't forget, the result of this race will be added to the qualifying heats tally to set the grid. Only the top 36 drivers in T4 Senior will be on that final starting grid. The others will be spectators at the sidelines. So it's important to make good use of these last 5 laps. Van Ellerswijk has got a run on Persegeen, and that'll do nicely. It's the Dutch team, 1 and 2 for the Netherlands.
Dutch dominance here in the T4 Seniors, it seems. A controlled display from Jorn Bremer and a brilliant comeback by Tim van Ellerswijk. He started down the grid throughout the heats, managed to climb his way up consistently as we see a move there from Rawson on Persegeen. Gomez trying to follow him through. A little gesture of the hand there from Persegeen saying, yeah, sure, let's go. But Matt Wildman now follows through and says, oh, that must have been an open invitation. I think I'll take you up on that as well.
Well, Persegeen's got to hope that that's going to be a 2-step back to go 3 steps forward approach as Gomez slices in on Rawson, and Wildman gets them both on the switchback. Fantastic move from Matt Wildman, who goes from P6 to P3 in 4 corners. Great work from the British driver. Now he's going to have to try and close back up to the 2 Dutchmen up front. Will Van Ellerswijk play cautious and play wingman to Bremer, or will he fight for the victory himself? This is all going to be about ego. Has Tim van Ellerswijk got the team mentality here for the Netherlands to give them a 1-2 in the Nations Cup T4 Senior Superheat, or will he go rogue and try and grab a victory himself?
Well, Philip Rawson also capitalised on that bit of a mistake from Gomez and took his opportunity to make his way up into position 4. So he's now putting real pressure on Matt Wildman, who has climbed up 8 positions from where he started. So Matt Wildman, the British driver, really coming back into form this Sunday morning, doing a tremendous job after having a difficult time yesterday, perhaps struggling with the heat, but definitely on the pace in these cooler conditions. Now chasing down Tim van Ellerswijk, who is by no means a slouch. He's finished second here in the last 2 T4 Senior finals, so a returning runner-up, a double runner-up over the last 2 Nations Cups. Jorn Bremer really giving him a challenge when it comes to unsettling that record, however.
That didn't take long for the quartet to close up on the duo as Gomez makes the move on Rawson into turn 1. That's lovely for P4 from the Spaniard, but Wildman has caught up to Van Ellerswijk, so I don't think Van Ellerswijk is going to be able to play his cards so easily with Wildman all over him. A 102.9 for Matt Wildman. Consider how far these tyres have gone through the week, and he's still able to produce a 102 from this card. Absolutely amazing laps from Matt Wildman there. The only 3 drivers able to go under the 103 are Wildman, Rawson and Gomez. Fantastic work from them. Now we're going to see a bid from Gomez on the inside of Wildman. He takes 3rd place back. Rawson needs to keep his wits about him. There's still a door open. Now it's shut by Wildman as Joan Sala picks up 5 seconds for the warning flag. That's unfortunate for the Spaniard. That's going to drop him all the way down the order. But he was already there, of course. Retirements for Mario Giriones and Kalle Bretin. But Johan Sala getting involved in that incident with Joe Bechtold. He carried damage. And now the warning flag for that incident takes him to another 5 seconds added to his tally. But up front, it is Bremer, Van Ellerswijk and Gomez.
Lucas Blandford currently sitting at the back of this train. He really needs to start thinking about getting a move on if he wants to have a good result when it comes to the combined points. And as I say that, trying to make a move up the inside of Martinez, not able to get anything out of it. But currently, if Blandford finishes where he is, he's going to drop from 3rd in the overall point standing down to 4th. Now, mercifully for him, he was but a few laps ago set to drop from 3rd to 5th as we see a move there by Gomez up the inside of Van Ellerswijk. Matt Wildman once again opportunistic, wily as a fox, trying to make his way through and has succeeded, and Ellerswijk now down to 5th.
Yes, Rawson found the gap on the inside line there as well. So Gomez, Wildman and Rawson all found the gap on Tim van Ellerswijk. Has Gomez got time to charge back and take the win from Jorn Bremer? We're going to find out. We're on the last lap, and it's mighty lap from Jose Gomez there, a 103.1 to get close, trying to get up the inside. Van Ellerswijk tries the move on Rawson. No room at the end, no gap big enough to make a car wide. Is there going to be a chance from Wildman? That could have been the big hammer blow to Gomez's chances. Now Waalman's going to have to play cautious to defend from Ross and Van Ellerswijk and Persegin. But what about Gomez? He really is eating up the road. There goes Rossa for third. That opens the door. There goes Van Ellerswijk. Persegin's going to try and squeeze through on Waalman as well. It was a good move while it lasted, but Waalman's back down to P6. We've got an off of the main straight. That looks like Brian Wilson, I'm afraid. So Brian Wilson out of this one. Rawson dives for the inside of Persegin. Can't get there, and there's contact. Off goes Van Ellerswijk. He almost climbs over the rear bumper of Matt Waalman. Gomez has got Bremer on a breakaway down the back straight. Can he slice in the final chicane and take the win away? He knows he needs to. He's going to follow him home. Can he get a better line off the final turn? He can't. Bremer's going to take it from Gomez. Persegin, what a comeback to third for the Italian ahead of Rawson. Gomez will be happy with second place. He'll have to be. But what a drive from Jorn Bremer. When it was looking like it was all Gomez and Rossa, Jorn Bremer has quietly, consistently got himself into the position. And you know what? That's actually Jorn Bremer's first win of the week. What a time to do it.
Well, what a tremendous victory from Jorn Bremer. I have to offer you a correction there, Jake. Jorn Bremer has been, he won the AC heat indeed yesterday.
He did, my apologies.
And, I believe he also may have taken a heat victory on Friday, but a fantastic performance by him. It was a lovely Sunday drive for Jorn. They're leading essentially from lights to flag indeed, while everything happened behind him. Jose Gomez, a fantastic performance to make his way up into second.
You just saw Brian Wilson there, and he is up on his feet. That is very good news indeed. So that is very good to see. Sorry to cut across, but we wanted to update you with Brian Wilson's condition. An accident on the straight, never nice, but fortunately he is okay. That's good news.
Indeed, and a disappointing result for Lucas Blanford as well. It has to be said, falling down the order. He got involved in that battle with Antonio Martinez and really just fell off the back of that leading train. Unfortunate to have a poor result, and that will cost him in terms of the point standings. He was ranked third out of 103 senior drivers yesterday evening, so unfortunate to be entering into Sunday with a difficult result, but he will be back in the final and he will be competing towards the front.
So leading up to that superheat, Jorn Bremer had only taken a single victory, that one he got yesterday. He finished second to Rossa in that first qualifying heat on the Friday, but getting a second win just in time for the final. That's perfect timing for Jorn Bremer. But now we have got ourselves a tough mission on our hands again, as we have now got the second of the T4 Senior Superheats, and get this for a top 10 grid. Ian Quinn, pole position. Federico Peters, second from Portugal. Andrea Guereschi of Italy, along with Jimmy Cabrera of the United States. Dylan Thompson, the man who kicked the winning ball rolling for us in the very first heat of the week back on Friday for South Africa. Richard Chaker in 6th position. Calvin Pratt in 7th for Ireland. Noah Rossa, P8, the man who would be king had it not been for that chain guard falling off, dropping him through the pit lane. He's got to fight back from 8th position on the grid for this one. If anyone can, Noah Rossa can. 9th on the grid for Timo Hermus, and then 10th for Eric Cuesto. There is the T4 senior classification from the previous superheat. Bremer from Gomez, Persegin, Rawson, Waalman and Martinez, with Blanford struggling home to 7th in the end ahead of Betzin and then Guy Beattie. So that tells us a lot about how this is going to work its magic round. What does that do to the provisional grid positions for the final in the top 8? Well, it promotes Peters to 3rd ahead of Blanford, and he's got a 6-point gap to make that happen. So that's how much time Blanford has lost there. Cabrera and Thompson are now elevated up into 7th and 8th at the expense of the drivers around them. So they need a decent result to keep hold of those 4th row starting positions. But Jorn Bremer is confirmed as the pole position sitter for the final. Having taken the win in the superheat, he can now not be caught. Ian Quinn can get 3 points to him. He's currently 3 points there. If he wins this superheat, then he will remain on the front row of the grid. But Federico Peters will want to take something from him, as of course will the likes of Jimmy Cabrera, Dylan Thompson, and the man with the plan and the former champion, Noah Rossa. There's a lot to play for in this particular superheat.
Indeed, we can say that Noah Rossa, with a degree of confidence, is not going to be starting within the top 8. He'll be lucky to be starting within the top 10, indeed, for the finals. but a man who's more than capable of pulling things back, certainly. Now, Federico Peters, he's been struggling with the pace. He did take a victory in the last heat of the day yesterday, but up until then he was consistently starting on pole and dropping back by 4, 5, perhaps 6 positions in a heat. So a difficult day for him up until close of play yesterday. He'll be looking to get off to a good start. Now, he does have a little bit of breathing room, 6 points between him and Blanford in the overall point standing, so Federico Peters can afford to go a bit easy here, but not by much. He doesn't really want to be finishing any further down than about 4th in this race, otherwise that's really going to cost him. Lucas Blanford is going to be watching on from the sidelines thinking, please Federico, have a bad day. It's one of the few times that anyone would wish a bad day on anyone else. At the T4 Nations Cup, it is all to play for, everyone looking for their best, even if it comes at the expense of others. I'm afraid that on the track is something that is worth it for these drivers. Off the track is a different story, but on the track, almost anything goes.
Yeah, it's the difficulty in this situation. So much of these races are out of the control of the drivers. They just have to focus on their own objectives, focus on their own tasks, and then hope that the race comes to them around them. It's never easy to predict how it's going to play out. The fans in the stands getting themselves ready for this afternoon's big bout. We've only got this race and then the T4 Senior 168 Super Heat before we go for our lunch break. Then it really is business time. The finals in T4 Mini, Junior, Senior, 168 and Bambino. And that will conclude our day and our week of activity. And we will decide which nation is going to be the winner of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in 2025. We've had victories for the United Kingdom in 2022, the United States in 2023, Germany last year. It's looking super ultra competitive in 2025 between the likes of the Netherlands, Great Britain, South Africa, Germany, United States, even a little whisker of hope still for the Spaniards, but there's very little time to change your cards now as we go into the second and final of our super heats in T4 Senior. Let's get it done. Here is the starting grid for that second T4 Senior heat. Ian Quinn, Federico Peters, Andrea Gareski, Jimmy Cabrera, Dylan Thompson, Richard Chaker, Calvin Pratt, Noah Rossa, Timo Hermus, Eric Cuesto, Remy Boltiers, Stephen Miller, Tyler Colchon, Manuel Gonzalez, Yamo Janin, and Josh Allen in front of Warren Russell and Andres Valdeperas, Jiggy Javier and Jose Quesada, Tristan Duplessis and Jason Bradbury, Aaron Coogan and Matthias Milata, then Tyler Brereton and Edvard Jimenez, Danny Krisha and Luke Palmer from Kevin Shannon and Valerio Brandi, then Gerardo Moreno, Wen Zheng Sanan, Ollie Clark, Rafael Fabrega, Maxi Zhang and Nikolaus Zafiris from South Africa.
A sensational lineup led away by Ian Quinn. Federico Peters will be looking to make amends though after his poor performances yesterday, as we see Team UK watching on. Not too much in the way of Team UK talent. In fact, the lead UK driver, Jason Bradbury, starting down in 22nd place. Indeed, he is the only British driver taking part in this heat. So Netherlands, the USA, very much with the advantage in terms of Nations Cup points for this race.
But we did see Bradbury climb up from the 20s into P10 in his final race yesterday. So while he struggled, he has looked after tyres. That could be what makes the difference in this one. But keep an eye on the front of the grid. Ian Quinn leading the charge for the United States. Federico Peters, Portugal's only representative in the Nations Cup. It's almost guaranteed that Portugal will not win the Nations Cup, but that doesn't mean that Federico Peters won't win the final later, because he can still make that happen. So it's going to be very tricky to see what happens in this final run. They are almost stationary as they run through, and a couple of drivers are stalled by the look of it as they run through. I think Kevin Shannon may be having a bit of an issue there. We might see a driver or two having stalled the engines. Look how slow this is from Ian Quinn as they creep, literally tiptoeing their way forward. The drivers have got time to wave to us as they run through. So now we're going to rise our revs. Is this going to be a race start that we can be proud of here? Let's have a look. The answer is no. So we are going to go round again by the look of it. So it's not race trim on this one. We slowed down rather a lot, perhaps too much.
I think that could well have been Ian Quinn just trying to set the pace and back everyone up as much as was possible, so that once he got into the tram lines, he could perhaps start to build those revs and get a good launch when the lights went out. Unfortunately, those drivers behind him not able to match his pace, which was no faster than walking pace, and ultimately coming to a stop, which is, I think, the first time that has ever happened at a Nations Cup, where, while forming up for the grid, the mid-pack and the back of the pack have actually become stationary in forming up that queue.
Well, that's another thing to add to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup bingo card over the years, hasn't it? We've had a fire or two, we've had some wheels fall off, we've had carts rolling and flipping over, we even had a cart drive off on its own on one occasion, 2 occasions in fact, so it's happened a couple of times. You've seen pretty much everything there is to see in kart racing in the Tillotson Nations Cup over the last 4 seasons. Now we get to see the almost stop-start position. It's red flag according to the timing screen. So I don't know if that's going to stay or if it's not. No, it is going to stay as green flags, I believe. Oh no, they're coming back to another very strong run. On the timing screen in front of me, we've gone to red flag on the graphic. So I don't know whether that's actually, I can't see any red flags around. So whether that's a glitch or not, but Ian Quinn slowing us down to a snail's pace. He's actually got the potential to be overtaken by slugs at this pace. So it's going to be tricky now as they come out of the final turn. Ian Quinn backing up the pack big time. Has somebody told him, let's just see how slow we can do this? Because this is much slower than we've seen any of the other starts, but now we are going to be in position, and it's red flag. Red flag comes up on the board. So red flag has come up on the digi board. So that's, the race is going to be stopped by the look of it. Well, I'm not sure what's happening here, but it certainly comes up on the digital screen in front of the start finish line that the race is going to be red flag. Yes, red flags around the course. What is going on?
Now that's very strange. There were a number of marshals standing in the infield, shrugging their shoulders and putting their arms out as if to say, what's happening here? It seemed that the marshals weren't even sure what the story was. Indeed, it comes to something when Jake Sanson has more of an idea what's going on than the marshals with the flags. That's a very strange turn of events. The red flag wasn't even deployed until, I would say, probably about 80% of the grid were in the tram lines, and Ian Quinn was beginning to accelerate.
That's very, very strange. I've never seen anything quite like this one before. Now, remember what I said yesterday. It is within the power of the race director, and there is the race director, to decide, do you know what? I don't like the way you're starting these races. You're not learning, you're not improving. So they have the power within them to move the drivers from the front of the grid to the back. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but they have the power to do it. So are we going to see a very dramatic turn of events here in the second of the T4 Senior Superheats? Could we see a massive shake-up of the way this race is run? All of the officials are stood out here on the main straight. Is Ian Quinn going to get the book thrown at him metaphorically by the officials? This is going to be fascinating. So the drivers line up on the start line, as is part of the protocol. But how is this going to be decided? What is going to happen? First of all, the drivers have to state what the situation is. They have obviously got to put their case forward to the race director. All the engines will be switched off. They'll get out of their carts and they'll talk to our man here, the race director. It's up to him what happens next now. He's got it within his power to do a multitude of different things. He can reset the race completely, he can give us a completely fresh restart, or he can decide to put the 2 drivers on the front row of the starting grid to the back. I've only seen it happen about 3 or 4 times in the last 15 years, but it can happen.
Well, that would be tremendous news for Lucas Blanford if Ian Quinn and Federico Peters, who are currently sitting 2nd and 3rd in the overall point standings, for them to be sent to the back of the grid. It would be an absolute blessing for the Briton after that disappointing first superheat. All of the drivers making their way around to the race director to hear what he has to say. Unfortunately, we don't know what is being said down there, but I'm sure we will be informed in due course. Many different discussions happening with the marshals and indeed with the RGMMC, who are helping us to run this event. And hopefully this won't be too much of a delay before we get underway for our second to last race before our lunch break this afternoon.
Very dramatic with so much on the line to have 2 false starts and a red flag. Drivers are shaking their head in frustration. And it's interesting to look at the body language of some of these drivers. They know that there's clearly going to be a telling off now from the race director. This is like schoolboys round the back of the playground when someone's nicked a bicycle. It's not fun for these drivers, and they will feel very patronized indeed by the situation. But they've obviously got to adhere to what the race director is going to tell them. I'm going to make my way over to the timekeepers. They will be able to tell us a little bit as to what is going to be the process for the start of this race. But of course now, the drivers here in T4 Senior Superheat number 2 are following the instruction of our race director. And this could be neutralized. It could be just a full reset, or it could become very dramatic indeed.
Well, a serious word being had there. All of the drivers keeping their helmets on as though to sort of hide behind the anonymity of those protective structures around their heads. Everyone listening in very intently, many arms crossed, and indeed the leaders being spoken to in very direct terms, it seems. All of the drivers now being directed to go back to their karts. So seemingly that is all that has to be said. A brief word, a stern word, and as now the drivers make their way back to the karts, we'll be able to see if any decision has been made regarding the leading two. Now, it is about 24 degrees out there, so standing round in a huddle is not going to be a particularly pleasant experience in all of that fireproof gear. And look at that now. Noah Rosser has taken it upon himself to replicate the photo that we saw last year where Jake actually sat down next to him on the grid. So Noah Rosser, the man who won the T4 Senior title in 2023, now replicating his pose that he struck with our good friend Jake. And there's Josh East taking a photo with him. Ian Quinn sitting down next to him. They put their arms around each other. Brotherly affection from the two Americans.
We've got to get this on camera. Look at the start-finish line. We've got the two Americans chilling out on the front row of the starting. There they are. Noah Rosser and Ian Quinn. History repeats itself from last year as Noah Rosser goes and chills out on the front row of the starting grid. Last year it was me he got to hang out with. This year,
the beach babes.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
it. This year he gets to hang out with Ian Quinn. I have gone and spoken to the timekeepers, and they've told me the situation. It is going to be a full reset of the grid. There will be no change to the starting lineup. So Ian Quinn and Federico Peters will remain on the front row of the starting grid. There will be no change to the order, so it will be a fresh restart. But he has made it very clear that they need to get the grid formed better for the third and hopefully final attempt.
Well, this will have caused a slight delay in proceedings, which will eat into the lunch break. So the T4 minis will be watching on. They'll be filling up their bellies with sugar and carbohydrates, getting ready for racing in reasonably intense heat this afternoon, it has to be said.
Did you say a shorter lunch break potentially there,
well,
Simon?
I remember in 2023, I believe it was, or potentially even last year, where we had a number of red flags towards the beginning of the day.
Oh, that's right. We only had 10 minutes, didn't we?
We did. I went into the catering tent. I asked Jamie, who we see there holding the yellow flag at the start of the grid. I said, Jamie, when are we back on? He said, 5 minutes. He said, grab something to eat, bring it back up to the box and go again. And so that's exactly what we had to do.
Sounds like there's no potatoes for me this year either. There we go. Stationary yellow flag at the front of the grid then, held by Jamie to make sure that we are all in position, but there will be no change to the starting order. But the drivers have all been informed quite clearly by the race director, do better. Let's get this start underway properly. It's not statutory that you remove the front men from the grid, but it is within the power of the race director to do it if he feels that it's necessary. He has clearly felt it's not. So Quinn and Peters keep their positions on the front row of the starting grid for this restart. The green flag flies, nearly. Now it does. Nothing wrong with Jamie's waving there, but the wind rather caught him off there. So now the drivers will go around one more time, and hopefully it is only one more time. Same starting positions as they were before. So Ian Quinn, Federico Peters, Andrea Gareski, Jimmy Cabrera, Denon Thompson, Richard Chaker, Calvin Pratt, Noah Rosser, Timo Hermos, Eric Cuesto, Rima Boltiers, Stephen Miller, Tyler Corshon, Manuel Gonzalez, Yemo Janin, Josh Allen, Warren Russell, Andres Valdeperas, Jiggy Javier, Jose Casada, Tristan Duplessis, Jason Bradbury, Aaron Coogan, Matthias Melata, Tyler Brereton, Edvard Jimenez, Danny Krischer, Luke Palmer, Kevin Shannon, Valerio Prandi, Gerardo Moreno, Wen Zhang Zenan, Ollie Clark, Rafael Fabrega, Maxi Shang, and Nicolas Safiris to complete this 36-driver grid. And of course, this race is the last chance for drivers wanting to book their place on the final grid of T4 Senior for 2025. Look at this, Mexican waves on the banking there as well. I love this. This is Tillotson T4 all the way. Now it's a nice little flamboyant swing. There was no way we weren't going to get that on the live stream.
It was like if you ever see the videos of the Air Force ground crew marshalling fighter jets out there. It was a bit like an amateur version of that. It was tremendous to see. 15.7 kilometers of racing about to get underway as Ian Quinn and Federico Peters now successfully pilot all of the karts behind them up towards the line, plus about 3 or 4 kilometers of extra formation laps. We are about to get underway.
That's more like it for Quinn and Peters. We wait for them to go through the tram lines. Are we going to get started this time? We are, and we're racing for the second of the superheats. Peters with a perfect launch through to the inside line to shut down the competitors behind him, and he's going to go for the lead on the inside of Quinn, who gets out wide of the marbles. Quinn is going to drop back into third position. Federico Peters launches forward and snatches the lead. The Portuguese powerhouse has taken the lead from second on the grid. Impossible, you may say, but Federico Peters makes it more than possible.
Well, the man who struggled yesterday has really come out the gates in flying form today. Obviously, that word from the race director must have given him some serious inspiration. We've never seen that before, but up the inside again, that looks like Andrea Goreski, who has now taken the lead and fighting back round the outside now. Ian Quinn, he tried it at turn 1. Will he manage it again? No, he won't. Indeed, he's now lost out to Delon Thompson and Jimmy Cabrera, it looks like. So a difficult start to the day for Ian Quinn.
What a tough ride Ian Quinn's had on this first lap as he almost gets squeezed to the grass by Federico Peters. Now they're going to charge down the main straight, and it's Goreski, Peters, Delon Thompson, Quinn, Cabrera, Pratt, Rosser, Cuesto and Chaker. Inside line from Peters. I'll tap this lead back again, thank you. Takes it from the Italian, who gets squeezed wide, drops back into fourth position behind Thompson and behind Ian Quinn. So it's now the Portuguese driver from the South African, the American, the Italian, and 2 Americans as Rosser has fought his way into P6. Watch for the charge forward. Now Thompson gets the run on Peters. Quinn bounces on the inside line on the curbs. So he gets through. Shut down now by Peters as here comes the battle from Goreski and Cabrera. And look who's coming into play. It's Noah Rosser.
Well, fantastic battling all the way through the top 10. What a performance now as we see up the inside. That's Jimmy Cabrera trying to make progress up against Federico Peters as he managed to make the move stick. Around the outside goes Peters. It's a brave one. Noah Rosser is in the equation now. He's up the inside. Will he be able to make manoeuvres? He seems to have got the jump on one of the drivers. That looks like it could even be Peters as we see a move now up the inside of Delon Thompson. So Thompson having to sacrifice the lead to Ian Quinn, who's back on the charge now.
That bombastic move at the start by Federico Peters has been completely undone as he drops the 6th position. A little bit of bumping and marring through the chicane, but just about through in safe formation as a couple of drivers kick up some dirt. But it is Quinn who leads from Thompson, then Cabrera, Goreski, Rosser, Peters, then a bit of a gap to Cuesto, Boltius, Pratt and Hermus. So this is going to be a fascinating duel as Noah Rosser now makes his plant on the inside of Goreski, up into 4th position. What did we tell you? Noah Rosser is always going to fight back, and he is going to leave nothing on the table.
Well, Richard Shaker got bished and boshed out over the curbs at turn 4 and has really fallen down the order now. But as we look to the leaders, Delon Thompson means business, tucking down behind the wheel. A strong headwind starting to emerge on that back straight. The flags flying high on the far side of the circuit as everyone makes their way across the start-finish line to conclude lap number 3 on to lap 4. We're at more than a quarter distance now in this race, 1/3 distance. Still, Ian Quinn leading the way, showing fine form, having fought his way back from 5th position at the start, having lost that first place. Federico Peters now having a difficult time, falling down to 6th, so that lightning lap 1 pace really not sustained as we make our way into the 3rd sector.
So now it's going to be Quinn trying to get away from Thompson and Cabrera, who are trying to team up here to go back after the American up front. But how about this for a pendulum swing in momentum for Team USA, as now up the inside comes Cabrera to get past Thompson. And if Rosser gets through, then it's USA all the way. 1, 2, and 3 if Rosser can get through as well. Suddenly the Americans bounce back to put themselves into the firing line. Quinn is your leader, Cabrera in second, Thompson in third, but look out Delon. Here comes Noah Rosser, and then it will be complete as Tristan Duplessis, one of the South Africans, finds himself under investigation for some form of transgression. Rosser trying to line up Thompson up towards the chicane. It's USA, USA, South Africa, USA, then Italy and Portugal from the two Dutchmen, Bottius and Hermos, and on the inside Rosser makes it a trio of Americans up the front end. Just call him Mr. Ricochet. He has bounced back beautifully.
Well, we said we could never count out the 2023 champion, nor can we count out Jimmy Cabrera. It seems the man who finished third, fifth and fourth in his previous heats, very much flown under the radar, but putting in consistently strong performances, now sitting in second. So it is now a 1, 2, 3 for Team USA. Team USA showing tremendous understanding of tactics, teamwork and communication over the last number of years, indeed winning the Nations Cup in 2023, the year that Rosser took his title. Will we see more teamwork, or will we see a move down into turn one? Rosser has a look, but he thinks better of it.
Rosser is trying to calculate this. If he gets ahead of Cabrera and Quinn to win the heat, he improves his chances of giving USA a strong score in the final without impeding either Cabrera or Quinn's position. So maybe he'll go for it. He does indeed, up in a second place. So Rosser splits the American teammates, but if he gets into the lead ahead of Quinn, it will not affect the starting positions of either Quinn or Cabrera. So there's a bit of an argument to suggest, let's help Noah to really improve our Nations Cup chances. It's looked like Netherlands all the way, but in this superheat, USA have found an answer.
Well, it's clear to us with the live timing in front of us, the obvious choice here for Team USA is to let Rosser go for Quinn to cede that position. It wouldn't affect the points remotely. The big question is, do the drivers know about that, and are they willing to play ball? Very little way of communicating team orders. Of course, no team radios in this T4 series, as we see serious progress being
Here
made
he
by
goes!
Rosser. Moves to the inside, and that is absolutely cutthroat from Noah Rosser. No one is stopping this man.
Ricochet, Rosser up into the lead once again. A big amount of curb from Quinn as he tries to balance it on the way through. Even if Cabrera gets ahead of him, it still wouldn't affect Quinn's position. So it isn't too big a panic for him if he drops to third position. But for Noah Rosser, not only has he got ahead, look at him. He's put daylight between himself and Ian Quinn. So this is absolutely sensational return to form for Team USA as they run 1, 2, and 3. Watch out for the Dutchmen. You guys have your cards marked.
Well, we're in a rare situation now at this stage where a nation is occupying all three of the top three positions. It is 3 by 3 for the top 6. That battle headed up by Delon Thompson for third place. Not a huge amount of action happening there as they try and sprint down towards this American trio who are going to be looking to help each other, it seems, as we make our way through the halfway point of the race.
It's masterful. It's like the New York Police Department on maneuvers up front here. They are absolutely textbook in their positioning, in their choreography, and in their artistry. As further back, the battle for fourth has got messy as Thompson, Goreski, and Peters are going to blows. Peters has managed to get ahead of Goreski. Now he's going to go after the South African. No, that's actually Goreski that's got through into fourth ahead of Thompson and Peters. So Thompson has had a bit of an issue there. The South African dropping to P6 at the expense of the Italian and the Portuguese. What has Federico Peters got back in response? Can he elevate back into P4?
Looks like Timo Hermos, the German, making some moves as well. Excuse me, the Dutchman. My apologies to Timo there for misidentifying the nation state which he is representing. Another strong Dutch contingent as we see All of the drivers making their way up towards the line to complete lap number 8 and on to lap 9. As they come round next time, they will be starting the second to last lap. That is when we can really start to expect battling to emerge.
It looks like we've had an incident between Stephen Miller and Jason Bradbury. They've both dropped back, which is unfortunate for the American and the Britanas up to the inside line. Big challenges coming, and it's going to be very interesting to see if Peters can now take on the man up front, Gadeski, and there's lots of bumping and boring behind them too as Russell takes on Rima Boltes for 8th position. So Rima Boltes might have to really have his work cut out here from Warren Russell. We're going to try and keep an eye on that one as you focus on the 3 Americans up front. Is Quinn going to play safe, or will he decide, you know what, I want to consolidate here in 2nd position and I want to show Noah that this isn't his show?
Well, we've seen so far this weekend, and illustrated no better than in the opening laps of this superheat, Ian Quinn is a man who knows how to overtake. A rare mistake from the man who showed so much dominance yesterday, being bumped out wide at turn 1, falling down to 5th, and then immediately starting the climb, the ascent back up into 1st, dethroned only by a previous T4 Nations Cup champion in Noah Rosser, but very much keeping pace with him. Last time round it was Ian Quinn who set the fastest lap, a 103.2, as is confirmed on the screen. That's a 10th faster than Noah Ross, but Noah Ross fastest through the first sector of this lap, so very much trading sector times.
But this is just going through the motions for these two. They're already booking their places on the starting grid for the final. Quinn set to be 2nd, Cabrera set to be 7th. That's great news for him on the inside line. And Rosser with this victory will not add any more points to his tally. That will improve his chances. He's starting to defend from Quinn, but Quinn says, no, look, I'm not going to try and make the move just yet. Let's just go for the battle. Is there going to be civil war in the United States going into the final lap?
Well, that is the question on everyone's lips. They will see the last lap board. Noah Rosser skillfully puts his kart in the middle of the track, not wanting to sacrifice his run through turn number 1. We've seen it on a number of occasions. Noah Rosser will
he's backed off
vigorously.
Quinn's backed off. Look, he's given Rosser the space. He's not going to challenge him.
Great strategy there from Ian Quinn to just back down on the final lap. Obviously understanding the points tally. I'm not sure do they have visual of that on the live timing screen that's located just towards the end of the straight. We can't see it from our commentary position, but Noah Rosser with a commanding lead. Ian Quinn playing wingman. It's like Top Gun and Goose out there with the 2 Americans at the front, and you have to say Jimmy Cabrera putting in a sterling effort to hang on to that P3 and really keep pace with the front runners.
Yep, our very own Goose and Maverick doing a great job there, but very sensible too from Quinn. There's no point battling on the last lap when you could just finish 2nd anyway and look after the tyres a little more for the final. But here comes Noah Rosser. What a comeback kid as Rosser takes the win from Quinn and Cabrera for an American. 1, 2, 3, a clean sweep ahead of Gadeski, Thompson and Peters with the 4 abreast finish between Pratt, Russell, Boltes, Hermus. Between Pratt in 7th and then Russell, Boltes, Hermus and Questo as they finish between 0.3 of a second, those 4. But Noah Rosser is back in action. He's still in this fight to lift the Nations Cup. He's going to have an amazing job to do come the final. But if he can go from 8th to 1st, then he's still got a chance in the even longer final coming up later on.
I cannot tell you just how disappointed I am, Jake, in getting the Top Gun reference wrong. My goodness, I should be disowned at this stage. That was unforgivable.
Of the 2 of us, you are the aviation expert too.
I am. I can only apologise. Tom Cruise, if you're watching, I didn't mean it. At least I tried. It's the effort that counts, isn't it? A tremendous end to our 2nd of 2 T4 Senior Superheats. And what a performance it was by Team America. Andrea Goreski winning out in that battle between Thompson and Peters as well. Some big movers down the order though. Danny Krischer from Germany gaining 10 positions to finish in 17th. Warren Russell gaining 9 to finish in 8th. Very
impressive indeed from Warren Russell. Similar charge from Tristan Duplessis, who also made up 9. And even Tyler Brereton and Luke Palmer, along with Gerardo Moreno, were able to charge through as well to make up some places there. So some good efforts. Big difficulties though for the likes of Richard Chaker, all the way down to P18 at the flag. Definitely not where the Czech racer wanted to be. That's definitely going to cause a headache for him. But now we know the front row of the grid for the T4 Senior Final is going to go to Johan Bremer and Ian Quinn. That's going to be very exciting indeed. Right, we are now getting ourselves geared up for an exciting battle. That timetable is not quite accurate because, of course, that delay from the red flag means that we've still got the T4 Senior 168 last race to come before their finals, and that's going to be Anwar Barul Smith alongside the German Christoph Venske. Then it will be Mats Moy, Peter Janssen, Oliver Smith, and Esteban Yanguas. And this year, Senior 168 is actually the class that could hold the key to the Nations Cup here, because we've got some big opposition at the sharp end. We've got UK for Anwar Barul Smith. For Germany, we've got Christoph Venske. For the Netherlands, we have Mats Moy and Peter Janssen. We've also got Ollie Smith up there for the UK. So there's a lot of opportunities to unlock the final ingredient for the Nations Cup. Barul Smith and Venske, Moy and Janssen, Smith and Esteban Yanguas. Then it is Julian Grumbo and Jan Zastrau, Colm Manelli and Gonzalo Aponte, Anthony Holland and Arian Campois from Ollie Cooper-Welton and Ethan Steer. Then Oscar Cantu and Adrian Somoza, Anta Chen and Chris Alcock, Ricardo Baldon and Momen Benamor, Jason Herrera, Rinaldo Cardona, then Michael Kampman and Mauricio Torres, Robert de Jong and Michael Mamie from Javier Carrasco and Abraham Estrada, Charlie Tsao, David Gardea, Jorge Torres and Scott Garvey from Andrei Slavinsky, Roberto Zaltieri, Ignacio Almanza and Kyle Kavanagh to complete the field.
Tremendous talent on display in the 168s. That battle at the front between Anwar Barul Smith and Christoph Venske is going to be one to watch. We've seen in the last number of heats them very much in competition with each other. Indeed, Heat 3 yesterday and Heat 2, it has to be said. Anwar Barul Smith winning out against Venske against all odds, but that was when Venske was trying to climb up the order to really secure his place at the front for this eventuality. So Christoph Venske, dare I say it, the German who was oh so rational yesterday with the risks that he was taking, with the ascent he was making up towards the sharp end of the field, dare I say it, the gloves are going to come off at this stage, Jake, and it is going to be no holds barred with the Briton Anwar Barul Smith in first.
The advantage they've got on the front row of this grid is that they are 9 and 8 points ahead of everybody else respectfully. Barul Smith has 3, Venske has 4, and the next best is Mats Moy on 12. So they have got potential here to not lose too much ground. They can afford to play it slightly safe in this race, but I don't think they're going to. Barul Smith and Venske proving to be the implacable rivals of this week. Let's see what happens as we go down the tram lines. Green, and we're underway. Barul Smith and Venske charging to the first corner. A little bit of argy-bargy further back, but into second place. Are we going to see a charge from Mats Moy? Not if Venske's got anything to say about it. He can wrestle the car round the outside, and he keeps his second place despite a little bit of pressure from Peter Janssen into the chicane. That's amazing from Venske, despite all the pressure to lose ground. He maintaining his second position in fine style. That is really tough to navigate. And it's now Barul Smith and Venske in 1 and 2.
Colm Manelli with a decent start as well, gaining some positions. He now looks to be running in position 5 or 6, that is. Indeed, position 6 for Colm Manelli, so a decent start from the Irishman, who capitalised on a mistake to take a personal best finish at the Nations Cup of 3rd before so rudely being shunted out onto the grass in his very next heat. But up at the front, it is still Anwar Barul Smith who leads from Christoph Venske. Credit has to be given to Christoph Venske. Holding it around the outside without losing position is an extraordinary achievement here in Valencia.
Great starts then from Venske and Manelli, who's now in 6th behind Granvode. Venske's having to defend to cover Mats Moy into turn 1. Moy wants a little piece of this. The Dutchman still with a very crucial part to play in this Nations Cup tie later on today, because it doesn't matter how fast the drivers will go across mini, junior and senior. If they let it slip in 168, then all that hard work is undone. All of the categories know that this is a very important thing to get right. And we know, of course, for a fact that Ireland, Netherlands, UK, USA, Spain and South Africa, they've all got big, strong teams across all 4 classes. And there's an off further back. We've got several carts going off the road. That's a bit of a difficulty in the tail end, and it's certainly kicked a few drivers out of the train. So we'll try and figure out who got involved in that as down the straight. Beryl Smith still leads from Venska and Moy. The drivers involved are Karashko, Mamie, as well as Slavinsky, Gardea and Zaltieri. So a lot of drivers getting spat down to the back end of the field. But here comes Mats Moy, back for more on Venska. He's going to dive. He's going to try and squeeze into the smallest gap in Valencia, and he's there.
Fantastic pass there by Mats Moy, the Dutchman. Still battling away with Christoph Venska. This isn't done yet. And look, here comes Peter Janssen battling away. And indeed Julien Grambeau as Christoph Venska hops over the curbs in a very uncomfortable way. He just about hangs on to that position in front of Julien Grambeau, who has shown such strong pace here in recent years. Indeed, well and truly deserving of his place towards the front. Peter Janssen, though, ultimately getting the bounce on Christoph Venska as there's an incident down towards the back of the field at the turn 3 and 4 chicane, Jake.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me for giving you an opportunity to speak there. Still battling happening. Christoph Venska now falling down the order under attack from Julien Grambeau. Sorry for stepping across you there, Jake. Julien Grambeau checks over the shoulder. Christoph Venska now behind him. Peter Janssen indeed as well. And Esteban Yanguas is going to be coming into that surely. No, excuse me, Yanguas has fallen down the order. No, that is Yanguas behind Munnelly, and then in front is Oliver Smith. So Oliver Smith losing some positions in there as well.
Yes, Smith was as high as third place at one point, and it just didn't go his way. He ended up getting shuffled down the deck. And so Granvaux finds himself in a third position. That's really going to help the Frenchman's charge. For Venska, that's going to not do too much damage to his race. He's still there in fourth position, looking at adding just 4 points to his tally. Mats Moy is the danger man. He can only get a best of 12 points here, don't forget, and only if he gets ahead of Beryl Smith. So it's not really too big a catastrophe for Venska to be down in fourth place, but it's how much further will he fall? Well, he's certainly going to move up now because he gets ahead of Granvaux. That opens the door for Janssen. Janssen will squeak through on the Frenchman, or will he? Because Granvaux keeps this right round the outside. Great defense from Julien Granvaux. So difficult to hold the position when you've got someone to the inside line, but Granvaux delivers and hangs on from Venska in third.
Julien Granvaux, 26th place last year in the final after a penalty.
Smith's got Janssen, and now they're going to go side by side.
What a tremendous bit of action we're seeing. It's not even the final yet. The T4 168s, they never wait around for the second to last lap to start battling. It's always right throughout the race, and this is looking great for Anwar Beryl Smith and Mats Moy, who have broken away up towards the front while leaving everyone else behind to squabble. Christoph Venska, it has to be said, seems to be really struggling for pace, trying to break away from Julien Granvaux as Chris Alcock sets the fastest lap.
I think Venska is driving very calculated here. He's trying to save his tyres. He doesn't want to push too hard up front, which is exactly what he thinks Beryl Smith and Mats Moy are doing. By stretching away, they're going to go faster and faster. He's thinking about the long game here, Venska. He'll drop back for now, but in the final, he can make those tyres go a little bit further. It's a 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward approach as Granvaux, Janssen and Smith line up behind the German. He can't afford to lose too many places, otherwise he'll lose that spot on the front row of the grid. But he is definitely being calculated about how far he takes these tyres. You can't just go in all in for the superheat. You've got to think about keeping these tyres maximum attack for the final. You don't change to a fresh set of tyres, don't forget, for the finals in Tillotson T4. This is the set of tyres you've got to take all the way through. And side by side, there's the move from Mats Moy. He takes the lead from Beryl Smith. So Mats Moy hits the front. He could be the danger man for the Nations Cup here.
Peter Janssen as well, battling away with Julien Granvaux for what is ultimately fourth position. Colin Munnelly also looking to get involved there. So is Oliver Smith. So a fantastic battle emerging there. It's almost 2 by 2 through the turn 10 braking zone, and it's nearly 2 by 2 by 2 now. It's impossible to see who is coming out on top. Michael Mamie unfortunately receiving a 5-second penalty in the 5:27 machine there, but it is still Mats Moy who leads the way in front of Anwar Beryl Smith, who has always been at the front, but in his last 2 and only 2 Nations Cup appearances has failed to see the flag in the final.
Yes indeed, in the Nations Cup, if you get a warning flag, it's an instant 5-second penalty and it cannot be appealed. So you have to take that one on the chest and move forward. Venska is on his own now in third place. He's started to pull away a little from Granvaux, Janssen and Yanguas. So this is where he can really start to make more of a play to stay focused. He doesn't have to push the cart too hard now that he's got the gap. Janssen gets the move on Granvo further back. That gives Venska a little bit of breathing space as well. And now Granvo's really in trouble. He's got to move from the outside of Yanguas. Smith is in there as well. These two are still keeping it nice and tidy up front. Moy, Beryl Smith, Venska and Granvo. And there's contact. Yellow flags have come out for that corner behind them. So what has that done? That's put Yanguas down the order. Yanguas has come all the way down and out of this race. So Esteban Yanguas, I'm not sure if he managed to recover or not, or if he's out on the spot. But Yanguas, now he's dropped to 22nd. So the Colombian, who originally got pole position, don't forget, on Friday, Esteban Yanguas is now cannoning down the order.
Yanguas having a very unfortunate time. A best finish of 4th in his final heat yesterday. 5th in his first heat, so a difficult time after qualifying for the Colombian. One of only a few Colombians here this weekend, indeed one of only 3, doing his utmost to represent the South American nation in flying form, but unfortunately for him this time being involved in a collision, falling down the order, and now he's fallen to, well, into the low teens, early 20s. Difficult time for the Colombian.
So we've got just 3.5 laps to go in this one. This battle is really starting to rise to a crescendo as Janssen has got a bit of breathing space now between himself and Granvo. Here are the 2 leaders up front, and look at Venska. He's actually within a second. He's not done yet. I think he may just utilize his rhythm, close back up on the leading 2, and let them scrap. Beryl Smith won't want to lose ground to Moy. He knows that Moy is going to be a threat. I wonder how big the psychological battle is going to be between these two, because Beryl Smith dropping to 2nd, that puts him on 5 points. Venska's going to close up. If Venska then gets ahead of Beryl Smith, they're going to be tied on points, and then it's going to go to the count back on quali. That will go the way of Beryl Smith. So Venska has not given up on a chance of pole position here for the final.
Christoph Venska lapping about 2/10 quicker each lap than the 2 in front of him, making his way down the start-finish straight, really tucked down into his seat, sitting down almost the knees above the nacelle panel, and you can really start to see on the live stream just how much Christoph Venska has closed up in the last couple of laps. And if Mats Mui and Anwar Beryl Smith start battling, this is really going to bring the German dominant into the fray.
0.3 of a second gained on the last lap. If Venska gets ahead of Moy and Beryl Smith and they stay in that order, then Venska gets pole position for the final. Beryl Smith cannot afford to let Moy win this one. That's why he's going for it with 2 to go on the inside line, and the British Algerian has got ahead once again. Beryl Smith makes his move on Mats Moy and saves his bacon for pole position for the moment. But look how close Chris Venska is to the mistake from Moy. Big hip on the curbs there, and that's going to bring Venska closer to them. 1:04.2, new fastest lap from Venska. All bets are off for pole position. It's going to go to Beryl Smith or to Venska, but only if Venska can get ahead of both men, and the Englishman drops behind Mats Moy.
Julien Granvo has lost 5 positions in the first sector, falling from 6th down to 11th, so a disastrous second to last lap for the Frenchman. Still plenty of battling going on for position 4 between the likes of Manelli and the karts in and around him. It's really a 5-kart battle for position 4, but still very much we focus on the leaders as they make their way around to complete lap 10. They will see the last lap board. It will be Anwar Beryl Smith who sees it first. Will he be the one to see the checkered flag first? They make their way down towards the first corner. No moves to be made.
Chris Venska is inches away from pole position. He knows it in 3rd place, but he's got to get ahead of both men and hope that Moy gets ahead of Beryl Smith. So if he makes a move on the British driver, he's got to follow him through and then pop up the move himself. This is going to be calculated from both men here. Venska trying to get behind Moy. Tuck up behind them as the cloud cover starts to wrench over Valencia. This could be a very interesting afternoon, but it could be a very interesting few seconds. Here comes Moy on the inside of Beryl Smith. He's there. He's done it. If Venska can get past both of them before the flag, he'll take the pole. But Moy is in front. Venska's going to have to go through lightning to get past these two. Down to the back straight. Moy leads it. Beryl Smith 2nd. Venska 3rd. This could be tied up by the final chicane, and Moy's going to hold the line. It's going to be close, but no coconut for Venska. Moy will take the victory. Birul Smith will be second, and that's good enough to secure pole position for the British driver over the German Chris Venska in third. What a battle, what a final bout that was between the three top men of the week.
Well, Mats Moy finished third, fourth and fifth in his heats, doing a fantastic job, it has to be said, seizing it at the last to continue the form of Team Netherlands. The 168's a category where there is much more debate about which nation may dominate. Mats Moy really doing his utmost and flying the Dutch flag higher than any other.
So now we know that it is going to be a three-way bout for the victory in T4 Senior 168 between Christoph Venska, Anwar Birul Smith, and the superheat winner, Mats Moy. That could be critical in terms of the Nations Cup as well, with Mats Moy really coming up to the occasion and taking the superheat. It's looking all gravy for Team Netherlands here in Valencia. If they can continue this form through to the finals, then it's going to take a fairly hefty miracle to take this Nations Cup title away from the Flying Dutchmen and women of our Tillotson T4 paddock. My goodness me. Right. Well, that takes us through to our pause in proceedings, Simon. The predictions are starting to look a little bit more easy to contain now. There's still a little bit of unpredictability in the air, particularly in the sky with those clouds coming over. If we get a little bit of rain, this could shake up altogether. But for the moment, it looks good for Team Netherlands across the board.
It certainly does, and dare I say it, the Dutch, with a lot of experience of racing in changeable conditions, if they're put in a position where they're forced to race on slicks, on a damp and well rubbered in track, that is going to be like ice. Not only that, but we have to consider the run into turn one. Second place, and that outside line has been very, very disadvantageous for every single Nations Cup race in its history. But if there's a few drops of rain, even just a sprinkling, that is going to soon become the ideal line.
So there's your Sunday schedule for the finals. In just over an hour, we'll kick off with T4 Mini through to Junior, to Senior 168. We'll have a decent afternoon's pause before the Bambino final, which does not count towards the T4 Nations Cup, we should point out. And then our podium presentation, where we'll crown our individual champions across the 5 classes and, of course, our Nations Cup winners. Stick around. We'll be back on the air again in about an hour's time for the conclusion of the 2025 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che no, tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're handing your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you handing this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah.
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake, carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally. And by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such an important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
TCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che no, tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah. What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake, carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such an important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo. È qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're handing your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card of.
All right, perfect. Sounds good.
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake, carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such an important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud Women Business Enterprise, WBE, and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah. What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such an important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che no, tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good, yeah?
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you look at that life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grid. Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
The wait is finally over, folks, as we get ourselves geared up for a very exciting battle in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. And what a difference an hour makes. We had big, bright sunshine over the Valencia sky. Now it has suddenly become grey, cold and overcast. There has never been a wet Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Today might just be the day. The wind has picked up. The sky has got grey and overcast. The humidity is still at 54%. And I tell you what, it is now colder than it has been in a fortnight here in Valencia. With a little bit of crosswinds, this could be an unpredictable afternoon. Certainly it's been the way of the Netherlands across the board so far, but now things are going to be very different indeed. I'm Jake Sanson, next to me is Simon Byford, and we're joined for the finals in the commentary box by British driver Amelie Ackerts, who of course is also the star of the Driven Dreams TV programme. Amelie, good to see you. It's been a rough week for you, but you've managed to put on a very good show under the circumstances.
The event didn't go our way, unfortunately, but yeah, luckily we got some good racing here, and I've still got two working hands this time, so that's always a positive.
Yeah, that's a big difference from last year, because I know you ended up with a minor injury last, but just how different. We were talking to a few of the drivers before this week, and they were telling us that this year it's been even harder than it was last year in terms of the general conditions. Is that a fair assessment from your side?
I'm not sure about the conditions. I think generally the number of drivers has increased, and that generally makes obviously close racing, but it does make it harder to move up the field. And I think qualifying here is everything. So as soon as qualifying goes badly, it sort of is really hard to make it up from there. I think that's.
Were there many opportunities to make up ground when you're trying to get through an entire week with one set of tyres, or do you have to kind of measure when you make those overtaking moves to try and get the tyres to go further?
I think so. I think it also depends where you are at on the grid. So I think so for people at the front, obviously it'd be very different for people running at the back, because obviously you've got different different conditions, and then you've obviously got different conditions, and then it's just keeping the tyres warm. I think practice is mainly where you're focusing on it, because obviously I think you don't want to push them too hard in practice and then have a problem later on. So with the warm-ups, we'll have seen drivers probably being conservative to try and save them, and I guess we'll see how it goes, because the finals, we'll see who's got the best tyres at the end of the day, I guess.
Now, the UK won this title back in 2022. How motivated is the team, captained by Darren Beavers, to get this done again? How tough has it been to keep that motivation high?
I don't know. I think it's different for different people. I think we've had some people having amazing weekends and others haven't had such good luck. So I think it's generally, I think we're all just trying to get the best places for the team, and obviously all the people racing for our team and everyone in the final will be just going for the win and also as high up as they can get, I think.
Well, you're going to stick around and join us for some insight, Amelie, in between races. It'd be good to get your thoughts on these things, because you've been driving for many years now in different categories. It'd be good to get your take on things. So thanks for joining us, and do stick around, Amelie. We're going into the T4 Nations Cup finals now, knowing that we've got some decent points on the board after the superheats, and I will tell you that things are incredibly close at this point in the T4 Nations Cup. According to what's been handed to me, the current leaders of the T4 Nations Cup at this point are the Netherlands with 300 points on the board. The United Kingdom are second, just 5 points back. It is ridiculously close at the moment. Next in the line are the United States on 292, and just 4 points behind them are Team Ireland on 288. So it is really all to play for. A little bit of an outside shot for South Africa on 280, with Spain on 278. Then come Italy, the Philippines, the Czech Republic, and Germany, who've got a lot of work to do if they want to retain their title. But of course, they have got Chris Venska and Jan Zaskau to come forward in the Senior 168 final. Simon, it is ridiculously tight at the top. 3 nations separated by 8 points. With those clouds overhead, this could go anybody's way.
Indeed, and 4 nations separated by 12 points, so definitely ones to watch there. The outside shot of South Africa, but even Team Ireland. Now, Ireland, I was speaking to the Irish camp yesterday, and they were talking about the difficulty in coming together as one cohesive unit when everyone is arriving as part of a team that they race with in the Republic in the Irish T4 series. So them only being 12 points behind the Netherlands, who have been utterly dominant in many classes, that's a real achievement for Team Ireland, and indeed a surprise there for me, seeing the UK ahead of the USA.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to greet the contenders to the arena. It is time to put on a sensational show. We will have an amazing duel to start the battle. T4 Minis are making their way to the starting grid. Ladies and gents, please give them a rousing cheer as they come forward. Your T4 Mini finalists for 2025. What a sensational race week it has been for these youngsters. Jason Beganovic from the Netherlands on pole position alongside the Irishman Jack Harney, who has had an incredibly consistent week. Lewis Kukoldi, the Scotsman, putting himself into 3rd position in a very quiet and composed manner, giving himself a great chance to go for the W in the last race of the week. And then Mokhnak Sakar of Ukraine, still very much a contender for the top spot on the 2nd row of the grid, in front of South African star Diego Beradon, who flies the honours for the South African nation. And alongside him, Logan Rolfe, already a race winner this week, and definitely carrying the hopes of Great Britain, along with Lewis Kukoldi, in this T4 Mini final.
And Amelie, you're someone who has experience back from 2023, starting towards the sharp end of the grid. Now, when you were doing it, it was obviously an awful lot hotter, and so potentially some more tension and emotion being added into it. The Minis, very young, indeed younger than you were when you were first on the, I believe, the 2nd row, lining up in P3 back in 2023. What sort of thoughts are going to be going through the heads of these Mini drivers up and down the grid, not just at the front, but also in the mid-pack and towards the rear where there's so much battling?
Yeah, I think it's very close. So I think the main thought is getting through the first lap, because that's going to be the main challenge for everyone. Obviously, if it's overcast and stuff, it's going to be keeping your tyres warm, and that will be a lot more important now than it was earlier in the weekend. So that will be important for them. And then obviously trying to keep it clean and going on the especially for those starting on the outside, we're trying to get into the inside line, because as we've seen, I think all weekend, it's really hard to start, especially from that 2nd place. It will be very difficult to get off from the line.
The other thing as well I want to know, Amelie, is at this point in the race, this is a very unique event in that the second you get your tyres, that's it. You don't get a second set. So you've got to keep this going all the way through the week. You've had to measure your lap times, your overtakes, how hard you've pushed into apexes. Coming into this final, knowing that you've got tyres that essentially would normally be dead in any other racing situation, how do you try to keep yourself composed, knowing that the grip levels are going to be so reduced?
I think just trying to get them on as quickly as you can in the formation lap. We'll probably see quite a lot of weaving this time, just trying to get the tyres on. And then I think also it'll be just measuring it. We'll see who's kept their tyres the cleanest, I think, is probably going to show, especially towards the end of the race.
And you're used to cooler conditions, obviously racing back home in the UK, so trying to get heat into those tyres in these cooler conditions, just how physical is it? What are you actually trying to do? Is it just a case of weaving from side to side, or is there a genuine process to try and get the most out of them?
So it depends. So it also depends on how your tyres are, and also the tyre compounds, because so for this we've got quite sticky tyres, so they will turn on quite quickly. However, it's drifting it through the corners. It's basically trying to put as much load on the tyres as you possibly can, and that will just as much surface contact and as much weight on those tyres as you possibly can. You'll probably see drivers drifting it through the corners, just trying to get as much heat in there as possible.
This is going to be very, very tricky in terms of a test. Simon, this is where obviously we know these young drivers have a shorter wheelbase and a narrower kart to play with. There's more racetrack to actually navigate in these T4 Minias. How difficult do we think it's going to be for those early overtakes when there's that temptation to go for broke in the first couple of laps?
The T4 Minias, did you say?
I nearly called them Minions. I very nearly called them Minions. Some of them are small enough to be.
Well, it is definitely going to be, and we've seen so much strategy, especially from, as we've mentioned, the likes of the Americans. But just about all of these drivers towards the front, Beganovic, Harney, Kukoldi, Zakar, Baradone. Now, we haven't seen too much of Diego Baradone from South Africa at this stage of the weekend in terms of what he's been able to do with strategy, but we've seen all of these drivers really being very particular about bump drafting, not fighting, trying to break away. We saw that done especially well in the superheats, in the likes of the junior category, with Stein Hansen putting on a masterful performance, breaking away by many seconds. And so certainly the objective isn't going to be overtaking at this stage, especially with a longer race in front of them than they've competed in this weekend. It's definitely just going to be a matter of settling into the rhythm and trying to find where the pace is.
Amazing to see everybody watching along around the stream from as far north around the hemisphere as Canada all the way down to the south of Australia, where it's getting to be quite a nice, relaxing late evening now down in Australia. Great to see all your support from everybody. Christian Kobe, another very talented Irish karter, watching along on the stream. Big support for Ukraine. There's a big opportunity here, of course, for Moknak Zakar from 4th position on the starting grid. He's got a great opportunity coming into this one. Incredibly, the man who put it on pole position in time qualifying has not actually won a heat so far this week, and yet he's had the consistency, the presence of mind, and the determination to keep himself in the top 5. It's arguable that the top 6 drivers really have been the best 6 drivers of the week. There is Logan Rolfe, who opened his account on Friday with a race victory. He had a bit of a difficult superheat, had a penalty that carried him a little bit further down the order than he would like, going off P6 of the grid. But there's still great opportunities for him, especially if we get a little sprinkling of moisture through the course of this race. What will the rain give us?
Well, that's the real question. And in fairness, when we look at the grid that's in front of us, we've got the Netherlands, Ireland, the UK, Moknak Zakar races in Spain, so perhaps not our Ukrainian competitor, but many of these drivers would be familiar with racing in changeable conditions, in wet weather, many of them racing on slicks in wet weather, especially the likes of Beganovic, who in the Netherlands, with the weather all coming in off the North Sea and off the English Channel, you know, that always provides some very changeable conditions. Indeed, if you've been following along with the T4 Netherlands series on YouTube, you'll be seeing that there's so much in the way of changeable conditions. So I think Beganovic might actually be hoping for a bit of rain here.
Here we go then. The 1 minute board goes up. So many tensions from so many corners of the world go up. And Amelie, this is when I guess everything starts to get real. When that 1 minute board goes up, what goes through your head at that point? What are you focusing on?
I think just trying to stay calm, really. So just trying to stay calm, because the worst part you can possibly do is talk yourself out of it, and it's just trying to keep your head in it, because for all these drivers, they all know they've had their various problems throughout the weekend, they've had their various successes, and it's just forgetting all of that, putting that behind you, and just focusing on what's ahead.
Here we go then. It'll be time to put the pedal to the metal. The race director gives the signal. The green flag goes. And for the T4 Minis, they now have 12 laps, 36 racers in connection. Let's see who gets the title in T4 Mini. Jason Beganovic and Jack Harney on the front of the grid from Lewis Kukoldi and Moknak Zakar. Then Diego Baradone and Logan Rolfe, Senan McLaughlin and Liam Bourgol, Benjamin Slivar and Percy Yonko, Bernie Gomerith and Jari Berens, Justin Winkel and Jack Miller, Jacques Stamay and Tim Fredericks from Mies Schuld and Kai Cagnaro, Matej Vonderchek and Max van den Heuvel, Tadeusz Nowotny and Jaden Javier, McAllister Alamo and Cohen Shukra from Billy Green and Keanu De Vinter. Then Harley Brereton will be alongside Carlos Valverde, Nikita Shevchenko and Dermot Claridge, Nestor Doroshenko, Max Cooling, Jeremiah Hengstler, Cullen McMahon, and at the back of the grid for Mexico, it's Marcelo Torres. This will be the toughest race of these youngsters' life to this point.
It certainly will. Many of them returning from previous Nations Cups, the likes of Lewis Kirkcaldy, indeed Moknash Sakar, Jason Beganovic, showing flying form this year, returning with the Dutch outfit. Jack Harney, indeed, a man with fantastic two-stroke experience in Ireland and really shown his pace. To my knowledge, hasn't actually won any of the heats so far, but through consistent top 3 finishes has positioned himself into the top 2, onto the front row of the grid. Now, we've only seen, I think, 2 overtakes round the outside at turn 1, so it's going to be a job to see if Jack Harney has the life in his tyres and indeed the heat to make that happen again.
5 different nations in the top 5 places. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup Finals of 2025 will have to wait because they've been signalled by the drivers as much as by the officials that we're going to go around again. There was a little bit too much eagerness. That must be quite stressful as well, Amelie, when you're in the middle of that gaggle, trying to get yourself into the zone and set up, and you've got to do it all over again. How do you reset yourself in that moment?
I think, to be honest, you're driving now. So now they're out and you're focusing on keeping your tyres warm, you're focusing on where the car ahead of you is, making sure you're lining up okay. I think the nerves are a little bit less. I think for me especially, I know that once I'm out driving, it's a lot nicer than just sitting there on the grid. So yeah, they'll definitely reset and re-go again.
So Beganovic alongside Jack Harney, 5 different nations, as I mentioned, in the top 5. The Netherlands, Ireland, United Kingdom, Ukraine and South Africa, with the provisional rankings seeing Team Netherlands in the lead on 300, ahead of the United Kingdom on 295, USA 292 and Ireland on 288, with the likes of South Africa, Spain and Italy still with a role to play in these finals. We now go to the races that make all the difference, the T4 finals, starting with Mini. And these 6 drivers in the top 6 positions have definitely been the 6 best over the course of the week in terms of their maturity, their speed, their consistency and their focus. Now it's time to see what these 12 laps of the course will give us.
Logan Rolfer will have certainly an outside chance. He's shown fantastic pace, been able to climb up the field on a number of occasions, so watch out for him with that blue visor in the orange and blue helmet. He'll be starting on the right-hand side as they make their way to the tram lines.
Looks good to me. We're going to race at Valencia for the T4 mini-final, and it's a cracking start from the front of the grid. No worries at all for Jack Harney to draw level with Beganovic, but on the inside, Kirkcaldy's going to have the momentum. A few drivers running out wide, but so far everybody's through the hairpin, and as they come up to the chicane for the first time, Kirkcaldy's made the jump and moved his way up into second position. A little bit of a hold up for Moknash Sakar, who's had to drop back a little bit. There is a spin. It's Cullen McLaughlin, I think, who's got around there. Big disappointment for him. Oh, Billy Green, I think, has also got caught up in that one. But out in front, we have a new leader. Lewis Kirkcaldy, I think, has managed to work his way forward from what was third on the grid. The Scotsman has hit the front for the first time this week, and there's contact further back. 2 carts have ended up going wide, but it is Kirkcaldy who leads the way.
And a sensational start from Senan McLaughlin in those bright yellow overalls, currently sitting in 3rd, having started in 7th. What an opening lap. A man who we weren't reckoning was going to get a sensational first lap has managed to climb up into the top 3 and is suddenly on track for a podium.
And that gives Team Ireland plenty to get excited about in terms of the Nations Cup, because now they have men in 2nd and 3rd. Harney and McLaughlin have broken through, with Jack Miller coming forward into the top 5 as well. Team Ireland are on a bandwagon. They're 2nd, 3rd and 5th as they work their way forward. Kirkcaldy leads the way from Harney, McLaughlin, Bogle and Miller, as all the members of the top 6, apart from Jack Harney, have fallen out of that top 6 so far, with Kirkcaldy and Harney the only men still standing. What's happened to Beradon? He's 8th. What's happened to Beganovic? He's all the way down to 19th.
What on earth has happened to Beganovic? We did not catch that, but a dreadful day for the Dutchman, having started on pole, falling right the way down almost to 20th. That is going to be more or less game over for Damian Beganovic. unable to pose a threat to Lewis Kirkcaldy, the Scotsman, who now leads up the front, being chased down by Jack Harney, and Senan McLaughlin now really chasing them down as well.
So Bogdanovic has gone back up to 18th place, but poor Moknak Sakar, can that kid not catch a break? He's down in 33rd, having been 4th on the grid. It just shows you how difficult it is to start on that outside line at the start of these races. It's been so difficult for these drivers to find a way. Oh, spin in the middle of the gaggle there on the run up towards the top 10. That looked like Jari Berens has ended up going around there. It's the 171. Yes, it is Jari Berens. So a big problem there for the Dutchman as he now has to try and ravel his race back from the tail. Zakar driving angry down to the back of the field with the new fastest lap, but this is not the way his race was supposed to go, as Harney now battles away with the hard charging Senan McLaughlin, and McLaughlin breaks through. Second position for Senan McLaughlin. He is having the race of his life out there.
So a big cheer from the Irish contingent on the balcony, watching on as Senan McLaughlin starts to really show his pace now. A personal best position of second, but Jack Harney still chasing him down. There won't be any moves down into turn 1. Jack Harney far too sensible for that, and they really do not want to give Lewis Kirkcaldy the opportunity to break away. Amelie, what is going to be going through the minds of this front pack, all chasing each other down, particularly Lewis Kirkcaldy? He's surely going to be feeling the pressure as we see a move there. Jack Harney trying to size something up on Senan McLaughlin.
Yeah, so obviously Lewis is going to be thinking in his head, just worrying. Obviously when you're out in front, it's going to be the obviously you're going to be worrying about what's behind you, hoping nothing's going to go wrong now, and obviously they've got a train behind them, so it's going to be tough for him, but he's in the right place at the moment.
McLaughlin dropping back into 3rd position behind Harney. Liam Borgall, the American, finds himself into the mix there as well now, with Logan Rolfe up into P5. Then Diego Berradon. We've got yellow flags for an incident up at the far side, so it looks like somebody has lost a lot of ground. It's Harley Brereton. Unfortunately, the Irishman has gone off the road and returned to the field, having dropped a long way down. But now we've got Kirkcaldy from Harney, McLaughlin, Borgall, Rolfe, Berradon, Slivar, Gomadith, Winkel and Frederiksen on the inside. That's a gutsy, determined move from Logan Rolfe, but Borgall's going to hang this right round the outside. They bang wheels. Borgall tries to keep his foot in, and he's done so. Good work as he manages to defend his position. Rolfe will get another crack at him up to the right-hander. Thank you very much. I'll get into P4.
So Logan Rolfe are really on the charge now as Jack Harney has broken away from Senan McLaughlin, who will shortly be falling into the clutches of the aforementioned Liam Burkle if he's not careful. This front two, they're going to be making a serious effort to now break away, as it is Lewis Kirkcaldy leading the way, the Scotsman with that pink and white helmet. Jack Harney sitting behind him with the T-Sport overalls. Excuse me, the Tony Kart overalls and that green and white helmet. Two very experienced men who know what they are doing up at the front.
We've got a technical flag, I'm afraid. It's for Carlos Valverde, the Costa Rican. He's out of this one, and that's a very disappointing end to his week. So through they come. Onto the main straight once again. Harney lining up Kirkcaldy. This is the UK versus Ireland, and it looks as though Harney is poised for a manoeuvre. He's been battling with Kirkcaldy all week long, and these two have been left to fight amongst the scraps up front. What about the other contenders? Well, Bogdanovic is going through the field like wildfire. The Dutchman is up to P10 now, and this is really a magnificent recovery driving. Meanwhile, Moknak Sakar is all the way up to 22nd, so he is lighting his way through the field as well. They could do with a Battenberg at this point, really, to tighten the field back up again, but Bogdanovic working hard to get the Dutch team back into the ranks. The leading Dutchman is Justin Winkel, just a place in front of him.
And it's an ever so challenging thing to do. Amelie, you know what it's like to have to chase through the pack from the field, from the back of the pack, when you have the pace to be up at the front. What sort of mindset are these drivers going to be having as they try and climb their way back up, even though they may not have much of a chance of getting back towards the front of the pack?
The main thing to focus on for them will be that the race isn't over yet. Just get your head down, just go, and there you go. They're making moves everywhere. So, yeah.
Logan Rolfe getting the move there into second, Amelie. Nice move into the chicane. And as Rolfe now tries to tighten up the bid on the British 1-2, Rolfe has worked his way very calmly into that second place spot. It was looking great for Ireland. Now it's looking even better for the United Kingdom as Kirkcaldy leads Rolf, then Harney and McLaughlin, Borgel, Beredone, Slivar, Gomerith, Winkel and Beganovic, and that's a lovely bit of defensive tactics there as Senan McLaughlin takes the head of the Irish charge to get back in front of Jack Harney and looking good for a podium. But will these two end up taking a problem for each other? As a lovely sweep from Harney to get back on the inside of McLaughlin. McLaughlin manages to cover his bases from Borgel as diving up the inside of all of them. That's young Ben Slivar. Ben Slivar is coming up the ranks to give the UK even more to get excited about. If he can break into third position, then it's an absolute hat trick for the Brits.
Almost 3 wide there, but what did we say about Logan Rolfer sitting in second? He started in 6th position on the outside, doing a fantastic job climbing back up the order for the United Kingdom, and it is now a British 1-2, and we can be sure that these two are going to be working together, trying to break away before a colossal battle ensues as we see Senan McLaughlin in the yellow overalls up the inside of his Irish compatriot Jack Harney, now trying to hang it all the way around the outside. Indeed, round the outside, tries to go Jack Harney in a defensive manoeuvre and loses 2 positions as a result.
So Slivar's got him into 4th position. It's 1-2-4. Now it's 1-2-3. Lovely bit of driving from Slivar as it's now the UK in 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the T4 mini final. Senan McLaughlin leading the charge still for Ireland in front of Jack Harney, but the Brits have eclipsed the podium places so far. So this is a fantastic comeback, but McLaughlin has dived back in on Slivar. He will not take defeat easily. So Senan McLaughlin has got back in on Slivar. It's going to be fascinating to see what the young Brit can do to take this 3rd place back again. But Senan McLaughlin rolling his sleeves up. Don't you dare take this 3rd away from me.
Well, it is now an all Anglo-Irish top 5 as they make their way through turn 1, and that could be hugely consequential for the Nations Cup points, with the UK sitting in 2nd and Ireland sitting in 4th. It is still anyone's game at this stage as they all snake their way through this technical 2nd sector, and some serious fresh air being put between Logan Rolfer and Senan McLaughlin now as McLaughlin comes under pressure from Ben Slivar. Slivar makes his way through an expertly performed manoeuvre, and now that means it is an all-Anglo top 3 with Senan McLaughlin being bumped down the order, Jack Harney now behind him.
So Beganovic is working his way back through again. 9th position now for Beganovic, and Moknak Zakar furiously doing the same to get up to 15th position. So there is still a threat, even in these last 3 laps, from Beganovic and Moknak Zakar to break into the top 10 once again. Now it's starting to get a little bit tricky for Slivar. Here comes Senan McLaughlin down the main straight. He's got a great run up the chicane, and he's going to try and break up the British party on the inside line. Lovely from McLaughlin. There's still a door left open, but Slivar closes it quickly before Jack Harney gets his front fairing alongside. Senan McLaughlin carrying the pride of Ireland in this T4 mini race. His best result so far has been P5. He's now 3rd, he's now 4th, because it's a double move from Jack Harney. No, it isn't. McLaughlin comes back at him. Now he drifts wide, and Jack Harney finishes the bid into 3rd from 5th in a heartbeat. Lovely job from Jack Harney.
What a fantastic manoeuvre. That looked like Liam Bergol trying to find his way up the inside of Ben Slivar, as suddenly running wide there is Senan McLaughlin. He just manages to hang on to the position, but it's now side by side. Hand gestures, gesticulation there from Jack Harney saying, come on, let's go together. But as they come towards the end of lap number 10, I fear it's too little, too late for the Irish duo to chase down the double Anglo pair. The Scotsman Lewis Kirkcaldy, followed by Logan Rolfer. They make their way across the line. It's going to be almost 3 wide. Senan McLaughlin to the outside, and up the inside goes Ben Slivar on Jack Harney. It's not done yet though. Still trying to hang it around the outside. Not going to work through the kink of turn 2.
Great courage from Senan McLaughlin. Any other driver would have rolled over and let the boys have it to come back, but McLaughlin kept his foot in. Lovely job from Senan McLaughlin as Harney tries to get up alongside, and there's contact between the 2 Irishmen. He holds it on the curbs, trying to keep the inside line. McLaughlin holds station, keeps the place. Slivar's now going to get up alongside Jack Harney. Watch out for Liam Borgol, the American, is going to try and slice into them. 3 wide as Slivar waits and then gets the inside line back again on purchase behind Jack Harney. Borgol to his left side, and up the inside we've got Beredone Gamarith, and look back, that is Jason Beganovic.
Bogdanovic really on a charge back up the order. This battling has really played into his hands as he refound his pace after that unfortunate lap 1 incident, but there is no chance that he can challenge these two up the front. They see the last lap board as they make their way down the start-finish straight, the longest straight on this track, and now the gloves are well and truly off. It is Lewis Cacoldi in the blue suit up the front, followed by Logan Rolfer in the black suit behind.
Well, it looks to me like this battle is for 4th position, not for 3rd. Senan McLaughlin seems to have pulled enough of a gap to be relatively comfortable for the first half of the lap. He's got to be quite poised from here on out, but now comes the victory battle. Cacoldi versus Rolf. They've gone away from the rest of the pack. Now they can duel for the victory on the last lap. It's the two Brits. They cannot afford to take each other off. So how is Rolf going to deal with Cacoldi? With a switchback. Logan Rolf finds his move through 12 and 13 onto the back straight now. He's going to have to defend like crazy from a fired up Cacoldi onto the far side. Here comes Lewis, tries to tuck back in on Logan Rolf. He goes left. That's where Rolf sends him into the chicane. Right, left, right. Will there be a photo finish? Not quite. It's Logan Rolf. Logan Rolf gets the job done in front of Lewis Cacoldi with 3rd place for Ben Sliver. Senan McLaughlin drops to 7th. It's a UK 1, 2, 3 in T4 Mini. What a way to start the finals. The Union flags will be rampant over Valencia. What an unbelievable end. Harney 4th. Great work from Bernie Gomardith, the Spaniard, to come through into the top 5 in front of Bogle, McLaughlin and Bogdanovic in a frustrated 8th place. But it's UK 1, 2 and 3 with Logan Rolf at the helm. Wow.
Amelie, we really do need to bring you up to the box more often if that is the sort of action that we are going to see. A UK 1, 2, 3. They must be absolutely on top of the world with that result.
Definitely. That's going to be definitely for them. Especially after some bad luck for especially Logan in the super heats beforehand. So definitely he'll be really happy with that. So will all 3 of them, definitely.
It's a tough race out there, but after a final like that, we now know that it's going to be a war between the Netherlands and the United Kingdom. But a 1, 2, 3 in the T4 Mini final certainly starts the ball rolling for Team GB. They have saved their best for the finals, it seems. And after 12 furious laps, we have Logan Rolf, Lewis Cacoldi and Benjamin Slivar coming through for an absolute sweep of the podium. What an absolutely amazing run it has been from them. We'll take a quick pause and get ourselves ready for the next of our finals, which will be the T4 Junior.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Well, a fascinating start to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup final rotation then. We dodged the rain for the moment. It could still hit us here at Valencia, but in the T4 Minis, a 1, 2, 3 for Team GB. Can you believe it? And for all of the drivers to get it, Logan Rolfe, the man who wasn't even sure he could make it out here after they had such a horrendous, tragic incident happen to them with their trailer getting broken into and all his race equipment essentially being pinched, and the trailer with it as well. I mean, what a tragic state of events for Logan Rolfe, who obviously had to have a massive amount of support from people to even get here in the first place. For him to then come through and win the T4 Mini final in that flamboyant style, that's what fairy tales are made of.
It certainly is. You could not ask for a more poetic ending to the mini final than for Logan Rolfe from, let's not forget it, 6th on the grid, starting on the outside, charging his way up and defeating the likes of Camphouse, Mock Naxakar, Jack Harney, who's been so consistent, and even the fast-starting Senna McLaughlin really put him into a position where he had to work for that result. A fantastic effort by the young Briton, and one that he can be very, very proud of indeed.
Right, that's only part one of this 4-part bout for the T4 Nations Cup in the finals. Now we move in to the T4 Junior. Finally, we come to the configuration where only the top 36 drivers remain, and it's going to be very tricky to find out who's going to get the victory. And this time, it's an all-Dutch front row. Stijn Hansen versus Ronan Camphouse to turn one, with a whole cast of superstars to cheer them out. Let's give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, as the T4 Juniors make their way out onto the starting grid after what has been an absolutely incredible week. Your T4 Junior Heroes 2025. This grid is going to be very competitive indeed. The Dutch pair, Stijn Hansen and Ronan Camphouse, the American Derek Vorgo, the Brazilian Paulo Willeman, the Spanish lad Jaromir Jakubov, and the Dutchman Damian Beganovic, hoping that he can have slightly better luck than his brother Jason. Riley Bishop of the UK, ever the fighter, Joey Kearney of the Republic of Ireland, and then an all-Dutch row 5 from Toys van Huys and Rick Corporal, the Czech racer Jakob Wonderczek, the Guatemalan Fernando Weiler, the Filipino Marcus Ryan Alamo, the Irishman Kevin Hayes, from all the way back on the 8th row of the grid, the plucky British pair of Finlay Lyons and Ralphie Branscombe, then Billy Clancy from Keenan Duplessis, Pierre Carnet and Thies Hermus, with Martin Poor, Ivan Koptiev, Harry Ward, Fionn English, Ferenc Cavesi, Riley Parks, Andre Novak, Julian Larman, Ashton Pearson, Joey Cairns, Valentina Helena. Adela Brusova does make it through to the final. She was not sure if she was going to make it, but 2 ladies make it through to the junior final in the end. Rem Schmidt, David Kodiaka, Ben O'Keefe, and Victor Navarro of Mexico taking up the place at the back end of the field.
And it has to be pointed out, after the superheats, Bishop and Lyons taking a 1-2 finish, so be on the lookout for Riley Bishop starting in 7th, and as well Finlay Lyons starting a further 8 positions behind him in 15th. So 2 Britons to watch out for in this heat, although they're going to have a real job to overtake the so far dominant Stijn Hansen. As we take a look at the 224 machine lining up on the grid, being piloted by the fantastic talent. I believe that might actually be the 226 machine, or indeed Ronan Camphouse in the 224. Starting slightly down the order. It's difficult to get an impression of the number when there's a reflection of those very grey clouds, as we see our race director and indeed Jamie getting ready to send these juniors on the way once and for all.
Massive thanks to everybody at RGMMC for the support of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We could not do this event without them. The staff have been fantastic here at Valencia, as they always have. This is now my 8th year involved in an RGMMC event of some way, shape and form, going back to the 2018 Miami Winter Cup on this very circuit, actually. So it's still very nice that this place holds fantastic affiliation with the top level karting event like this. Stijn Hansen, pole position. What must be going through that young man's mind at the front end of the field? Knowing that you've got so many top drivers behind you, Amelie, that must be such a pressure cooker to try and deal with the enormity of this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I think he will definitely be a lot happier once they're getting going again, and once the race is underway, because you can then relax into it, you have a plan, and just get your head down and go. I think will probably be his plan for the time being. He's got his teammates starting alongside him, so he might have someone to work with as well, and yeah.
What is that calm before the storm like when you're sat there trying to just soak everything up? It must be like being alone on a desert island. You've just got to try and gather those thoughts and try and bring them into some form of competent thought.
I know for me personally, 2 years ago, it was part of my brain was terrified about the race to come, but at the same time, it's just the real sense of achievement. You've made the final, you're in this race, and the idea of being on an international grid, and that is a very cool feeling. And the fact that, especially for Hansen, who is at the front, that will be an amazing feeling as well.
Now, you're in the senior category, but it wasn't that long ago that you were in the junior. So what is the big difference between the categories, other than the age of the drivers, obviously? Is there a little bit more of a burst for the senior than the junior?
I think there's a bit of a speed difference. Obviously, the kart's been updated this year, so I'm not really sure because I haven't experienced the junior. But I think there is definitely a speed difference. However, I think also it's the experience again, because these drivers some of them will be about to move into seniors, and there'll be a huge amount of experience for some guys, and other guys will be other people will be a bit more new to it. And then I think then you've also got the and then when you move up into the seniors, they've just had a few more years racing. I think that's the main difference. And then different carb as well. Different carb.
3-minute board goes up, and that's going to be the moment that the drivers really get to be settled in. They will almost be left alone now. Just one mechanic with them, of course, at all times. There is young Ralphie Branscombe getting himself ready to go. Such an amazing amount of silverware in his trophy cabinet, even at such a young, tender age. He's done so much great work, particularly in the world of Honda Cadet. You can see how rough the weather's been this week, in the last couple of weeks. Some of those flags definitely need updating before 2026. They've taken quite a pummeling through the wind and the rain over the last couple of days. So it could be very interesting to see how the updates are coming. The atmosphere, what I love about this Tillotson T4 Nations Cup final, yes, there is pressure, yes, there is tension, but there's also still that semblance of fun. There is that enthusiasm still. People are here having a good time, enjoying themselves and loving the life that they're living. This is exactly what karting is supposed to be about, Simon.
It certainly is, and we can see all the drivers now. This is one of those moments where you sort of wish you almost weren't there. The butterflies in your stomach, the nerves, the anxiousness that some of these drivers will be feeling, the weight of expectation that these drivers often put on themselves. It really does drive you into a place where you have to be so mentally resilient in order to handle that pressure. And you can really see even just the physiology and the way that the drivers are holding themselves in the karts. Some of them with their visors down in full focus mode, and then you have the likes of Ronan Kamphaus on the outside of the front row, sort of sitting there nice and relaxed, visor open, playing with his gloves, just sort of waiting for the start to happen. And I think that's a real differentiating factor, and I'm not sure, would you agree with me on this, Amelie? That is one of the differences between the goods and the greats in karting.
I think it's a bit difficult to tell, to be honest, but I think at the same time every driver will have a different way to get their head in it. And yes, I think karting, as much as it's a physical game, it's also a mental game, and it's keeping your head in it for a long time, because these drivers will have been waiting for quite a long time now to get to the final. They'll know where they're starting, but it's watching the other heats, and the nerves will have been building from then, watching their teammates, watching everyone else do it. And I think the waiting around as well for the heats to start is just gets in your head, and it's just I think the best drivers are the ones that can just keep their head, keep their focus, and just go for it from there.
Typical shout in my left ear from none other than Logan Rolfe, who's literally just got out of the kart and is immediately going into Team GP supporter mode to make sure that everybody else gets the support they need. That's the other thing I love about the Tillotson T4. It's such a brethren of speed here. Everybody just wants to help everybody, even your rivals from other countries. Nobody likes seeing somebody in jeopardy onto the sidelines. I've seen people rush to help other drivers in their karts when they've got a technical difficulty before they head out, or when they're in the holding racing area. This is about people who have the same mindset. They want racing to be a one-for-all and all-for-one attitude, and that's what Tillotson T4 is. Stijn Hansen and Ronan Campoys on the front of the grid then, from Derek Wargo and Paolo Wieleman, Jaromir Arkhipov and Damian Beganovic, then Riley Bishop and Joey Kearney, from Toys van Huis and Rick Corporal, Jakob Wondacek and Fernando Vila, Marcus Ryan Alamo and Kevin Hayes from Findlay Lines and Ralphie Branscombe. Then it is Billy Clancy along with Keenan Duplessis, Pierre Carnet and Dize Amos from Martin Poor and Ivan Koptiev, Harry Ward and Fionn English. Then it is Fenner Gavesi and Riley Parks, Andre Novak and Julian Larman from Ashton Pearson, Joey Kearns, Valentina Helena and Adela Prisova, the two female racers in our field, Rem Schmidt, David Koliaka, Ben O'Keefe and Victor Navarro. And I'm a little bit nervous, Simon, going into this one at that cloud cover. It's looking even thicker than it was for the T4 Mini.
It certainly is, and those clouds which were further away to the west of the circuit now seem to have spanned over its entirety out towards Valencia city itself, and so a dark blanket covers the Kartodromo Valencia, but it will not dampen our spirits. 42.5 kilometers of junior racing has taken place so far this weekend, and we are about to finish off the final 17,000 meters over this final 12-lap affair.
Let's make it happen from an all-Dutch front row, then USA, Brazil, Spain, the Netherlands, UK and Ireland. We're green for the T4 Junior Final 2025. No worries for Stijn Hansen off the start. Wargo's going to go with him. Can Campoys hold himself to the outside line without losing too much ground? He's going to drift wide. There's a big spin amongst the top 10. Carts going everywhere. At least 13 or 14 carts involved. Adela Brusova yet again cannon fodder in someone else's accident. And there's more drama. Round to turn 2. That's Campoys. That is Ronan Campoys, I do believe. That is, my apologies, that is the other Dutchman in the mix there. That is Rick Corporal. So Toys van Huis got caught up in that. So did Jaromir Arkhipov. So many of the big names. So we need to figure out who's still in the mix. Very similar to what we saw from the T4 Mini opening lap. But Stijn Hansen and Ronan Campoys are still there. Up to the third position, that looks like Derek Wargo still in the mix. In fact, he's now second, my apologies. So we've lost Wieleman, Arkhipov, Beganovic again, Kearney, Van Huis, Corporal, and it looks like Martin Poor in the mix of that as well. So many big names gone. What a disaster for the start of T4 Junior.
Huge drama then at the start of this race. Thankfully, everyone getting going once again, although some towards the back of the pack, as we see Ronan Campoys trying to make a move up the inside of Derek Wargo. Not going to work out for him at this stage of the race. It is much better to just settle down and give us commentators a chance to have a quick breath as everyone attacking the curbing on the chicane, and up the inside goes that's Riley Bishop. Riley Bishop with a cracking start, already up 4 positions from his starting place, so keeping himself out of trouble, making his way up to the front. Findlay Lions also with a fantastic start, gaining 10 positions on the opening lap. What did I say? You cannot count them out as they continue this battle at the front of the field for second position.
So many drivers dropping positions in that incident. Wieleman, Duplessis, Wondacek, Beganovic, Kearney, Branscombe, also English, Novak, Van Huis, Arkhipov, Corporal and Martin Poor. So many unfortunate souls there in the middle of all of that. As through comes Stijn Hansen to the lead from Wargo, Bishop, Campoys and Findlay Lines. Here comes the move for the lead. Derek Wargo, the American, going to take on the charge, and Bishop's going to try and go with him. He actually gets the move because Wargo goes wide. Bishop goes from third to first in a heartbeat, and all of a sudden the hopes of the UK, which were looking thin on the edge before the start of this race, are looking glorious. It's like the gates of Valhalla have opened up for them again.
And Stijn Hansen is not too familiar with this feeling of having to look at the back of another cart as we see round the outside a battle emerging, and that is Ronan Campoys managing to make his way past Wargo, I do believe, and indeed Findlay Lions following him through. A little bit of a push there perhaps from Lions into the braking zone of turn 10. Will there be a cutback manoeuvre? No, everyone just settling down at this stage of the race. That battle for third position is ultimately settled for the moment, although it is only a matter of seconds until it suddenly reignites.
Can you believe the drama in this one already, as the grey clouds that came over in the lunch break are like the racing gods racing to Great Britain's aid, as up comes Bishop in front of Hansen, but Steen Hansen's not done yet, folks. The Dutchman will still have an answer to Bishop without any hesitation. Kamphuis has got back in on Finlay lines, so this really is a fantastic duel now between the United Kingdom and the Netherlands in the top 4, with Wargo trying desperately to clutch at straws for the USA's hopes. They're going to hope for a really strong senior battle, but can the Netherlands bounce back on the Brit? Riley Bishop, Toys van House gets a new fastest lap from down in 32nd. He's driving angry with the red mist, so now it's just all guns blazing for Van Hoys. But what about Riley Bishop? Can he sustain the pressure from Steen Hansen?
Well, this is going to turn into a real question mark. As we have discussed previously, the Nations Cup points are decided by the top 3 drivers from each nation. Now in the minis, there's already been a 1-2-3 finish for Great Britain, so another 1-2. That is going to mean that the 3 best drivers, 2 of them will have had a first place and 1 of them will have had a second. So that is a great position for the UK to be in going into the senior final, having started this round of finals only 5 points behind the Netherlands.
But watch for Steen Hansen. He is really on the gearbox now of Finlay Lines' kart. He's reeling in the British driver up front, and Kamphuis and Lines are coming for the battle too. This is going to turn into a quartet before long, with a threat of a quintet from Derek Wargo. There's a great duel going on for 6th position further back, led by Pierre Carnet, the Irishman, leading their charge. And then it's Alamo. Goodness me, some big names have really been able to surge forward as a result of the melee at turn 1. Alamo for the Philippines, Hayes for Ireland, Clancy likewise, and Fernando Vila all the way up for Guatemala. So there's a big chance. Look back, there is the gaggle further back, and there's gestures all the way. There is the man in 6th, Pierre Carnet. Oh, and there's an issue further back. That's all gone horribly wrong for the 221, I think that is. 227, that is Keenan du Plessis. So that's South Africa's chances up in smoke for the moment. Their leading driver was Keenan du Plessis, and now he's out of the top 20. That is the 269 in trouble now. That is Steen Hansen. What has happened to Steen Hansen at the final chicane? It looks like he went for the move on Bishop, and it's all come unstuck. Steen Hansen plummets down the order. Disaster for the Dutch.
There are few words that can be used to sum up and to add to the pictures that we have seen there. Steen Hansen, who was oh so dominant, took a commanding victory in the superheats. Yesterday showed extraordinarily strong pace, indeed taking the win in the AD heat. The man from Netherlands whose hopes and dreams were being pushed forward all throughout today, the man who Team Netherlands were depending on, more or less, in this final, has suddenly come unstuck, got all out of shape, and now has plummeted right the way down the order, outside indeed of the top 10, it appears. In fact, I can't even locate him.
34th.
34th, plumb last. Goodness me, that is absolutely dreadful for Steen Hansen, and it is a day to forget for the Dutchman.
It's a day to forget for Team Netherlands all round by the look of it, because their hopes waned in T4 Mini. Now they're waning in T4 Junior. Only Ronan Kamphuis is really keeping their dreams alive in the top 10 here. So he's got to try and salvage something against the boy Brits. Let's see if he can work his way past Bishop. He's got Finlay Lines for company. Then Wargo, Hayes, Carnet, Clancy, Weiler. The other Dutchman in the top 10 is Tizemus. And then we have Harry Ward all the way up from 23rd into P10. Now Paolo Willemin is charging his way through. The Brazilians worked his way to 11th place. Then we've got Damian Boganovic back into 17th. Ralphie Branscom's back up to 20th. But there's so much flotsam and jetsam around this course now. It is unbelievable what we're witnessing. 5 to go, and Britain's hopes, it's as if they've had a magic spell on them. Now, interestingly enough, there has now been a warning flag for Ralphie Branscombe. That is unfortunate, because that's a 5-second penalty that cannot be appealed. Very unfortunate for the Brit, who is up to 17th again. So Branscombe, no chance, I'm afraid, of taking the victory this time. But unbelievable scenes. Amelie, you've been in some of the roughest of the rough in junior in the past in different categories. This is a particularly tough final.
Yes, definitely, especially with the crash at the start, taking out so many hopefuls. And I think it's clear to see some people have gained hugely from that, but with how the with how it's all the different trains across the track, you can just see how much it's spread out the field. And then obviously once you're at the back, it's really hard to get through the field again, especially with how evenly matched these karts are.
So Camphoys is driving very maturely here in second place, just hanging on behind Bishop. This is not easy to try and make the move. And there's a little bit of an issue further back as well. Another one into the barriers at the final turn. That is the Guatemalan, that is Fernando Vaila. He was having a great run up into the top 6 there briefly. So another man bites the dust in this fantastically sensational grandstand finishing final that it is going to be in T4 Junior. I still don't really know what's going to kick on between these three, but you get the sense that this is going to be a monstrous duel between the 3 men that are left up at the sharp end. Bishop, who started down in 7th, Camphoys, who is where he was until Lines gets the move on the inside line into 2nd place from all the way back in 15th on the grid. What a charge from Finley Lines. And now it's UK 1-2 yet again.
This really is quite exceptional. We have never seen a turnaround into the finals like what we witnessed here. And now it's the UK civil war once again. We saw these 2 drivers battling at this very corner yesterday, and it all went pear-shaped for them as they make a run down towards turn 1. There's going to be an effort round the outside by Ronan Kamphuis, who's going to try and get the cut back. What a sensational move from the Dutchman.
This is not clear cut between the 2 bits, because Riley Bishop and Finley Lines do not see eye to eye. They had a bit of an issue yesterday in one of the heats, and that definitely put them in the crossfires. They've got to settle their differences and think about the big picture here. Yes, they want to go for the victory themselves, but they could lose massive points for Team UK if their rivalry turns into a fracas. Now they've got Ronan Kamphuis splitting them once again. Bishop is going ultra defensive. He's got to sustain this for 2.5 more laps. Surely he can't hope to keep this car as wide as a Buick for this long. Up the inside comes Lines, splits them again into 2nd place, and it's him versus Bishop again. Just because they're racing for Team UK does not mean it'll be a friendly battle. Finley Lines wants this just as much as Bishop does, and Bishop's going to have to work so hard to defend. And look who's catching them. Look back. There's Derek Vorgo. He's going to become a factor soon.
Derek Vorgo is going to be looking at this and thinking, this is really an amazing opportunity for me to gain some points for Team USA. Indeed, he is now almost glued onto the back of this train. Defensive postures being thrown by Bishop and indeed Kamphuis, trying to go on the inside now is Finley Lines. Kamphuis has lost out hugely. Derek Vorgo now up into P3 and firmly in contention for the win.
All Derek has got to do is keep his head clear and wait for these 2 to badinage, because this could be an amazing chance for Team USA to get into the victory. Bishop and Lines side by side. Vorgo's lining him up, but Kamphuis is behind him. Lines goes for the lead, stops it on the inside apex. That gives Vorgo the chance to get through. In a 2nd place, Vorgo has gone from nowhere to 2nd in the space of 3 laps. The American could take this, and Finley Lines knows he's there. He's spending almost as long looking back as he is looking forward. This is amazing stuff. Finley Lines now has to hold this from Vorgo. Bishop now at the back behind Kamphuis. 1 lap to go. Let's see how this is going to go. Bishop's trying to squeeze his way, so is Vorgo. Bishop's round the far side. Watch for him as he tucks back in behind Kamphuis.
This is a truly sensational last lap battle. Here comes Vorgo up the inside. Can he make the move stick? No, he can't. It's very difficult to pull that move off. Now, here comes Bishop trying to make an attempt, and indeed he's secured 3rd place. But for how much longer? Not much longer is the answer. Oh my goodness me, what a move in retaliation by Kamphuis. And now the front 2 have really broken away. Finley Lines has a chance to breathe. Derek Vorgo doesn't really, still chasing him down as they make their way into the final sector. Finley Lines in a fantastic display, climbing 14 positions, is set to take the victory in T4 Junior.
Magic from Kamphuis, stalwart and valiant from Derek Vorgo, but can you deny the genius of Finley Lines out of the final turn from P15 to the victory? Finley Lines makes it 2 Brits points in a row in T4 in the Nations Cup from 15th to 1st. What a drive from Finley Lines. The Argenti boy wonder comes to Tillotson and dominates the final 2 laps after an amazing charge all the way through from the back. He gets the thumbs up from Ronan Campois. What an amazing last lap. What an amazing last race. From 15th to 1st, Finley Lines does the impossible.
What a drive of redemption from the man who was disqualified from the first heat on a technical infringement. He pulls his way back, claws his way up to the front, gaining 14 positions. I'm not sure what that is as a percentage of the grid, but I have never once seen a comeback like that. Finley Lions has to be contender for driver of the day. In fact, driver of the weekend indeed.
What an incredible powerhouse drive from Finley Lines. Absolutely extraordinary scenes. That's 2 wins in a row now for Team GB. Amelie, I mean, we were not entirely sure how this was going to go. There were shots at victories for Team GB, but how on earth could we have predicted it would have just welcomed up like that for Team GB?
Yeah, it's definitely gone our way. I think, so Finley Lines obviously taking that and working his way up. That was an amazing drive from him to come from that far back on the grid. And then obviously with the juniors as well. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Absolutely amazing scenes here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Finley Lines grabbing the win. United States in 2nd place with the T4 senior final to come. Great opportunity for Derek Wargo and the USA to take full advantage of that on the point score. Netherlands still in there with Ronan Campois in 3rd position from Bishop, with the 2 Irish drivers, Hayes and Carney, scoring well in the top 6 as well. Their hopes are still alive. And now we've got the 2 big races that will really play dividends in this T4 Nations Cup. The senior final and the senior 168. Goodness me, are we in for 2 rip-roaring shows, Simon. This is genuinely tantalizing stuff to the wire now.
It certainly is. What a contest we have had so far, with 2 finals left to go, plus of course the Bambinos. Now, we haven't seen the Bambinos taking to the track head-to-head in competition. They've had practice and qualifying, but it is going to be very interesting to see what they can throw together. Of course, not contributing to the Nations Cup points. That's only the seniors and the 168s. Those 2 categories, there's an awful lot of question marks. What will Noah Rosser be able to do? Will Ian Quinn be able to hang on from his strong position? Are there going to be any charges coming up the field? Jose Gomez showed strong pace on Friday, but yesterday and today just hasn't been able to replicate it. And then in the 168s, if I start asking questions, I won't be able to stop. So just make sure that you're watching that race, and I'm sure you will see the result for yourself. It is set to be an incredible day of racing. Final 2 races to go before we see the Bambinos take to the track, of course, and then afterwards we will be awarding our class winners and indeed the T4 Nations Cup, which is still all to play for.
Certainly is, Simon. We're going to take a quick pause while the drivers get themselves set up, ready for the T4 senior final. Need to grab yourself a decent seat, folks, but I promise you, you're only going to need the edge of it.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good. Yeah.
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
So after two incredibly unpredictable finals in T4 Mini and T4 Junior, we now have two races left in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2025 here at the Kartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Chiva, just outside the city of Valencia in Spain. And it's amazing to see just how tight it has been. So many people at the side of the circuit here, so many contributors to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in 2025, the biggest yet. And who better to talk about this heading into the T4 Senior Final than the president of Tillotson Limited, right beside me, Charles Demergian. Charles, what an amazing week. I mean, today has even kicked up the dial again after yesterday.
It's been a lot of fun, and you can see the smile on everybody. I'm looking at the screen as we can see everybody walking past, and I love the smiles on everybody's faces. It just, everybody seems to be having a great time. And this is one of the things I love about this event.
Compared to all of the major international competitions, when there's so much pressure, there's so much tension, there's so much aggression, to see people gearing up for the final of a major international tournament, and they're still waving at cameras, they're still fist bumping with friends, they're still waving and smiling at people. Isn't this wonderful to witness?
It is. I can't quite determine what it is about this that makes that happen. Is it the fact that people are racing for the country? Is it the fact that we sort of want this to be about camaraderie out here more than anything?
Well, look at this down the straight. I really wanted to see this. There we go. We've got Andrew Fallon on the left. We've got Jamie of RGMMC in the middle, and we've got Mark French on the right. They were actually holding hands. They dropped it quickly when they realized there was a camera on them, but I liked embarrassing them for that moment. Guys, this is the fun championship, isn't it? This is the one where everybody gets the same chassis, same tires, same fuel, same oil, same carburetor, same engine in-house.
Yeah.
And everybody's just allowed to enjoy the sport for what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and I think most people are here for the sport. I don't know that the people coming here are looking to become professional drivers, all of them, that this is not necessarily it could be a stepping stone for that, but you're going to have to move up. But the people who are here and who are racing all the time, they're really in it just for the love of the sport and the good time.
Having walked the paddock now for the last 5 days or so, seeing people from all four corners of the globe now, from up in Canada in the Northwest Hemisphere, all the way across to Australia, what's been the most rewarding part of this week for you? What are you going to take away as a special factor from this entire experience?
Cleaning that trophy, because I had to sit there and polish that trophy for the last hour. No,
that's fair. That's fair.
I kind of what you just said, the fact that we have so many different countries participating in it, and it just, basically everybody is getting along. I guess is the way to say it. But the spirit out there, and everybody comes into the shops. They come in to buy their parts. They're all having fun. They're all smiling. Okay, sometimes you get a little tension in the guys looking for the last minute grub screw that they dropped and need a replacement for the last minute.
But that's racing, right?
Yeah.
Now, we've got to be thinking about targets and things moving forward. I mean, this has already grown ridiculously since 2022, the first time we came here. For next year, we're very nearly pushing 50 countries worldwide now. We're not far off that. Do you feel that's an achievable target for next season?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the where we have to work the hardest, I think, is filling out the junior and the mini grid and the Bambino. That's right now. The seniors are all ready. We already have 3 full grids of them.
I love this at the front of the field. Noah Rosser, this is typical of the man. He's come right out of his position from P11 to walk up to the trophy, eyes on the prize. He is such a caricature of a racing driver, but such a fantastic exponent of what this is about. We are cartoon characters to a certain degree. We all love our racing. We love this sport to its purest. And it's great to see these guys wear their heart on their sleeve for a big event like this.
There's no question. Noah loves this sport. He loves this class of racing, the T4 class, and he is a personality. He is a karting personality.
Well, this is a fantastic exponent of what this sport can become, particularly for this class at Tillotson T4. The Nations Cup is growing stronger every year. What chance do you think there is of maybe having regional finals as the sport grows? Maybe an America's Cup, maybe an Asia Cup, maybe even a European Cup as well?
Oh yeah, that's already going on. You know, we had the Italy Cup this year. They're working on an Asian Cup for next year. The U.S. is now talking about a U.S. Cup. I had some conversations with our South American folks about either doing a Latin Cup or a U.S.-Mexico Cup. So there's all kinds of different, and that is actually another great thing about this event is like all of our importers are all here with their countries and teams.
So
and talking to each other about the different ways that they can kind of work together and have some of these mini international races.
So looking at how this week has grown and how people continue to keep coming back, what's been the biggest positive of this week? We obviously look for improvements, and you're the kind of person who likes to find ways to make things bigger and better. We've seen that over the last 4 years. What's the next exciting factor for you? What's the next thing? What's that next big step?
The next big step is making it work like clockwork and not have things like last minute come up every time, like this little delay, that issue that we have is to get it so that it is automatic. You know, it's like we know this is going to happen on this day. This is what we're going to do here. Weather permitting. The weather here in Valencia has been gorgeous all weekend, but Saturday and Sunday it was a torrential rain, shut down. I mean, I don't know, last year in Valencia, you know, this is where they had all the flooding and they had to cancel and postpone the IAMI international finals, and we had the rain here was just as bad. And we were fortunate to have everything set up to the point where it was all covered, but it would have been a disaster if we didn't have that.
And how instrumental has having the promoters RGMMC be part of making this event as big as it's got? Having been them, obviously being involved in the FIA and IAMI Europe and Champions of the Future, how important has that little logistical piece of the jigsaw puzzle been to getting to what you want?
Yeah, you know, there are kind of 4 key elements to putting this on. One is the service that RGMMC provides, which is making sure the race runs smoothly, all of the integration, or the enforcing of all the rules and everything. You know, we can't do that because it would just cause an enormous amount of conflict out there. And having somebody with RGMMC's reputation doing that for us is critical. The track is also important. The guy, you know, Lucas, who runs the track here, is super important to giving us access and the ability to do things. It makes it really easy for us to run this event here. Our team and all of the back office stuff, the Praga team on the kart side, and the scrutineering team is the other big piece too that Motorsport Ireland provides for us. And Kieran Coleman, who's been with us from the very beginning of the T4 series in Ireland and knows everything inside and out.
I mean, it's a fantastic way to round up this week, and what a time to do it as well when Lucas Guerrero is actually celebrating the 10th anniversary of his circuit here. To be part of that anniversary experience with this T4 Nations Cup, that must be quite a sweet feeling too.
It is. You know, we love this track here, and he's just been a great help to us to get it to go from what it was in Ireland, which was, 75 to 100 people, to 250 people, and the extra days. We couldn't do it without support from someone like that.
Well, in this T4 Senior Final, you've got 3 American chargers to go and secretly root for in the Nations Cup. So I'll let you go and do that. The 1-minute board's come up, held up there by another of our great ambassadors, Fabienne Lanz. Great to see. Charles, thank you so much for talking to us. Enjoy the last 2 shows.
Thanks, guys, and thanks to you, because I can't tell you how many people have been responding. God, those announcers are great.
Thank you, Charles. So
keep the comments coming. Keep those comments coming.
Flattery gets you everywhere, as they say. So we're going to go into the T4 Nations Cup final race then for the T4 Senior, and this is where the Netherlands Team Challenge reignites. We've got Jorn Bremer in pole position alongside the American Ian Quinn. Frederico Peters is just stubbornly putting himself into this mix every time for Portugal, with Lucas Blanford now with less to do, as it were, to increase UK's chances in 4th position. But don't think for a moment he won't bring his A game to the table. Stefano Persegin for Italy, Jimmy Cabrera for the US, then DeLon Thompson, Tim van Ellerswijk, both of South Africa and the Netherlands, Jose Gomez upholding local honours from Andrea Goreski, but don't count out the man in P11, Noah Rosser. He will be fighting his way back for sure. Here's the grid. Jorn Bremer and Ian Quinn on the front row of the starting grid. Then it's Frederico Peters and Lucas Blanford. Then Stefano Persegin and Jimmy Cabrera. Next up, it's DeLon Thompson from Tim van Ellerswijk, Jose Gomez and Andrea Goreski. Then Noah Rosser and Philip Rawson. Next up, it's Antonio Martinez, who lines up beside the Irishman Calvin Pratt. Then Guy Beattie alongside Daniel Bertzin, with the British driver Matt Wildman beside Timo Hermos. Then it's Rima Boltiers and Eric Questo, Richard Shaker and Brian Wilson, Tyler Colshorn and Sam Hall-Hinksman. Then Jamie Eltzerman and Yemo Shannon, Stephen Miller and Jonathan Trock. Then we will have Warren Russell beside Manuel Gonzalez. Ricardo Dornbosch is next to Jesus Sora. Then it is Jack Mackenzie Smith. And next up behind them, it's going to be a fantastic challenge forward from Olivier Lemens. Behind them, it will be a hard mission in question from our man in the mixer behind. We're going to have a very exciting challenge as all of the drivers in field. My apologies. My timing screen went for me there. My apologies. It kind of refreshed. Jiggy Javier and Josh Allen will be the 2 that take up the residency at the tail end of the field. But my goodness me, are we in for a tough race here? Simon, 14 laps. 22 degrees Celsius air temperature, those clouds still an ever-present threat, and with USA with a lot of work to do.
Yes, exactly. A race distance just a smidge under 20 kilometres. That's about, by my calculations, about 12 miles, 12 to 14 miles there or thereabouts. You can correct me on that, Jake. 19.992 kilometres, 8 metres short of the 20 mark. As they make their way round, we will head up to the lights, organise ourselves into the tram lines. We are ready to go racing, and we go racing now. That's a fantastic start from Jorn Bremer. Difficult start there by Ian Quinn. They make their way down towards the first corner, moves to the inside there. That looks like Frederico Peters really pushing to the outside. Jorn Bremer. Bremer's trying to hold it together. He's almost pushed off the circuit. Bremer holds the lead brilliantly.
How did they not take each other out? It's incredible. There's several more drivers going off behind them. There's about 5 or 6 of them, all spat out to the scenery there and desperately trying to restart the carts. That was Godeski, Pratt, Matt Wildman was in there, so was Rima Boltiers, Warren Russell and Jesus Sora all caught up. So some big names falling yet again in the T4 Senior Final, and now it's Quinn behind Frederico Peters. The Portuguese powerhouse continues his fight. He will not relinquish his claim on this crown.
The man who took pole position, the 5-time Portuguese champion, putting in a real display of serious driving ability, coming from 3rd on the grid, sneaking his way up into 1st, really doing a good job of forcing Jorn Bremer out onto the dust, the dirt and the marbles. But here comes Jorn Bremer down towards turn 1, being followed very closely by Stefano Persegin, and they both make that move stick as we see the 413 machine stricken in in the gravel. Unfortunately, that means Brian Wilson is, so far at least it seems, out of the race at the final chicane.
I think he's the only one who doesn't know it, as off the road at the chicane we've got another couple of drivers taking to the grass, and I'm afraid there's a technical flag. It was Jiggy Javier that went off the road at the chicane and rejoined, but Jamie Elserman has the technical flag for damage to his kart as Brian Wilson stubbornly gets back into the race further back. And here's the battle as Persegin battles away with Jorn Bremer. Bremer has now lost out to Persegin. Peters is going to try and come through. Bremer's going to get squeezed here down to third, fourth, fifth position. Jorn Bremer plummets from the lead to P6 in the end. Unbelievable scenes here as now Ian Quinn goes door to door with Frederik Peters, and this is where he's going to lose out. Peters will suddenly find himself on the curbs, but out in front it is Stefano Persegin, the Italian, still going strong from Quinn, Thompson, Van Ellerswijk, Bremer, Peters and Blanford, from Gomez, Cabrera and Martinez. Where is Noah Rosser?
Jorn Bremer falling down to 5th position. He was in 6th momentarily, finished 6th here last year in the final. Currently sitting in a position he does not want to be in, as we see moves being shaped up there by Ian Quinn.
Martinez has gone in the chicane. That's another big player for Spain. So there is Martinez recovering, but it's too little too late. And there's contact between two karts further back. They've ended up having an accident just behind that one. Both drivers recovering. It is absolute skittles in T4 Senior at the moment as Noah Rosser emerges down in P26. It is all a C for the American Noah Rosser, with almost no hope of coming back in this one.
Well, unfortunately, we can't bring you a replay of that first lap incident, but I'm sure just about everyone who's watching this is going to go back and have a look on the YouTube replay just to see what happened. An absolutely torrid time for Noah Rosser, and indeed a number of other competitors, as there is a front fairing being recovered. I'm not sure is that for the 372 machine, which we mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, though, that will be race over in the most unlikely of circumstances. We see Ian Quinn up the inside now, taking Tim Van Ellerswijk. Stefano Persegin still in fact bumping Stefano Persegin down to 3rd position as Jamie Elserman sees the black flag. So indeed, having ignored the technical flag, he has now been disqualified and ordered back to the pits.
That's a real shame for Elserman. Once you get the red mist, you sometimes don't even realise how damaged your kart is. You're not exactly looking down at your front fairing for the whole race. You're looking forward at the kart and the circuit and the corner in front. So it's not easy to differentiate sometimes when the red mist is down. But unfortunately for Elserman, it is game over. Right, back to the front. Quinn, Van Ellerswijk, Persegin, Thompson, Bremer, Peters, Gomez, Cabrera, Blanford and Questo. And it really is tough to know who's going to get the win. Here to the inside comes Tim Van Ellerswijk. Team Netherlands will be delighted to see him come back forward as Josh Allen now picks up a 5-second penalty and the warning flag that comes with it. The fans on the stands rooting for their heroes as Tim Van Ellerswijk hits the front, then nearly loses the back of the kart as he quests to keep in front of Quinn. Persegin is still there. Delon Thompson is really getting into this for South Africa now, and there's an incident behind these guys. There's an off at the chicane. Looks like 2 karts involved on this occasion. That's the 350 that's gone. That's Josh Allen and Andrea Guerreschi, the Italian who had such a strong start to the week. What a shame as Bremer now makes his bid on Delon Thompson. It's not over yet for the Dutchman.
Well, that's such a shame to see Andrea Guerreschi going out in such a style as that. He's shown real pace, arguably Team Italy's greatest ever Nations Cup driver. So hard to see him going out in a situation like that, a collision at the first chicane on the circuit.
I think we're going slowboards here, Simon. I think we're going to go slowboards here because we've got medical attention for Guerreschi. And we are, look, yellow flag, slow boards. Oh my goodness, so anybody that's out of the train is now going to get back into it. We're at yellow flags and slow boards. So the whole field now has to slow down. And that is going to be a tricky one. Oh, a couple of karts going off on the chicane as they prepare for the slow boards. Well, a little bit of miscommunication there from the drivers, but now everybody's got to slow down. We're on the slow boards here, and that's for the incident between Allen and Guerreschi. I think Guerreschi is just getting a little bit of medical attention, and as a result, we have to go slow boards. That's going to tighten the whole field up, and suddenly this T4 Senior Final takes yet another twist of fate. My goodness me, Amelie, 5 laps worth of drama and chaos. How on earth is this one going to end? Are you glad you're not in it now?
I think so. Yeah, it's going a bit crazy, and obviously with everyone bunching up, it's going to be game on, especially for the drivers who got taken out in that first one. They're going to be right on the money to try and get back up as many positions as they can, especially now all of them are bunched up together. That's going to be, as if they get a good restart, they might still make up, and as we've seen with the craziness that's going on throughout the whole grid, we're probably going to get the ones at the back might still have a chance of getting some good points for their country, even if they can't get all the way to the front.
Well, Godesky's being supported there by the medical team. You've been in this situation before, of course, Amelie, when you're under slowboard conditions and you're trying to stay focused, get yourself plugged back into the race, as it were, and try to find a second wind, a little bit of an adrenaline kick to move you back up through the field. How difficult is that to find?
It depends, I think, where you started, what's happened in the race. I think for quite a lot of people, it will be, I'd be telling myself, especially if I was further back and I'd been crashed out or something like that, I would definitely be thinking in my head, okay, this is good, how many places can I make up? Just get your head down, focus. And yeah, it's still all to play for, especially with how close everyone now will be.
So Andrea Guerrero is being escorted back to the medical centre just for precautionary checks, but he is on his feet. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see that he's okay. So Andrea Guerrero now going to watch the rest of the race from the sidelines here, but with 7 laps to go when this race gets restarted again by the look of it, we're going to have an absolute dogfight. Van Ellerswijk, Quinn, Persegin, Bremer, Thompson, Gomez, Peters, Cabrera, Blandford and Jermo Janen, who started way back in 26th on the grid, Simon. What an amazing race this has turned out to be. All of the finals have just taken the starting grid and thrown the cards up in the air and picked them up again in a random order.
Indeed, and some big movers, you have to say, the likes of Jermo Janen and also Ricardo Dornbosch gaining 16 positions, same as Janen. He's currently sitting in 15th place. Manuel Gonzalez just behind him, having gained 14 positions, but Tim Van Ellerswijk leading the way up 7 positions from where he started. As we see coming into the pits now, that looks like it could be the other Italian.
No, that's Elterman. That's Elterman, who finally responds to the black flag. I don't really know why he stayed out as long as he did. Once you've got the technical flag, you know your race is over. Once you've got the black flag, you know you're supposed to drive in, but he's waiting until the end of lap 7. I mean, does he want to keep his racing license? I've got to ask.
Well, it seems to be that the red mist very much descends, and it descends probably about 3 feet in front of you. In fact, possibly even 2 feet, because it seems that you can't actually see the front fairing when the red mist descends, which isn't exactly what you want in terms of visibility. Mercifully, there's no spray to contend with, otherwise visibility will be absolutely zero. As all the leaders make their way around, tyre warming is going to be an issue in this instance, because the drivers have been putting so much effort and so much energy through their tyres for the last, well, 7 laps of this race, 7-8 laps of this race. They're now going to have cooled down, and they're going to have to suddenly start putting more and more temperature back into them to be able to get the jump at the restart, especially given that the pack has now bunched up, Amelie.
Yes, definitely. So you can see a lot of karts there just weaving, just trying to keep their tyres warm. And obviously they'll be trying to keep their head in the game, thinking about what they can do to move forward.
Well, I can tell you that the green flag is in the hand of our race starter on the gantry. Look at the fans in the final turn. Everybody wants a seat at the best table in the ring, as everyone knows how tight this race is going to be now. Van Ellerswijk, Quinn, Persegin, Bremer, Thompson, Gomez, Peters, Cabrera, Blandford, Janen, Questo, BT, and we're going to get the green as we go back under starters' orders once again here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, T4 Senior Final. So we go back to racing conditions, and as the drivers charge their way to the first corner, it is already a decent gap built up by Van Ellerswijk. He can be happy with the way he's pulled clear of Persegin, who's got in a second already ahead of Ian Quinn, and the drivers will now be charging their way. Keep an eye on Noah Rosser over the next few laps. Now that he's back in the train, he'll be trying to pick them off one by one like raisins.
Well, 8 laps completed out of 14. That means about 5 laps remaining, so it's going to be a very tall order for Noah Rossa.
He just went off the road.
Noah Rossa really meaning business. A big kick of dust on the exit of turn 7 up towards turn 8, using all of the track plus a bit more as we see the leaders now. A battle starting to emerge for about position 6. There's probably 6 or 7 carts involved, all headed up by Jorn Bremer, it looks like, who has now fallen down to 6th from 4th.
Yeah, this is not good news for Jorn Bremer or Team Netherlands. They really wanted to be as close to Van Ellerswijk as possible, especially now that the Dutchman is taking a lot of pressure from Stefano Persegin of Italy and Ian Quinn of the United States. Delon Thompson is still there for South Africa in the mix as well. So this could be a very interesting challenge now. Everybody trying to keep themselves to themselves in the first turn and try and make some strong moves. There's a spinner in the first corner. Who is that that's gone around? Trying to make out who that is that's recovering. But certainly one of the strong contenders up at the sharp end of the field. Don't tell me that's Noah Rossa that spun around. It isn't, my apologies. It is now actually Daniel Bertsin, the Latvian. And there's another off. That is the 411 that's gone around there. Now that is Warren Russell, the Irishman, and that's another retirement. That is Antonio Martinez. He was a front runner for Spain. So Martinez, another big name, falls in this crazy afternoon of karting.
My goodness me, it is carnage every which way that you look. That drone footage, I think there's going to have to be some investigative purposes being employed for that, as we see Tim van Elsbeek still just about holding Stefano Persegin behind Ian Quinn, making his way up. Here comes the move from Persegin. Will the Italian take the lead in the final? Yes, he will. Precious little resistance offered by Tim van Elsbeek, just allowing them both through. He knows it's not over until the flag flies. Tim van Elsbeek drops down 2 positions, but crucially not a huge amount of time lost, and so Delon Thompson, who's currently sitting in 4th, won't have too much of an opportunity to gain an advantage.
We're about to get the pressure cooker turned up a dial again, as we now have 6 retirements. Javier Chaker, another big name. Lemons Gadeski, another big name. Allen and Eltzman all out of this one. Martinez has parked up and retired as well. So now it's Persegin, Quinn, Van Ellerswijk, then Delon Thompson. Gomez is still there in 5th position. Imagine if the battle becomes as senseless on the last lap as we think it might get, and suddenly Gomez gets the chance to win on home soil. He's not out of this yet in 5th position, as Noah Rossa has charged his way all the way to P13. He really is storming the crows here to try and fight back, and the American is up to 13th as he comes through on the main straight. He's now up to 12th, and there's the move for the lead. Quinn goes through on Persegin, so the American hits the front. Quinn is now leading from Persegin, Van Ellerswijk and Delon Thompson.
Noah Rossa and Matt Willeman both making up positions at the expense of Stephen Miller on that previous lap, as we see up the inside plenty of battles occurring through the chicane in the mid-pack. So the mid-pack fight still very much on, as we see all of the leaders snaking their way round. Noah Rossa now with the fastest lap of the race, so he's a man making progress, but it seems to be not a huge amount of progress very late in the race.
He's just dived in on the inside of Philip Rawson to grab 11th place behind these guys, so there is nothing that's going to stop this man if he's got any say in it. Quinn is now defending with 3 laps to go. Can he assist his teammates Cabrera and Rossa to move further up the ranks here, whilst also protecting his lead? This is a brave strategy, as behind them you've got Van Ellerswijk having got back ahead of Delon Thompson. Side by side, 2 laps to go, and it looks like Persegin's going to drive past. No, he slots back, and onto the grass comes Van Ellerswijk. He squeezes through the smallest gap in history, and Van Ellerswijk still makes it to 2nd place, with Thompson going with him, and Gomez and Bremer threatening to come back ahead of Van Ellerswijk.
Well, there's still moves happening, and Jorn Bremer really falling foul of just about everyone. That looks like even Guy Beatty, no, not Guy Beatty, has managed to get through. That looks like it could even be...
That's Cabrera.
Cabrera, indeed. Cabrera making his way through, so it goes from bad to worst for our Dutch compatriot. As we see up at the front still Quinn battling away. Here comes Delon Thompson. Noah Rossa now under investigation. What that could be for, I am not entirely sure, as we still watch this leading battle. Quinn taking a slightly defensive line. Delon Thompson though from South Africa up into 2nd place. Look at how Quinn is defending. That's really going to compromise his run out of the final corner. Delon Thompson really trying to find a gap. It's the smallest. He's on the grass. Dylan Thompson keeps his foot in. That's it, sunshine, keep at it. Tim van Elsbeek thinking, oh my goodness, that could have been game over for me. Tim van Elsbeek, also a man who's familiar with that grass on the inside of the turn 1 entry. Goodness me, Dylan Thompson will have had his heart in his mouth there. It is so clear to see how much Ian Quinn wants this as we are on the final lap, coming towards the final sector of the T4 senior action.
Magic moments. Dylan Thompson hasn't sacrificed everything yet. He still wants to push for the win. Here comes Persegin on the inside of Van Ellersvik to get into 3rd position. Watch out for Lucas Blandford. The British driver wants to break into the top 4. He's going to make it to 3rd position alongside Persegin. Can he hold his nerve on the kink on the right-hander? A side by side. Quinn and Thompson fight for the win. It's going to be nail-biting. Quinn holds the inside line. Persegin dives in. Persegin tangles with Thompson, and it's going to be Ian Quinn. Ian Quinn gets the victory for the United States. Blandford is 2nd. Van Ellersvik in 3rd. What a crazy end to the craziest T4 senior final in the Nations Cup's history. Quinn gets it from Blandford, Van Ellersvik, Gomez and Cabrera. An absolutely fuming and furious pair of drivers at the end there. Stefano Persegin and Dylan Thompson will be absolutely livid with the way their victory disappeared. But it's Ian Quinn for the United States. What a victory!
A fantastic performance by Ian Quinn. You could see just how much the number 440 wanted it. He did an incredible job, put in an outstanding performance, the highest numbered driver on the grid in terms of his race number. So disappointing though to see that battle between him and Dylan Thompson ending in tragedy at the final chicane. It was brave from Thompson. It was very brave indeed, and Ian Quinn had showed that he was very much willing to defend that position. Unfortunately, that battle not ending the way we wanted it to.
Yeah, that collision between Dylan Thompson and Stefano Persegin. There is Stefano Persegin at the final corner. He can't believe it's all gone wrong. He made the dive on Dylan Thompson. There was contact. They both went into the tyres, and that allowed Ian Quinn the chance to race away for the win. Persegin waving, I'm okay. But that is not the way his week was supposed to end. The Italian stallion vanquished on the sidelines, and he will be bitterly disappointed. Now he's got to work for 12 months more to give himself a chance to go and get it done in 2026.
And like that, Italy's chances of a first ever Nations Cup podium go up in smoke, the smoke erupting from the gantry to welcome home Ian Quinn, the American, in front of Lucas Blandford, who put in a tremendous performance given what was happening to him in the superheats, falling down the order. Lucas Blandford keeping himself out of trouble, taking home 2nd place. He would have wanted one higher, but you have to say that is a tremendous effort from the man who's returning to 4-stroke racing for the first time since 2021.
Well, can we just put up a bit of a shout out for drive of the race? It's got to come from Noah Rosser. He started 11th. He dropped all the way back to P34 at one stage. He crossed the line in, get this, P7. That's monstrous how he was able to make that back. And he did most of that work, by the way, after the yellow flag slow zones. He only had 6 laps to do it. That's incredible from Noah Rosser.
An amazing performance then from Team America all round. Jimmy Cabrera missing out on a podium, finishing in 5th position. He'll be somewhat disappointed by that. Jose Gomez, though, my heart has to go out to him. He missed the podium last year and finished in 4th. And once again, he's missed the podium by just 1 spot, having shown such amazing pace. It would have been a fairy tale, poetic in the extreme, to have a Spaniard on the podium in Spain. Alas, we will have to wait for another 12 months to see Jose Gomez return.
The craziness of that race, get this, Quinn taking the victory from Blandford, Van Ellersvik, Gomez, Cabrera, Bremer, Rosser and Federico Peters. They were covered by less than a second at the flag. Can you believe it? Absolutely astonishing. Amelie Ackert's senior driver this year against these guys. I mean, you've really got to be on your A game to get inside these guys' heads, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. That was a very crazy last lap. from everyone at the front, I think. But yeah, crazy race, definitely. And yeah.
For a guy like Ian Quinn at the front to be able to hold the nerve for so long, I mean, that's the kind of driver everybody looks up to, right?
Yeah, definitely. That was a very impressive race from him, and quite a few others as well. Working their way through the field, and yeah.
Now, that slow board really tightened things up, but I guess the hunger from a race driver at that point, when you know there's only 6 laps to go, you've got to roll those sleeves up and get stuck in. It's eyes wider than stomach time when you're out there. You've got to have that mentality. How difficult is it to find that inner strength within you to essentially swap the race gloves for boxing gloves and find those moves from nowhere?
I think it depends what part of the grid you're on. So the people who were caught up, especially in the first part, in the first crash, would have probably been celebrating quite a bit at that slow zone because it just bunched the pack up and it made their job a little bit easier. But they still had to get through everyone, didn't they, and have a clean race, which, as we saw, was slightly difficult out there. But from the people running, the front runners, that would have been a lot more of a stressful position because you know that any gaps you've made in the first part of the race are just gone, and everyone's obviously going for the Nations Cup. Everyone wants to be on that top step of the podium. So, yeah.
And when you're mixing all of that and you're in the middle of that train and you're taking a nudge, you're trading paint, you're pushing barriers and people are nudging you to the left, to the right, from the front to the rear, it must be so difficult to stay strong and stay focused in the middle of that when you're taking hits from either side of you.
Definitely, and one wrong move, as we saw, will just either you'll end in disaster or you'll lose so many places. It's very difficult out there, that's for sure.
Fantastic to observe and a very thrilling race to witness. While we've only got one race left in the Nations Cup itself, we've obviously got a T4 Bambino race to come later. That final is not going to have any bearing on the point standings of the T4 Nations Cup, it's fair to say. But what an amazing turnaround from the United States legend that is Ian Quinn. Simon, that took immense composure to hang on when you've got so many decent drivers snapping at your heels all the way. He had Persig in there, he had Dylan Thompson there, he had Van Ellerswijk, Gomez, Cabrera, Blanford, everybody was on him, and he never cracked.
Well, I think Pete Hegseth is going to be worrying for his job because Ian Quinn has shown himself to be very capable in terms of the American defense industry. And what a performance it was. Only climbing up one place, started in second, finished in first. But that is ultimately what you want. I don't think I've seen defensive driving of that caliber at a Nations Cup ever. I've never seen anyone so utterly determined to maintain that first position. Generally speaking, there will be a defense offered, but if the offense is of a greater magnitude and of a greater commitment, most drivers will say, okay, yeah, you just go on past, I'll get the cutback, I'll overtake you on the next lap. There was absolutely none of that from Ian Quinn. He wanted to be ahead at every single second once it was about 3 laps from the end.
Yeah, that was unbelievable defense from Ian Quinn. He wasn't driving a Tillotson T4 at the end there. He was in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. That was worthy of Dale Earnhardt. Incredible defensive tactician from Ian Quinn, just placing the kart exactly where it needed to be, not just to protect his position, but to coax the others, to go for a move on the opponents, to give him that little bit of breathing space. It was really intelligent the way he read the situation. So smart from Ian Quinn, and that is a win for the ages. He'll be a very, very popular winner in the Tillotson T4 Seniors. Now the drivers venture out onto the circuit for the T4 Senior 168 final. The heavyweights, as they are affectionately known, but this could change and probably will change the face of the Nations Cup. UK started strong in T4 Mini and T4 Senior. They bagged a podium behind the USA in T4 Senior, but now the chance to seal this deal is in the hands of Anwar Barul Smith, who starts this T4 Senior 168 final from pole position. This could be UK's day.
It could indeed. Now, there's very few people who we have seen who are able to make a move around the outside of turn 1. However, the man starting in second, Christoph Venska, is a man who has shown, indeed in the superheat, that he knows what he's doing. Chopping across to the inside and actually making that move, well, no, I was going to say stick. He maintained that side-by-side action all the way until the chicane and then ultimately took the position. So he's a man who's seemingly been managing his tyres very, very well this weekend, Christoph Venske, and you can sort of tell that by his driving style. There's never any heroics, there's not much sliding. He just quietly and efficiently goes about his business like a true German, and we've seen some absolutely sensational performances from him, not just this weekend, but remember, he is the only man in history to take a clean sweep at the Nations Cup this time last year, winning all 3 of his heats, his super heat, and indeed the final.
So for the last time this week, T4 Senior 168 gears up for the battle, and we've got so many strong athletes at the front end. It's going to be a very tricky race to predict this one. From the pole position, it'll be Anwar Beryl-Smith of the UK. Second for Germany, Christoph Venske. And then the 2 Dutch fighter planes of Mats Moy and Peter Janssen. Third and fourth on the grid ahead of Oliver Smith of Great Britain and the Irishman Cole Munnelly, the last hope for Team Ireland at the sharp end of the field. And boy, oh boy, is there going to be some pressure. He's actually walked out onto the grid, Cole Munnelly, with an Irish-coloured wreath. Check this out. I think that's made of, is that ping pong balls, or what is it that has been made from his wreath? We need to get a shot of that later. But that's a fabulous little comic gesture again. That's what I love about the Tillotson T4. Yes, it's serious, but it's also monstrously playful. This is the championship, of course, that greets many different characters to the sport. We've obviously got the T4 Seniors out of the way. That's your class, Simon. My class, of course, is this one, the heavyweight category. Mind you, we both had a bit of a spin in a T4 last night of a very different type, didn't we?
We did indeed. The T4 Drift Kart is a new product in the Tillotson T4 line, and what a product it is as well. It's a one-size-fits-all drift kart. Now, I think a lot of people have had that thought in their minds at some point of, oh, drifting, how do I get into that? Well, up until now, you've really had to go out and buy a cheap drift car and start competing on a local level. But now, Tillotson have filled that gap in the market in a spectacular way with their new T4 drift kart. As I say, one size fits all, so whether you're 5 or 50, you only need one kart. Very adjustable in terms of seat position, pedals, very, very short wheelbase as well, I have to say, and a centre-mounted engine to really help with the balance of the car. Now, you might be thinking, okay, but the steering lock on a kart isn't particularly phenomenal. How would you hold a drift? I don't think I've ever seen a vehicle with more steering angle than that Tillotson T4 drift kart. I actually remarked last night that you can turn it around within the length of its wheelbase.
You can.
It's almost like a digger with the tracks where you can turn it around on the spot. It's an absolutely tremendous invention and very, very beginner friendly, we realised as well. Neither of us have ever done anything like that, but within about a lap or two, you really start to get the hang of it. And so if any of you who are watching along at home, or indeed are listening along to us at the track, do definitely have a think about having a go in one of those drift karts. If it's something that you're interested in, I would highly, highly recommend it. And even if you just want to do something that's a bit fun, that's not quite as sweaty as driving a regular T4 and driving the beans out of it all the way around a regular circuit, you can go and do some drifting. The T4 drift kart, as far as I'm aware, is available for test drive in Ireland and will be coming to other markets soon. So pre-orders are being taken, and I would highly recommend that you stick your name down for one.
I certainly would agree with that. Tillotson.ie is the website. Head to the T4 Series drop-down menu. Book a test drive is the option, or also you can use the Contact Us section of that website if you fancy mucking around in a Tillotson T4 drift kart once this weekend is over. And don't mind a quick flight to Ireland to have a play. It will be in other markets next year, I'm sure, but it is a fantastic bit of kit. There is the man who's got a lot of work to do, it has to be said, in this battle. From the front end of the field, the 537, Mats Moy, upholding the honour for Team Netherlands with an amazing amount of pressure on his shoulders. But Beryl-Smith and Venske on the front row, they've got a lot to do. So this will be an interesting one. Interestingly, Anwar Beryl-Smith was trying desperately this weekend to represent Algeria because, of course, he does have Algerian heritage and he wanted to add another African nation to the lineup. He does, of course, have to represent what is written on his license, which is, of course, Team UK. But I'm sure the North African viewers back home, all the way down in Algiers, will be cheering and rooting for Anwar Birrell-Smith to beat that fantastic victory bid and put not just the UK on top, but Algeria as well.
Indeed, and it's worth mentioning that Anwar Birrell-Smith has featured at 2 Nations Cups previously. Neither of them he has made it to the flag in the final. He's always had the pace to be at the front. Unfortunately, his first Nations Cup appearance, he had a collision with Julien Granvaux, who today is lining up down in 9th position. And then in 2024, as I recall, he just had a technical issue, or perhaps a collision at the first corner, and wasn't able to see the flag. But the only Club 100 driver to win races on 2 continents, so definitely one to watch, even alongside Christoph Enske, who makes a wonderful little heart gesture to the camera.
The 1 minute board is about to be raised by the driver ambassador for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, the South African star Fabian Lands, who of course raced in this competition 3 years ago, back in 2022, and now helps to support the drivers, not just from the female contingent, also from the South African, and also across the board. It's not just about supporting one gender or one nation, but supporting so many people who have put in a fantastic effort just to be here in the first place. That is amazing as an achievement in and of itself. And now it's time for the final Tillotson T4 Nations Cup trophy to be quested after as they battle away for supremacy. Where is this trophy going to go? 2 of them are going to go to a British driver. 1 of them is going to go to the United States of America. Where will this one go? Will it go to the United Kingdom again for Anwar Birrell-Smith? Will it be for the German, Christoph Enske? Or will it be for a Dutchman in Mats Moy or Peter Janssen? There are so many questions up front. Don't count out either the chance for Oliver Smith of the United Kingdom, and also for Ireland, Colm Manelli, and the Puerto Rican, Gonzalo Aponte, 7th on the grid, right on the inside line of that 4th row. That is not an impossible place to win from. Jan Zastrau from 8th for Germany. And of course, France are still in this with the single-seater king, Julien Granvaux. He could work his way forward from 9th on the grid. There are so many drivers who could make a play. And look who's in 11th place on the grid. The comeback king, Ethan Steer. What if he breaks the record of Dylan Thompson from last year, the most overtakes in a weekend? It was 80 that was set last year. I'm trying to figure out how many moves he made earlier on. He made 5, so that puts him, now I don't think he can quite do it, unfortunately, mathematically. I'm not sure he's quite going to be able to make it, sadly, to 80. I think he'll just miss it. I think the most he can get to is about 72 or 73 from 11th on the grid, so unfortunate that he can't quite break the record. But that doesn't change the fact he's going to be pushing right from the outset. Here we go then for the last of the T4 Nations Cup finals. The T4 Senior 168 grid gets underway. Here we go. Anwar Birrell-Smith and Christoph Enske from Mats Moy and Peter Janssen, Oliver Smith and Colm Manelli. Then it's Gonzalo Aponte and Jan Zastrau from Julien Granvaux and Anthony Holland. Ethan Steer alongside the Colombian Esteban Yanguas. Then it is Ollie Cooper-Welton and Adrian Somoza. Chris Alcock alongside Oscar Cantu. Then it's Ariane Camphoys and Ricardo Baldon. Anta Chen of China and Jason Herrera of the US. Then Michael Kampman and Mauricio Torres. Reynaldo Cardona and Rory de Jong. Michael Mamie and Momen Benamor of Tunisia. Abraham Estrada and Javier Carrasco from Chile. Charlie Tsao of Taiwan and David Gardea of Costa Rica. Then Jorge Torres, Scott Garvey, Ignacio Almanza, Kyle Kavanagh, Andrei Slavinsky, and at the back of the field it's the Italian Roberto Zaltieri.
And there's going to be real pressure on some of these drivers to deliver for their nations in terms of the Nations Cup points. Indeed, Mats Moy and Peter Janssen are really the last hope for the Dutch contingent here, who've had such a strong weekend, but just things not going their way in the finals. The UK will be hoping for another strong result in the very capable hands of Anwar Birrell-Smith. And Christoph Enske will be looking to retain that title. As far as I can remember, he's the only person in history to retain his title at the T4 Nations Cup. Now, I could be wrong, and forgive me if my memory is misleading me in that, but if my memory is correct, then he could potentially, today at least, become the first ever 3-time Nations Cup champion.
Let's see if the German has what it takes to make it 3 years in a row. We'll find out as we go under starters' orders next time. Oh dear, I don't need that kind of tension when the drivers are geared up for the start and then they have to go around one more time, so the pressure bubbling over there for Anwar Beryl-Smith and Christoph Venske.
But you know what? It's lovely to have a bit of nostalgia when it comes to, another false start. It really takes us back to, the days of, about 4 hours ago.
Yes,
where
4 hours ago, absolutely.
multiple restarts, and indeed it was...
I remember those days.
So do I, actually, yeah.
I was a young slip of a lad back then.
Wasn't quite as hot and sticky in the commentary box as it is today. So
no, that's true.
There's things that can be worked on there, but there's always improvements to be made, and these drivers will be looking to make their final few improvements of the weekend. Now, that was a brilliant transition back to the racing, I have to say. So Anwar Beryl-Smith pilots that Tillotson T4, and the final 36 drivers to take to the grid, gets them all into order as they make their way onto the back straight. The flags flying very well. There is a fairly significant headwind. Now, that's not going to cause huge amount of issues, but it is going to make the slipstream slightly more powerful than it was yesterday morning, throughout yesterday afternoon, where there was only about a 4-kilometre breeze, Jake.
Yes, indeed. It's not going to be the easiest one to predict this either, because a few drivers out of position, but will have been saving their tyres for a chance in this one. Don't forget that they have not worked their tyres to the same ferocity as the seniors did. The seniors had 5 qualifying heats, then a superheat going into the final. So that's 7 races for the drivers that made it. These guys, well, this will only be their 5th. So the tyres will definitely be in better condition, but how far will they be prepared to push as the flags of the UK, Germany, Netherlands, Ireland, Puerto Rico, and France and South Africa still rampant on the grandstands? How are we going to finish the scores? Let's find out in T4 Senior 168. Next time again, I think. Yes, the lights have not gone on my... Have they gone out in front? Yes, they have gone in front. It's just my timing screen that didn't update. My apologies. So through they come onto the start and through the first corner. It is a rapid start from Anwar Beryl-Smith as they work their way through the chicane. He's held his lead and the field tries to tuck through. Surely there's not enough room for them all to squit through. Just about managing to. That was as tight as possible for the leaders to make their way through. But Mats Moy has made the jump here on Chris Venske. Time for the German to roll up his sleeves.
And it's a good start as well from Colin Munnelly. So that Irish-coloured necklace, which I suspect his daughters will have made, has served him well, as we see Christoph Venske now making a move past Mats Moy to get back up into second position. Back where he started, as we see, there's one driver, that's the 536 machine that's gone round at turn 10. Perhaps contact with another driver, perhaps just locking up under braking.
It's the Chilean Javier Carrasco that's gone there as Venske fights forward to get into second place. He gets a nudge on the back bumper from Mats Moy, with pressure too coming from Peter Janssen. So it's as they started once again. Mats Moy now trying to finish off this opportunity, but it's looking pretty tight for the competitors as they run through. Now, for some reason, Chris Venske's transponder doesn't appear to be working. Now it's come back in, and so has Peter Janssen's, but they were still hot in second and fourth places. Hopefully that's not going to be a recurring problem, so they should be able to mix it through without too much drama. What a fantastic run in the top 5 this. Beryl-Smith, Venske, Moy, Janssen and Munnelly, with Oliver Smith now being caught by Jan Zastrau. Watch out for the German. This will be quite the charge forward if they can get a couple of decent podium spots.
Jan Zastrau doing a good job. He qualified down the order. He's named his kart this year Lena, but he says that the engine is called Gary the Snail. So obviously not happy with the performance from that 225cc Tillotson TPP 225 RS. As he makes his way down through the final sector, he's still going to be chasing down his colleagues in front. He had Oliver Smith in front of him as he crossed the line last time round. Indeed, Oliver Smith no longer going to be in front of him as he makes the move up the inside. Christoph Venske also looking for a move. Very hungry, it has to be said, from both the Germans early on in this race, but ultimately both of them thinking better of it.
And let's not forget, this is T4 Senior 168. This is the class when they don't run to convention. If there's a gap, they go for it. They don't think about the 4 laps to go. They don't think about the fact that there's another opportunity later. They just see the gap and they charge in. So this could be a really tough race battle to win, as Anwar Birrell-Smith is trying to gesture to Venska, work with me. That's not going to be so easy because the Dutchmen behind are not so willing to comply. Moy and Janssen are right there, and so is the Irishman Cole Munnelly, who now makes his bid on the inside of Peter Janssen. Munnelly will get through, and the Irish eyes will be smiling for a little while longer yet, as Cole Munnelly now goes wheel to wheel with Janssen to try and hold this 4th position that he's only just taken. Down to the chicane he will go. Can Cole Munnelly hold it? Yes, he can. 4th position for the Irishman.
Colin Munnelly with a personal best finish this year. Oh my goodness me, Mats Mui actually going up onto the back of Christoph Venska, who's now lost out hugely. Colin Munnelly all the way up there, trying to go around the outside. Can he pull it off around the outside of Janssen? It's going to be very brave.
Yes!
He's just about done it. Mats Mui trying to take him back. He can't. What a move from Colin Munnelly, the T4 Senior Ireland 168 champion, making his presence known around the outside of turn 1. The bald eagle flies again.
I have no way to describe that other than stupendous from Cole Munnelly into 3rd position now behind Christoph Venska. Now it's going to be tricky to see how the others will try and respond to that. Moy, Janssen, Smith, Zastrau, Gronvo, Holland and Alcock, and there's been contact further back, and it looks like we've had a roll. There's a cart upside down just on the edge of turn number 9, as we've got a cart in jeopardy on the straight as well. This is almost certainly going to go to slow boards now, because we've got a cart upside down on the far end of the course. Birrell-Smith leads for the moment in front of Venska, Munnelly, Moy, Janssen, Smith and Zastrau. Mind you, the driver is out of the cart. That is good news. So there's going to be yellow flags controlled then at that part. The cart is back on its 4 wheels, so it looks worse than it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are okay. And now we go to slow boards just to be on the safe side. So that is a very smart decision. But the driver involved in that one was the Puerto Rican driver, Gonzalo Aponte. He was the one that rolled over. We were talking about him as a potential fighter for the victory in this one. He started 7th, and now the marshals are just trying to make sure that Gonzalo Aponte is all right. And obviously, he's on his own feet and chatting to the marshals, but you still have to go through the motions. You still have to double check and make sure that all these things are okay. The marshal team here, you know for a fact, Amelie, the team here that helps people in these situations, it's incredible how quickly people are on the scene and helping these drivers out.
Yeah, definitely, and it's good to see him on his feet. He's walking without any assistance, so hopefully okay. And yeah, now just walking the long walk back to the pits.
And of course, last year you had a nasty incident of your own, which ended up causing real discomfort to your right hand. That was a very nasty situation as well, but it couldn't have been dealt with better with the speed and the dexterity of the people supporting you there.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the people in the ambulance crew down Boston, the paramedics were amazing and really helpful. And so they're definitely a really good team here, and it's really nice to know, especially gives you a bit more confidence when you're going out there and racing, just to know that there's a really good team behind that.
You live to fight another day, and so too does Gonzalo Aponte. He is being escorted back by the marshals. They are by the final turn. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He is okay. That is the good news. And so Gonzalo Aponte walks back under his own steam to the paddock. Unfortunate for the Puerto Rican, but at least he is okay. So if you can show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, as he walks back, if you're there at the final turn, do give him a round of applause. It'd be great to see that he has worked so hard this week. It's not going to go his way this time, but he is at least okay.
So the only Puerto Rican talent to take part in this year's Nations Cup. Unfortunately, his day and indeed his weekend has come to an unfortunate premature end, but after a nasty collision like that, you have to say, being able to walk away completely under his own power is frankly the greatest news that we could have received. What tremendous images as he trudged his way, albeit extraordinarily disappointed, across the track back to the pit lane, but ultimately and crucially unharmed. That is brilliant news, and it will be such a relief to all of the Puerto Rican fans back home in the Caribbean to see their man, their talent, making his way back to the pits, ultimately unharmed.
Yeah, they can be very proud of their man. Gonzalo Aponte from Puerto Rico, affectionately and sometimes known as the 51st state, of course. And hopefully we'll see more drivers from Puerto Rico come back to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Maybe a few more will join us in 2026. Now, we've obviously gone to slowboards and yellow flags. We've added an additional lap to that duration, not to the full race duration, by the way. We've just stayed out with the yellow flags for another lap, and that's just to make sure that all of the marshals are back in their original post positions. It's to make sure that everybody is alert. You don't want to rush that procedure. You want to make sure that everybody is able to race and in position again without too much difficulty. That does mean, though, of course, that the whole field is back in their line once again. Burrell Smith, Venske, Moy, Munnelly, Janssen, Smith, Zastrau, Granvaux and Holland ahead of Chris Alcock and Ollie Cooper-Welton. So now we are going to be ready for another exciting battle as we gear ourselves up for another strong run. At the end of this run, there is going to be 7 laps remaining of this 14-lap race. And the drivers will charge their way forward off the final turn, and we will go racing. The green flag is going to be in the air. They'll work their way through the chicane. When will Anwar Beryl Smith hit the throttle? It's going to be just about now as he will see the green flag. It's waving, and we go one more time around the Valencia circuit under green here at the T4 Nations Cup in Senior 168's final. And Venske is going to have to go proper defensive here on Mats Moy. What a start from Anwar Beryl Smith. That's about as perfect as you can get it.
Well, obviously, he's been discussing the start procedure with Matt Willerman, who was having tremendous starts. Yes, there's another collision, this time at the chicane. We'll bring you news as to who that is. It looks like it's one of the Central American or Caribbean drivers. There's 4 or 5 racers involved
It's
there.
Baldon and Steer. Baldon and Steer were the first ones to go, and several others got tangled up. Cardona went in, so did Camp Hoyce, so did Javier Carrasco. That is the 536 stopped out on the circuit. That is disaster for Javier Carrasco, the Chilean, who'd already been involved in one incident. Now he's involved in another, and that is game over for him. But out in front, Beryl Smith leads the way from Chris Venske, with Moy and Munnelly giving chase.
Indeed, Kyle Kavanagh involved in that also, unfortunately for the man racing with the Breretons. As we go back, green flag racing, it is once again defensive posture from the German racer of Christoph Venske, with the Dutchman of Mats Moy all over the back of him as they make their way, as the driver pulling into the pits there to retire.
Oh, that's Cantu. That is Oscar Cantu, the Mexican. What a shame. He was looking so strong in this race, right in the depths of the midfield, but made good progress in the early stages. So Oscar Cantu retires, I'm afraid. Oh, and there's contact further round again as 2 more karts come a cropper in the chicane. That is a very messy end for 2 drivers' races there. They managed to recover, I think, but that's a lot of time lost. So again, that's going to be more drivers dropping down the order as we now have 3 retirements, Cantu, Carrasco and Aponte. But up in front, it's still Beryl Smith, who looks very strong in the lead, and if he stays there, then Team UK can pretty much put one hand on the Nations Cup.
So serious drama happening further down the field. Many drivers who we haven't seen too much from, as we see Mats Moy trying to make a move up the inside of Christoph Venske before they've even got to the turn.
Look at Munnelly!
There goes Munnelly once again. The opportunist overtakes Mats Moy, and he's now running in 2nd position. Write this in your diaries, Team Ireland. It's the first time that Munnelly has made it this high on the grid. What a move around the outside. And indeed now Torres Mauricio, unfortunately, under investigation. The 555 machine going slowly. It is still Anwar Beryl Smith who leads the way in front of Munnelly, who is now joined by Mats Moy pursuing him in front of Peter Janssen, Ollie Smith, Christoph Venske down to 6th.
Cole Munnelly is fighting hard to hold on to this 2nd place here. He's really wrestling with his steering wheel. A little bit of a nudge from Janssen. That's going to be enough for Moy to take the place round the outside. Cole Munnelly has worked so hard to get into this 2nd place. He is not going to be defeated easily. This is brilliant from Munnelly. He chops across on Mats Moy. Don't you dare. He chops across the fairing to make sure that there's no overtake down to the chicane. But this is going to be so tough for Cole Munnelly to hold on to. He chops across. I think he knows that that the victory is not going to be a possibility. He's just holding on for second. Here comes Moy. Munnelly wrestles with him. They drift out wide. They're still side by side, and Munnelly has to receive the drop down into third place as Venska in the middle of a three-wide encounter. How did Venska split the middle of them?
Oh my goodness me, physics is being defied. It is merely good advice, the laws of physics. It turns out in this senior 168 category, I have never seen a driver come so close to being spun round at the first corner. Munnelly was within a few inches of his life there as far as his result is concerned. Mats Mui only centimetres away from his back bumper through a crucial part of the course where you're pulling potentially 3 Gs entering that corner at more than 100 kilometers an hour. That could have been very nasty, but such skill from both of those drivers, such ability and respect to maintain order.
We may have dodged the rain, but we certainly haven't dodged the drama. And with 3 laps to go, Anwar Birol-Smith has pretty much signed, sealed and delivered this Senior 168 final victory for Great Britain. But it's Mats Moy who's got pressure from Cole Munnelly, the Irishman in third, ahead of Venska, Janssen and Zastrow. How has Jan Zastrow split his way through this field to get all the way up to P6 as Chris Alcock has a very big scare there in the chicane with Moment Benamor and Ollie Cooper-Welton. Fair play to the Tunisian. Moment Benamor is all the way up in 11th. He started P26.
A fantastic effort by the man who was falling down the order in qualifying after, in the heats after qualifying in second position, as we see Colin Munnelly still defending fiercely his now third position from Peter Janssen and Christoph Venska, who's climbing back up the order now with his rear gunner from last year, Jan Zastrow,
here we
in
go.
hot pursuit as we make our way down into the final chicane. There's a move there by Christoph Venska.
Venska's gone!
Oh no, over the back of Munnelly. There's reasonably few tears given the magnitude that incident could have had. That is going to be a bumper penalty almost certainly for Christoph Venska. Any hope of retaining his title has suddenly evaporated.
Venska's time at the top of Senior 168 is finally over after 2 years on top, and there's more drama as more cuts bouncing across the chicane there. Very tricky stuff as we see the 540 and the 502 go to scrapping battles. That is a very close quarters run further back in the pack. Well, it's getting pretty messy out there as the drivers try and pick off the last little scraps of this race. But for Birol-Smith, this is the chance he's been waiting for from Mats Moy, who is now a second clear of Cole Munnelly, who's held on for the moment from Peter Janssen and Jan Zastrow. There is the Englishman, who is also, of course, part Algerian. So this will be as much an African victory as it will be a British one. It will be very special for Anwar Birol-Smith. Here comes Moy though, and across the line to start the final lap of the weekend for Anwar Birol-Smith, through all the bad luck, through all the nightmares of his karting career these last 5 years. It's finally his time in the sunshine.
And despite the best efforts of Mats Mui, who has now broken away from Colin Munnelly, who himself is coming under pressure from behind from Peter Janssen, a man on a mission, a man driving very aggressively, trying to catch up to the back of the Irishman. Mats Mui, the hope of the Netherlands in T4 Senior 168, will not be able to catch the Briton, who has come here twice previously, but not once seen the checkered flag in the final. It is redemption for the man who has so much experience in four-stroke racing, so much experience at an international level, and who has suffered so much disappointment here in the past.
A Club 100 winner on 2 continents. If you want to conquer Valencia in Senior 168, you need an Algerian, you need some ABS, you need Anwar Birol-Smith. He takes the win for Great Britain. It's the victory of his career. It's a big, big win for Anwar Birol-Smith and Team United Kingdom. How many years has Anwar Birol-Smith been waiting for a magic moment like this? It finally comes, and it wasn't lucky, it wasn't chance, it was pure guts and determination from ABS. Algeria and Great Britain in unison can celebrate Anwar Birol-Smith, your 2025 T4 Senior 168 champion, and rightly so.
What a story. This is arguably the most poetic Nations Cup in the history of the competition. Anwar Beryl-Smith, after 2 years of fighting up at the front at the T4 Nations Cup, not once seeing the checkered flag of the final, being forced on 2 separate occasions to watch his competitors stream by, battling on into the sunset. Now he takes victory in commanding fashion. Anwar Beryl-Smith, your champion.
What an amazing day at the races it has been. Amelie, you have joined us for all 5 finals in the comms box. Could you have believed the way that this has all shaken out, not just for Team UK, but for the drivers who really took this fight to the wire?
Yeah, definitely. It was incredibly close in all of the races, and definitely a very good race to watch, especially 168, the seniors with bunching up the pack, and lots of drivers coming through from that early on crash, and then and obviously the minis with how clean but yet aggressive they all were. Yeah, very good race.
And I'm really hoping that we're talking to you as a driver who's going to be returning to the T4 Nations Cup in 2026. We hope we can see you.
Hopefully. That's the plan currently. We'll see what happens.
Great stuff. Thank you for joining us, Amelie Ackett from Team UK. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what an amazing end to a fantastic 4 races. The track is now being changed, of course, because it will be reconfigured to welcome the drivers for the T4 Bambinos. We will go off air for the time being. We will come back for the T4 Bambino final in a short while. That will be just after 4 p.m. local time. And then after that, we will go back into action once again on the podium to crown our T4 Nations Cup winners and our champions in the individual classes. We'll see you in just a short while.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done. DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? Hi, Peter. I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah. What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake, carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such an important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck, everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo. È qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good, yeah?
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake, carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, On behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Yeah, grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good. Yeah.
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such an important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud Women Business Enterprise, WBE, and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? How you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good. Yeah.
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such an important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
So we are back in action once again here at the Kartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Valencia, ready for our last race of the event. It has taken a little bit of time to get up to this point, but we have just one race left, and it will be the historical first ever T4 Bambino final. Last year it was an exhibition. This year it will be a full final, although the points from it will not count towards the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup itself. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Simon Byford, and we are getting ourselves ready for the last race of the week. But we are joined by one of our race winners from earlier on in the T4 Minis for the United Kingdom. It's Logan Rolfe. Logan, thanks for popping in.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure for me to commentate for the T4 Bambinos.
Yes, you're
I've
going to
never
come.
actually commentated, but
Well, there you go.
this is going to be the first time that I've actually commentated in my life.
That would
I'm
be
already
exciting.
10.
Yeah, that would be exciting for you as a 10-year-old. I think the only person who's done that at the same time alongside me is Kai Bacchini, and now he's in Sky F1. So that'll do you. One day, maybe.
Yeah, I probably might do some more if I come back in next year. I'll probably win again, but I don't know if I'll come back in next year.
The confidence is brilliant. What was it like during that race when you had so many people to go up against?
It was actually quite hard. It wasn't like a normal like Wilson Mill club round. It's like actually quite hard because like I was trying to get to the pack. In my helmet, I was saying to myself, I'll never get to this pack. I'll never. But I got up to Lewis Kakuldi, we just pushed away. And then when my dad gave me the hand signal, I just went. And it was quite a brave and bold move, but I made it stick. And I came to winning the T4 Nations Cup.
Was it quite difficult to work your way from that third row of the grid on the outside row, or were there opportunities that you were able to take quite well?
There wasn't that many opportunities I could take on the start. At the start, obviously, it's, as you saw earlier, with all the crashes in juniors and seniors 168, it's like more than that, but like it's a bit calmer. So yeah, it's still quite hard and risky to take the move that I did on Lewis Kakuldi and try and go round the outside of them all at the start, but I made it stick and I won.
So being only 10, you're obviously not going to get your chance at junior for another 2 years, but there is a chance for you to come back and take another title. Is that already the plan, or are you just thinking about the next race weekend?
Definitely not. The seat's fully back, kept on burning my suit on the exhaust, and the pedals I think are as far as it can go. But yeah, we might not make it through to getting my height the next year, not this year.
So you might have to wait for 2027 to come back for a junior?
Yes.
Fair enough. Well, you can always fly back and support the team if you want to, and maybe even coach a couple of the Bambinos or the juniors.
That's if they will do Bambino again, but I probably think they will do, because it's been actually very fun and funny to watch the Bambinos, and as you can see on your screen, they're currently lining up, and like it's not like any ordinary Bambino like in the UK. It's like T4, so like they're racing like against, like they know what it's like, they know the tents, and for them, picturing for me, I would say the person going off of 1 and 2, it is quite like nervous and nerve-wracking for them right now.
So what have you been observing as a driver racing in Mini, watching these Bambinos for the first time? They didn't get out onto the seat for the first time until Friday, and then they obviously had qualifying yesterday. You've been watching every session of the Bambinos. What has been the exciting thing for you to take away from watching them?
They take the small track, they don't do the big track, which is a bit different. And when I first saw them, it made me laugh. And I went down to the grid on the first practice, and I'm like, why aren't they doing the big track? And they're like, because on the very big, long back straight, they won't make it through. And yeah, it'll just keep on going, bang, bang, bang. And for me, when I was that age, I didn't like that. And even in Miami Bambino, I did not like that.
So do you think that as a Bambino driver at this level, these guys demand an enormous amount of respect? Because you didn't start until you got to cadet and mini age, but here these guys are even younger than you when you started. That's to be respected, right?
Yeah, I kind of started like when I was 6, 7, so yeah.
But that wasn't like racing, that was just driving at that point, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I'll do a few non-MS UK races, like the Shennington IKR UKR race, like that in the UK. But yeah, as you can see on your screen right now, it's like they're being like told where to line up, how they do it, when the lights go out, all of that. That just like shows me like that they're all the same for the other drivers. They're not like, oh yeah, you've got to do this differently to all the others. They're all the same. And just looking at the people there, all of the people that are there, they're just literal eyes on the man that's talking, literal, always, like literal. They're just staring into the man's eyes. But it's proper cool.
It is quite cool. That is indeed Mark French, who's just giving them the command as to how things are going to start. They're going to take the karts to the starting grid so they can get their first start as normal. And it's very different in Bambinos compared to everything else. Simon, this has been commanded already through the practice sessions and through the qualifying by the Dominican Republic duo of Shamir Likorijk and Ethan Picardo. They've gone down to the front of the starting grid. The marshals are giving us a nice little photo shoot here on the starting grid. To right, the Orange Army have been fantastic here at Valencia, as they always have been. They've kept us safe, they've kept us strong. We cannot go motor racing at all without these marshals, and they are absolutely fantastic. They've been on their A game ever since Wednesday when they first arrived, and we are so indebted to them. It doesn't matter how many drivers you've got, any karts you've got, any organisers, any personnel, whatever. Without these marshals, there is no racing. And I've just noticed that Bruno from RGMMC has just gate crashed the photograph. Well done, Bruno. But it's great to see everyone enjoying the life here. And it's great to see the marshals putting on such a fantastic display, and they've been absolutely amazing from the start. Muchas gracias, mi amigos, to the Orange Army. They really have been sensational, and it's great to see them all put on a sensational show. So now we're going to see how the battle continues to rage as we work to a great crescendo. But the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2025 has just one final chapter in it, and it is going to be for the duos at the front end of the field in the T4 Bambinos. Shamir Likorijk on pole position from Ethan Picardo, and then we have a very exciting battle from those two at the front of the grid, from the Japanese driver Takachika Kokuho, and then we have the British driver Rafe Verdi going off P4.
And then Edgar Urena is the other Dominican who's leading his countryman Eduardo Espaillat, who'll be lining up in 6th. Bernardo Mateos is a driver who we have seen previously doing a good job in the Bambinos to qualify in 7th, in front of Gunter Schultz, who is the 5th and final of the Dominicans on that grid. So all of the Dominican Republic drivers qualifying in the top 10, doing a fantastic job. Then comes Stanley Thurston, who will line up in 9th in front of Alonso Go in 10th. Then Dara Fitzgibbon and Robbie Lyons, both T4 Ireland Bambino experienced drivers. They'll be lining up in 11th and 12th in front of Oscar Eletru in 13th from France. One of 2 Frenchmen on the grid, Danny Clancy, another Irish driver experienced in the T4 Bambinos back home in Ireland, in front of Jose Egea and Emerson Hannon, the final Irish driver. And then we'll line up Victor Clay, rounding out the grid, one of 2 French talents who will be rocketing down towards turn 1. And I have to say, Jake, a very, very even grid overall. The top 10 drivers all covered by less than a second. That's serious competition compared to what we had last year, where the gaps, albeit it was a much smaller grid, but the gaps were a lot larger in the Bambinos.
Yeah, it was covered by a good 4 seconds or so, I think, last year. So to us to get the gap down to 10 seconds, to 1 second, sorry, is very impressive. Logan, you've been in the Team UK gathering of that tent, and you've obviously been chatting away, no doubt, to Rafe and to Stanley. How excited are they about this week?
Rafe is proper excited going into this. So is Stanley. Yesterday it wasn't Stanley's day, but we still hope Stanley and Rafe the best. I say in this final they will try and do their hardest, like any driver would be. On your screen, there's Stanley just running down, looking like he's late. And then yeah, there he is, just again.
I think they're actually going to have a chat with the race director. If not, then it's going to be a photo on the start-finish line for our first ever T4 Bambino final. Certainly everybody getting out of their carts and into their positions. So I think the race director just wants to have a quick chat with them just to let them know how things are going to work. But there's a lot of pressure when you come and race in a different country for the first time, when you've got all of that weight of expectation. The first time you raced overseas, Logan, it's very different, I guess, from when you race in your home country. Everything is very understandable, easy to understand. It must be very disorientating, I guess, when you race in a completely different country to home.
Yes, definitely. Like, I remember, like, I think, 2 years ago, we was out in Italy trying to, like, just test the Mini 60 because we got offered a free drive called the Team Oaks.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened is we pulled out a South Garda, and what happened is we was driving on the wrong side of the road. And this car started flashing. So, yeah, and then we soon noticed that we wasn't in England, we was in a different country. So we had to move back over. But it was quite funny, and yeah, like on the way here, we just like doing rolling up starts in the car, our manual car, best thing ever. Wheel spinning, making tyre smoke. It's just proper, and I'm just currently living my best life at the minute because I don't know when I'm going to race again because 3 weeks ago my trailer got stolen from Wilton.
Yeah, that must have been so tough. I mean, how you guys have been able to cope with that. I mean, just getting here, never mind winning the race, but just getting here must have been so difficult for you all.
Yes, there was very, very big sponsors that managed to get us out here, like Portman, my dad, and all the other, like the T4 crew, all the people that's helped us has got us out here. And you never know how far we could come. Like, we've started to have a GoFundMe page. So, like, someone's done £10. That'll be their hard-earned money.
Yeah.
But like, not even £1. That would get us somewhere at least.
Of course.
So at the minute, anything helps us really. So yeah.
That's amazing. Anybody who is watching along who likes the idea of supporting a champion racing driver, well, Logan Rolfe is obviously on GoFundMe. He has a page if you want to follow his page and support him. He has taken the victory in T4 Mini today, so already a proven winner. But watching the Bambinos get up to starters' orders, we've got another potential chance of another great victory. There is Alonso Eno, the Philippines youngster, running from 10th position on the starting grid. Sibling Trooper, I think, was originally touted to be competing in this in one of the other categories, but elected not to do so in the end for whatever reason. But this will be fascinating. We've got the Dominican Republic with a great chance to take a victory here. Great Britain with a great chance, of course, from Rafe Verdi, Simon. But also Japan has only sent one driver in this whole competition, and that is Takachika Kokuho, who lines up third on the grid. The one representative from Japan could actually win the race for them in T4 Bambino.
Indeed, and Takachika Kokuo doing a fantastic job. Japan's first ever appearance at the Nations Cup. Now, there has been a T4 Japan series, although it has been small for a number of years. So it is great to see Japanese talent making the way all the way across the entire continent of, well, Asia plus Europe and indeed the Middle East to be here today for what is ultimately the 8-lap showdown of the Bambinos that will decide who is the greatest on this grid of 17.
And how about this for a historic occasion as the 3-minute board goes up at the front of the field, and it's held up by the president of Tillotson Limited, Charles Demerjian, who gives the 3-minute board to signal to the drivers that they are ready to start. A historic moment in the Tillotson T4 journey. We've had Bambinos at the Nations Cup before, but last year it was an exhibition session. It wasn't an official race. This is the very first Tillotson T4 Bambino race to be taken place as part of the Nations Cup. Maybe in the future, this championship could end up being part of the Nations Cup at some point.
And like, as you can see, I wonder if they'll do a lap or not. Like, because like back in the UK, Like,
oh yes, there's a regulation in the UK that some classes in Bambino, some, whether it's MSU UK or not, some do a formation lap, some don't.
yeah, like the bigger classes, they'll do a formation lap, like the micros, minis, juniors, seniors, DD2. But it's actually quite different, and because like even though that it would go little, and then you would think, but no, it doesn't. KZ also do a standing start. I don't think I've actually seen them do a rolling start actually, but like wonder if these will do a standing or rolling, because when I had the confidence to ask Josh Mercer, who's mechanicking for Ray 30. I said, Josh, can I start it up? And he was like, yeah. And I went on the brake and throttle. For me, I don't think it's big enough. Like more like power to come off the line. So I wonder if they'll do a rolling up start or not.
Well, we'll certainly have to find out. It's going to be an interesting one as we get ourselves under starters' orders. 8 laps of the Bambino final to go, and the drivers are indeed going around. That's green flags. So we are under race conditions straight away then for Shemi Likarijk, Ethan Picardo, Takachika Kokuho, Ray 30, Edgar Urena, Eduardo Espaille, Bernardo Mateos, and then it is Gunther Schultz, Stanley Thurston, Alonso Ngo, Dari Fitzgibbon, Robbie Lyons, Oscar Alutro, and then Danny Clancy, Jose Ajaya, Emerson Hannon, and then it is Victor Clay. But this is the race. We're under starters' orders because, of course, we are in green flag conditions off the start. The drivers working their way forward, and we are into race stream. They go from a standing start position, of course. There is Shemi Likarijk, who leads the way for the Dominican Republic. But watch for the number 17. That is Takachika Kokuho, the Japanese driver, wanting to pull forward as they work their way through at the end of the first lap. It is Likarijk from Picardo and Kokuho. Ray 30 in 4th position, trying to close up.
And it's great to see a race start where everything is entirely clean. Maybe all of our other classes can learn a thing or two from these Bambinos, as we see a fantastic maneuver there by Takachika Kokuho getting up the inside of Ethan Pichardo, the Dominican driver. So straight away on the charge, the driver from Japan looking for an opportunity round the outside of Shamir Likarijk. Up to the final chicane, nothing can be made of it, but still plenty of time left to go with these Bambinos.
Shami Likarijk leads from the Japanese star Taka Kokuho. So Taka looking for his move to come through on the inside line as the first ever race in T4 Bambino in the Nations Cup is already very tight indeed up at the front as Taka Kokuho looks for his move on the inside of Shami Likarijk. Likarijk tries to squeeze the Japanese driver. He's done so very valiantly there to hold position, but Kokuho does have the fastest lap of the race as the rest of the field works its way through. It is Likarijk, Kokuho, Picardo, Verdi, Urena, Mateos, Thurston, Espaille, Schultz, and Ngo. And so they work their way through the hairpin as they come onto the far side of the course. But it's the Japanese driver now under some pressure from Ethan Picardo. But Rafe Verdi is going to try and chase these guys down in the hope that there will be another British driver in the top 3. Logan, this is an exciting start for Rafe Verdi, but the top 3 already have a bit of space.
Yes, and when they came a lap before out of the commentary box window, Rafe Verdi wasn't even like with the group, but now it's just how much he's pulled in, and like one of the Spanish kids have got the fastest lap. That's just amazing to see. They're probably their home track, they've already got the fastest lap, but Ray 30 catching up like a million miles per hour. But like Stanley, he's catching up as well to the pack. Hope both of them to do well as well.
Indeed he is. So Verdi is catching up to the leading trio. Likarijk, Kokuho and Picardi. Urena's gone with him. So it looks as though the Dominican Edgar Urena might have a chance to steal into the top 3 as well. Bernardo Mateos, as Rolf mentioned there beside us. The final lap, and we've got a spinner by the look of it. It's the 19 that's gone around there by the look of it. That is Gunther Schultz. So Gunther Schultz, the Dominican, has had a spin at the hairpin, and it looks as though there's damage to his kart. So Gunther Schultz in some dire straits, and it looks as though he's got a puncture there, or at least the tyre has fallen off the rim.
That looked to be an incident there with Alonso Ngo actually going up over the back of the kart and consequently spinning round the young Dominican. So it will be yellow flag conditions into turn 1. That kart very efficiently moved off the circuit, but that is unfortunately the race over for one of our competitors, and that's really not what we wanted to see in the Bambinos on this first competitive race.
3 laps to go then, and it's Liquidite from Kikuo, the Japanese driver, no longer under as much pressure as he was before. He's actually taken the lead, my apologies. Kikuo's found the space there on Liquidite, so it's the Japanese driver that leads the way here, with Picardo now closing up on his countryman. So it's the Japanese ace, Taka Kikuo, that has led this race on the end of the 6th lap. But here comes the cavalry from the Dominican Republic. We could get a chance on the inside here from Shami Lekadike. He'll try and get the dive on the inside, but it's well covered by the Japanese. A little bit of a nudge, and into
Verdi
a spin
spins.
goes Verdi.
Verdi spins. That's horrendous performance there on the exit of turn 1. That's going to be so disappointing for the T4 Bambino Ambassador 2025. Rafe Verdi, just ever so unfortunate, seemingly getting on the power too early, and that was the
contact!
end of that.
Contact for the lead!
No.
Liquidite and Kikuo have come together. Everybody's had to take avoiding action. So Kikuo and Liquidite are both out of the contest for the victory. That is so unfortunate. And it's Ethan Picardo that has taken the lead of the race going into the final lap. La Ultima Vuelta, the last lap of this final. And so Picardo gets into the lead. In second now is Urena. In third it is Spain for Bernardo Mateos. And up to fourth comes the British driver Stanley Thurston ahead of Rafe Verdi. So it is 2 Brits in the top 5, but it's all about Ethan Picardo just finishing off this duel. There's a great squabble going on between Urena and Mateos for second position, but I think they're going to finish it fairly amicably, as into the hairpin for the last time will come Ethan Picardo, and the first ever T4 Bambino final of the Nations Cup in 2025 will be taken by a Dominican. In the Caribbean they will rejoice. Ethan Picardo wins in fantastic style. A great result for Ethan Picardo. Edgar Urena makes it a Dominican 1-2, and Bernardo Mateos of Spain is third on home soil in front of the Englishmen Stanley Thurston and Rafe Verdi. Unfortunate for Takachika Kikuo, who recovers to 6th, and also to Shamila Karaik, who comes home 7th in front of Alonso and Go, Eduardo Espaye, and the Irishman Robbie Lyons from Fitzgibbon, Alatrue, Clancy, Hannon, and then Jose Ajaya and Victor Clay. But what a race battle, and Ethan Picardo is the first man to win in the T4 Bambinos. A cracking race. It was very hard fought, Logan, as we all watched it, but great. Performances there from Thurston and Verdi, even though Verdi spun to recover to get to the top 5 with Stanley.
For Rafe Verdi to work together with Stanley to make up them positions, but it just wasn't enough time for Stanley to get that P3. But if I was Stanley right now, I would take it from P9. I would take it from Stanley, and Rafe Verdi, like, upsetting for him. He was doing so well as well. I thought he could have a top 3 finish, but absolutely shocking and upsetting for Rafe Verdi. Hope he does better when he does his next race as well.
Well, the good news is they will be back for more, I'm sure. Thanks, Logan, for joining us in the booth for the T4 Bambino final. And you need to get yourself to the podium ceremony, mate, because you've got a party to start. Good luck for it.
Thank you. I've got a very good podium, and I've got a very good finish, because 2 years ago I said to my dad, never get on this podium, Dad. It's way too hard. I've just done a point proven. Let's go.
Let's go. Thanks, Logan Rolfe, British winner in the T4 Minis in the final of 2025. Simon, what a great way to wrap it up. The Bambino finals, definitely a good promise of things to come in T4 Bambino. A great start. Unfortunate for Taka Kikuo and Shami Liquidite, that collision putting paid to their chances. And unfortunate for Rafe Verdi, but there is such great potential in this T4 Bambino class in times to come.
Indeed, and very unfortunate there for Gunter Schultz as well, who unfortunately had a driver going over the back of the cart, and ultimately meaning that he got that puncture and wasn't able to continue the race any further. So a difficult day for some drivers, in their 8-lap final. Obviously, the practice put in yesterday and the qualifying the practice that was put in on Friday and then the qualifying performance yesterday, resulting in absolutely sensational battles, a very even grid, and that's really encouraging to see that the close racing that we've got used to with other T4 categories has now been extended to the Bambinos, to the 5 to 7-year-olds, and we really look forward to seeing them returning at next year's Nations Cup and hopefully playing a part in earning the points for the Nations Cup trophy.
So that concludes the race action itself. The podium is coming up in a little under 20 minutes time. We have the confirmation of the winners: Logan Rolfe in T4 Mini. In T4 Junior, it's Finlay Lines. In T4 Senior, it's Tim van Ellerswijk after a late front fairing penalty was sadly handed to Ian Quinn and to Lucas Blandford, who should have been on the podium there with them as well. And T4 Senior 168 taken by the British driver Anwar Barul-Smith. And of course, now we know that T4 Bambino has been clinched by Ethan Picardo of the Dominican Republic. In just under 20 minutes time, we will come back for the podium presentation. But from me, Jake Sanson, and from you, Simon Byford. Simon, it's been a great week, hasn't it?
I'm reminded of the two Ronnies outro of "It's goodbye from me and it's goodbye from him," and I think that's possibly the best British wit that we can leave this off on. It was an absolute pleasure to be taking you through the action, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope that you have enjoyed it as much as we have, and our guests in the commentary box who have joined us this weekend: the wonderful Fabian Lanz, the tremendous Charles Demerjen, and the extraordinarily skillful Amelie Ackett and Logan Rolfe for playing pundit for us this afternoon. Thank you to everyone who came up to the commentary box, even asking us to sign their little cards that have their name and class on it. It's been a wonderful community occasion, a family occasion, it has to be said, here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2025. It has been an utter pleasure to commentate on it with you, Jake, and I can only say thank you to you, Jake, thank you to Tillotson, to the RGMMC, the RFEDA, all of the marshals and officials, and indeed all of you for watching and listening along at home and at the track.
Thanks, Simon. Always a pleasure, my friend. I'll be back in just a little while for the podium ceremony. Hopefully you will as well. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. You won't miss a moment of the Tillotson Racing calendar. And of course, we'll have the podium in just under 20 minutes. See you in a bit.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah.
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you looking at life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin? Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake, carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
Ultimo telaio. Ok. Penso sì. Sì, che non tutto dritto. Poco dentro. Ultimo, è qua. Ok.
Santiago, good to go. Make sure you're hitting your voucher to Nigel at the end there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Number. Are you heading this to Nigel, actually? 428. Thank you. Thank you.
Sprockets?
That's fine. Grab these ones, good man. Have a good weekend. All the way from Germany, yeah? Ah, you have two sons racing. Very good.
I think they're 40. On the other side of the sign, well, I don't have change.
We do take card, Ev.
All right, perfect. Sounds good. Yeah.
What's the race number? You get the hardware you need, okay? When you come back, you... Okay. Thank you.
They pointed at that?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential.
Hello everybody, big ciao from Gianmaria Gabbiani here at the Rally Legend in San Marino. Unfortunately won't be there racing with you guys, but I'm wishing the best for all the categories for this T4 Nations Cup 2025. Definitely see you next year. Enjoy!
Hi, this is Karen from T4 Series Pilipinas, and we've been running the series in the Philippines for about 2 years now. So far, we've been loving it because it promotes camaraderie and good sportsmanship. So we'd also like to take this chance to say good luck to all our Filipino drivers, and we're very, very proud of you. Have fun!
October 1st to 5th, 2025. Valencia, Spain. At the International Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup returns. What started as a bold idea, a mono-brand competition where driver skill comes before budget, has become one of the fastest-growing international events in karting.
We do this in real life. You think you a tough guy? Nah, we'll be taking you offline.
From its early days, the Nations Cup has grown into a truly global gathering.
When you look at that life in a pen, or they taking your life with a grin. Now we putting on the city lights, show the people what it's really like.
In 2023, 180 drivers arrived from 28 countries. A year later, more than 200 lined up, representing 31 nations. Now, in 2025, the stage is set for the biggest edition yet. Over 100 seniors are expected on the grid, the largest in T4 history, alongside juniors, minis, masters, and even the youngest Bambino racers, taking their first steps in the sport. Each class fights for its own crown. But there is more at stake. Every result, every overtake, carries the weight of a nation. The top drivers add points to their country's tally, and by week's end, only one flag will rise above them all. 5 days, dozens of countries, hundreds of drivers, one global celebration of four-stroke karting. This is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Dear drivers, on behalf of your oil manufacturer Ceramic Kart Lubricants, we wish you all the best this weekend during the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Enjoy, drive fast, and good luck.
Welcome everybody at the 2025 T4 Nations Cup here in Valencia. We at Maxxis are looking forward to see all of you drive, and we're looking forward to see amazing races, and we wish everybody a good weekend and a lot of success. Thank you.
Hello from Valencia. We are really glad to be here to support such an important event and to be partner of Tillotson. This year, nearly 250 drivers, and we are here to support with our team.
Hello everyone, this is Charles Demerjen, President of Tillotson Racing, welcoming you here to beautiful Valencia, Spain for the 2025 T4 Nations Cup. We've got a great week planned for you. We're so grateful that you joined us. We have over 247 drivers making this our biggest Nations Cup yet. We hope you all have a great time. Drive fast, drive safe, and good luck everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.
carries the Irish flag. He gets his trophy from the president, Charles Demerjian. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Harney! And now in second position for the United Kingdom, Lewis Kirkcaldy! A superb result for the Scotsman. He carries the Union flag across his race suit. And a fantastic run after another sensational battle for Lewis Kirkcaldy. He gets his trophy from our president, Charles Demerjian. Ladies and gentlemen, in P2 for the UK, Lewis Kirkcaldy! But your T4 Mini 2025 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup champion for the United Kingdom, Logan Rolfe! 2025 is Logan's run. What a magnificent battle amongst the T4 Minis. And Logan takes the top honours after an amazing race to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your champion, Logan Rolfe. And in deference to our driver on the top of the podium, caps off, gents, the national anthem for the United Kingdom. Apparently, apologies, the United Kingdom national anthem will not play on this occasion. I do apologise. The anthems are not going to run, but you can sing it at your pleasure. I'm sure you'll be singing God Save the King in good time. So your three drivers on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, for the Republic of Ireland and for the United Kingdom, Jack Harney, Lewis Kirkcaldy, and your race winner, Logan Rolfe. And now that we've had our victory photograph, Logan has asked Charles Demerjian to remove the trophies for the drivers because they do want to celebrate in style, but they want to do it downstairs by the look of it. Oh dear, I think it's time for everybody in Team UK and Team Ireland to run a mile because the drivers are going to take their bottles to spray with the nearest and dearest. Oh no, they're not. Looks like Logan Rolfe is going to come back to the podium to do it. He just wanted to put his helmet and his trophy back. So, ladies and gentlemen, are the drivers going to come? No, they're not going to spray. They're going to take it back for a drink back home. I'm sorry, they're spoiled sports in T4 Mini. But they will have a drink, I'm sure, with their friends back downstairs. Right, so we will move on from the T4 Minis to the T4 Juniors. Apologies, but there will be no national anthems on the podium, but we will still celebrate them regardless. So to the drivers in the T4 Junior top three. In third position for the Netherlands, Ronan Kamphuis. Listen to that reaction from Team Netherlands. A fabulous result for Ronan Kamphuis. He worked so hard all the week, and of course he had the original pole position from time qualifying on the Friday. A fantastic result for him. In second position for the United States, Derek Wargo! A fantastic performance from the man carrying the Star-Spangled Banner on the helmet. A great run indeed for Derek Wargo as our drivers receive their trophies and their Maxis caps. But there is a trophy to be handed to the man on the top step of the podium from P15 to P1, your T4 Junior Tillotson T4 Nations Cup champion for the United Kingdom, Finlay Lines! The comeback kid from an amazing 8th row of the grid, charging forward to the victory for the United Kingdom. He shakes hands with Ronan and Derek on the podium and receives the trophy from our Tillotson Limited president, Charles Demerjian. So, ladies and gentlemen, our three heroes on the rostrum after an amazing T4 Junior week. Ronan Kamphuis for the Netherlands, Derek Wargo for the United States, and your race winner for the United Kingdom, Finlay Lines! And so now the drivers in T4 Junior have been given their bottles. They may need a bit of assistance to get them open, potentially, from Charles Demerjian. We're just going to sort out the photographs first. But what a fantastic result after an amazing week-long battle. They're going to get together on the top step of the podium. What a fantastic run, and 3 different nations on the rostrum in T4 Junior, ladies and gentlemen, for the Netherlands, for the United States, and the United Kingdom. Ronan Campois, Derek Wargo, and Finley Lines. So just a reminder to all drivers who have taken the victory and come home second and third, do stick around after the podium because there are going to be some photographs on the start-finish line. But for the T4 Juniors, it is time for the Netherlands, the United States, and the UK to celebrate in T4 style here in Valencia. Bless them, they are only juniors. They're not used to opening bottles of spray. So now, after a sensational battle, after an amazing week, our junior drivers, Ronan Campois, Derek Vargo, and Finley Lines can get busy with the fizzy! What a sensational end to the week for our 3 junior heroes. Let's give it up one more time for Ronan Campois, Derek Wargo, and Finley Lines. So after that spray, obviously it's going to be a very slippery podium, so we're going to do a quick reset of the podium. Well, the drivers, as Finley Lines wastes the last of his bottle on Lewis Kirkcaldy's head. Good work. Fantastic. Amazing celebrations at the end of a brilliant, brilliant week. And of course, all of these results count to the championship points. It was so close going into the finals with the Netherlands 5 points ahead of the United Kingdom. I can tell you it is ridiculously close in the final rankings for the Nations Cup. But we will get to that in due time. So now we will continue on our podium ceremony. We have 3 more race podiums to give you before we move on to the Nations Cup itself. Josh East, ever the innovative cameraman, deciding to screw a GoPro to the winner's champagne bottle, just like Lando Norris in Formula One then. Can we ask the drivers and all of the members of the public please to stay off the grass? Can we please stay off the grass in front of the office? There's a lot of work that goes into the maintaining of these circuits, so please stay off the grass if you can, please. All personnel, can you please come off the grass, not onto the grass, please, if you can make your way back onto the tarmac. Thank you very much. That's at the request of the circuit owner. Thank you very much. So we are ready then for the T4 Senior Podium after an amazingly exciting week. And once again, we have 3 different nations to make their way to the rostrum after a very competitive week. In 3rd position for the United States, Jimmy Cabrera. A fabulous week for the ever-resurgent Jimmy Cabrera. Worked so hard to get himself into the top 5 and rewarded with a top 3 finish on the final podium here in T4 Senior. In 2nd position for Spain, Jose Gomez. Listen to the roar from the local crowd. Team Spain worked so hard this week, and they are deserving of a run to 2nd position in the T4 Senior Final for Jose Gomez. Celebrating like it's a win. But your winner this week in T4 Senior 2025, at last, from the Netherlands, Tim van Ellerswijk! Second in 2023, second in 2024, second no more for Tim van Ellerswijk. Finally, he clinches the trophy he's worked 3 years to seal. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Cabrera, Jose Gomez, and your 2025 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup Senior Champion, Tim van Ellerswijk! What an amazing end to an incredibly competitive week. 3 richly deserving drivers on the podium. The Dutch are already singing the national anthem, good for them. 2 right. As we welcome the 3 drivers to the top step. For the United States, Jimmy Cabrera. For España, Jose Gomez. And your winner, Tim van Ellerswijk. And so, in the time-honored tradition of racing drivers the world over, it's time for Jimmy, Jose, and the new champion, Tim van Ellerswijk, to get busy with a fizzy! An amazing end to a triumphant week here in the T4 Senior category. A big congratulations to Jimmy Cabrera, Jose Gomez, and your new champion, Tim van Ellerswijk! And it's at this point in the proceedings I would like to welcome from Skip Barber Racing, please welcome Dan de Moyne. Dan, thank you so much for joining us. We need to say a few words about this because this is more than just a Tillotson T4 trophy for our champion. Something very special is about to happen to our new Dutch champion.
Absolutely. First, I want to congratulate the Tillotson group. A great week, and let's have a hand for them, please. What a great event. And then for all the competitors, this is so exciting to see all these young people out there, and not so young. But congratulations, my first time to this track. Very excited to be here and looking for a little party here. Let's go. There you go, brother.
Thank you very much, Dan. It's time to do the honors. You are about to present Tim van Ellerswijk with a very special additional trophy. He will go testing in an F4 car, the next step on his motor racing ladder. Ladies and gentlemen, the Skip Barber Racing School presents the F4 Test Day to your new senior champion, Tim van Ellerswijk! A massive congratulations. That's what this week has all been building up to for Tim van Ellerswijk. Big congratulations to the United States, to Spain, and to the Netherlands. A big thank you to Dan from Skip Barber Racing. And what an amazing week it's been in T4 Senior. Give it up one more time, please, for Jimmy Cabrera, Jose Gomez, and your new champion, Tim van Ellerswijk. Thank you, gentlemen. We will see you again, I'm sure, in 2026, when you will all be back for more. Tim, enjoy that F4 drive. You have utterly deserved it. Well done, everybody. Great job, great job. And listen to the fans from España on the home podium. Oh, give it up one more time for him. Jose Gomez! There's nothing wrong with a homecoming podium here in Spain. What a fantastic work. Viva España for Jose Gomez in P2. Finally on the rostrum after years of trying. So we'll reset the podium once again because we are very close indeed to getting to the final 2 podium ceremonies. First of all, it'll be the Senior 168, and then it will be the first ever podium ceremony for the T4 Bambino class. And that will be a very historic podium indeed. I should point out, for the Bambinos, there will, of course, be no alcoholic spray. I did say it was non-alcoholic. Don't worry. But there will be a little bit of bubbly for the guys on the podium in T4 Senior 168, and they've earned it after a very busy week indeed. And there's a little bit of history on this Senior 168 podium as well. All three drivers richly deserve their place after a monstrous fight in one of the toughest Senior 168 finals in our history. And all three nations deserve their place on the final rostrum. So as once again our podium will be set in position by our trophies, we will be able to welcome our drivers. Do be careful on this podium because it is quite slippery now, so do be careful. So it is time to greet our three fantastic drivers from the Senior 168s. They will receive their trophies and their Maxis Racing caps from our president, Charles Demerjian. We are now ready to greet the Senior 168 podium. In third position for the Republic of Ireland, Colm Munnelly! It is a fantastic week for Colm, a magic result after one of the most heroic drives of the week. Utterly deserving of a place on the podium here. A lion's drive from Colm Munnelly. In second position for the Netherlands, Mats Moy! Such a sensational drive from Matt Moy. A lot of hard work to defend all the way through this ridiculously tight fight. But on the top spot of the podium, it's as Algerian a victory as it is a British one for the United Kingdom, Anwar Barul-Smith! This has been such a long time coming for ABS, but what a result it is for the man on the top step. After years of hardship and misfortune, today is his day of majesty and relief. He lifts the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your top three in the Senior 168. Colm Munnelly, Mats Moy, and your new champion, Anwar Barul-Smith. It's a great day for Ireland, for the Netherlands, and for Great Britain, as well as for Algeria. I'm sure everyone watching back in Algiers will see this as their win as well. Two right, and a very hearty result for both Algeria and Great Britain on the front of the grid. They'll get together if there's enough space on the podium. There might not be. But a big congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, to Colm Munnelly, Mats Moy, and your new champion, Anwar Barul-Smith. And so now, one more time with feeling on the T4 Senior 168 grid. For Ireland, for the Netherlands, and for Great Britain and Algeria, it is time for our drivers on the podium, Colm Munnelly, Mats Moy, and Anwar Barul-Smith to celebrate in style. Anwar Barul-Smith finds his target. His name is Josh East. Fabulous stuff. Great work from our competitors on the podium. Even controversial on the rostrum. Well, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Give it up for Colm Munnelly, Mats Moy, and your new Senior 168 champion for Great Britain and for Algeria, Anwar Barul-Smith. Congratulations, boys. What a fantastic run it was, and an amazing final. So once again, we're going to reset the podium because we have one more class podium to come, and that is going to be a very historical moment for the Tillotson T4 community. Our first ever T4 Bambino podium after a very exciting final of 8 laps on our reduced circuit. Are you ready for the Bambinos? These little legends have been absolutely amazing, making their debut in the racing world. Don't forget, these guys are between the ages of just 6 and 8. Their first international competition in some cases. And what a fantastic run. Charles Demerjian taking a swig of the real stuff before we get on to the T4 Bambino podium. But it will be a historic one because it is a very Hispanic podium all the way through, as we will have representatives from the home nation, Spain, and from the Caribbean as well. A fantastic result in T4 Bambino. So many drivers could have climbed to the top 3, but on this occasion, it is the 3 that we will celebrate on the podium. But a big congratulations to all of our Bambinos. It was not easy to race under such scrutiny and under the microscope of YouTube, but you guys all did a fantastic job. Let's hear it for all of our Bambinos, regardless of finishing result. They were absolutely amazing. Give it up for the Bambinos! And so we will celebrate the top 3 once the bottles, which are non-alcoholic, I should point out, they will be allowed to spray them because they are not going to do anything ill-averse. But all 3 drivers will also get a trophy, of course, along with their bottle. Don't worry, we know you're on the ball, Charles. Don't worry, we know you're on the ball. It's okay. But there are T4 Bambino trophies for our top 3 drivers. We will now welcome them out in ascending order. In 3rd position for Spain, Bernardo Mateos! A fabulous result on home soil for Bernardo Mateos, his first major trophy here at home in Valencia. A wonderful result as he gets the Maxis cap and the trophy in 3rd position. Give it up, Bernardo Mateos! In 2nd position for the Dominican Republic, Edgar Urena! A fabulous result for young Edgar Urena. 2nd position after an amazing week of activity. And he is very deserving of his 2nd place trophy. He also has a Dominican flag to hold to the podium. Good job from our 2nd place man, Edgar Urena! But your first ever Tillotson T4 Nations Cup Bambino champion for the Dominican Republic, Ethan Picardo! An amazing run from our amazing little champion. Ethan Picardo climbs to the podium. It was almost as tough a job as winning the race itself. But there he is on the top step, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for your 3 top stars. Bernardo Mateos, Edgar Urena, and your new champion, Ethan Picardo! Congratulations to our 3 men in the Tillotson T4 Bambinos, your first ever podium for this class. And no doubt these guys will be back to challenge in mini, junior and senior again in the future. What a fantastic week for them. Bernardo wants to get the party started early, good lad. So our young Bambinos will get the trophies on the picture one more time. There they are together. An amazing start to an amazing trio of racing careers. Let's see if we can get them all together on the top step of the podium. Let's gather them together in unison. This is a first experience for them being on a racing podium of this type. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Bernardo Mateos, Edgar Urena, and your new Bambino champion, Ethan Picardo! Now, they're going to need some help to celebrate here. Their helmets are going to be taken away, thank goodness, because that will be quite a clean-up job. But the drivers can now, if they wish to, celebrate with the bottles in front of them. Don't worry, they won't do anything extreme. They are non-alcoholic. They will just taste very, very strange to these youngsters. So you can put the trophies down and you can celebrate in front of the podium as you wish, boys. It's been a great week, but now you can celebrate. Charles Demergian will help them start the party. As for the first time in our history, the T4 Bambinos on the podium at Valencia, Bernardo Mateos, Edgar Urena, and Ethan Picardo will get busy with a fizzy! Congratulations to our Spanish charge and our duo of Dominicans. They were amazing in T4 Bambino this week. Great job and a great week. A very nice run there from Bernardo at the end. He's figured it out. It's the thumb over the top. That's the key. Well done, guys. Enjoy it. The taste of the podium is very sweet indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your top three after an amazing T4 Bambino week. For España, Bernardo Mateos, and for the Dominican Republic, Edgar Urena, and your new champion, Ethan Picardo. Thank you, boys. Go and celebrate with your teams. And I do believe that is the very first winning trophy for the Dominican Republic in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Congratulations to the Caribbeans. Well, that's not going to go well, is it, Logan? Logan does misbehave, doesn't he? Well, now, folks, comes the moment of truth. After all this week of hard, tough racing, we get to determine the winner of the Nations Cup. 34 nations competed from all four corners of the globe, and it was a wonderful week of incredible superstar speed from every nation that entered. From Peru to Panama to Serbia to Malaysia to Canada to Poland to Slovakia to Taiwan to Puerto Rico to Chile to Israel to Australia to Tunisia to France, Brazil, Portugal and China to Guatemala, Colombia, Latvia and the Dominican Republic to Germany to Costa Rica to Italy and Mexico to Czechia to the Philippines to Ukraine to South Africa to Spain and to Ireland. But our top three nations are going to celebrate in style. Only the top nation will come to the podium, but I would like you to show your appreciation to the others in the top three. In third position, the United States of America. In second position, the Netherlands. But for the second time, your Tillotson T4 Nations Cup winner, United Kingdom! And the team will make its way out. They triumphed 3 years ago. They are back to celebrate again in 2025, winning the Nations Cup by just 6 points after an amazing week. They raced valiantly with the United States and the Netherlands in the top three. They are to be commended as well, by the way. Huge congratulations to the United States and the Netherlands on the final Nations Cup rostrum. But your champions in 2025 of the 25 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, the United Kingdom! So there we are, ladies and gentlemen, after a very tough week. It is the team from the United Kingdom that lift the 25 Nations Cup. They were the first to win it, and now they take back the crown after 3 years of strife. Give it up for the United Kingdom! Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be dragged off the podium at this rate. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen, after an amazing week here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We want to thank everybody involved, from the RFEDA here in Spain to the RGMMC amazing logistics team who helped us put this event on, to all of the teams from all of the nations, all of the drivers, all of the fans, supporters, parents and hangers-on.
I forgot the Masters Trophy.
I forgot the Masters Trophy, did I? Have we got the Masters Trophy? That's news to me. I do apologise. There is indeed a Masters Trophy. I was about to wrap up, but we do have a Masters Trophy. Apologies. We'll hold back on that closing. A reminder to all winners that we would like you to be at the start line at the end of the podium ceremony. So all winners to the start line at the end. We're going to do some pictures on the finish line here in Valencia. And so there is one more trophy to give. It is the Tillotson T4 Masters Crown. It will be presented by our president, Charles de Mergian. And so the final trophy will be the Masters Trophy, and that will go to the winner of the Senior 168 category, Give it up and a return to the podium, please, for the United Kingdom, Anwar Barul Smith. And so the Masters Trophy goes the way of Anwar Barul Smith in 2025, in addition to his senior 168 crown. A fabulous result. Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Trophy winner 2025, Anwar Barul Smith. So all winners, make your way to the start-finish line. For us on our live stream, that is it. A big thank you to RFEDA, to RGMMC for helping us run the event, to everybody here at the Kartodromo Internacional, Lucas Guerrero. Happy 10th birthday, by the way, to everyone at the circuit. It was wonderful to share the anniversary with you. To all of you watching at home, to all the drivers, teams from the different nations, the parents, the people who got everything done behind the scenes at Tillotson. Thank you so much for watching. From myself, Jake Sanson, my colleague Simon Byford, and to all of you here on the live stream, thank you. We'll see you again for more from Tillotson T4 in 2026. For now, it's goodbye and see you next year. Thanks, everyone.
DCC is proud to partner with organizations and causes that align with our values: sustainability, education, human services, and beyond. Together, we have made a measurable difference in various industries, from reducing roadway fatalities to promoting mental health services and driving workforce development. For nearly 25 years, we have been catalyzing change through innovative, integrated campaigns that better lives and shape a more hopeful future for all. From behavior change initiatives to multicultural marketing, we are passionate about creating campaigns that truly make an impact. As a proud women business enterprise, WBE and WBENC certified agency, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion as it fuels our ability to create authentic and engaging work that resonates with the target audiences. The bottom line is, it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes there are more important things at stake and more important goals to achieve. Father of advertising David Ogilvy himself said, "Don't count the people who you reach the people who count." And that's what we do here, one campaign at a time until the job is done.